A very good morning to all of you, respective dignitaries, esteemed guests, deans, head of the institution, head of the department, faculty members, students, and all attendees and participants. On behalf of Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our Honorable Founder President, MIT Education and Research Group, our dynamic Chancellor Sir, Dr. Atul K. Chauhan, and our Honorable VC Ma'am, we extend a warm welcome to you all to 5 days competency-based skill development workshop for enhancing employability, innovation, and entrepreneurship, which helps our students for the next phase in their career. Let's step back and recall and recollect the key take points of the first day of this workshop. First day of workshop, we exposed of soft and cognitive skills. We had excellent session enriched by Dr. Sonali Mohi, Dr. Shreya Agrawal, Dr. Lalit Saraswat, and Ms. Neha Gupta on cognitive skills and life skills. So to you, so that you can approach you, your future with a positive approach. The of the first day of this workshop was by Dr. Sonali Mohan, founder Catalyst Innovation Club, on his delivered talk on soft skills, an essential ingredient for success in 21st century. With changing dynamics, particularly going through the pandemic, soft skills has acquired even more significance. Second session on this sub-theme, the study sub-theme was on New Age Real Tool for Redefining Real Success by Dr. Shreya Agrawal, co-founder, The Happy Caller. She emphasized on the synchronize between the body and the outer environment. Importance of how to read our body and anticipate our mind. The afternoon session of the first day started with the talk on exploring epistemological theories. And the talk was delivered by Dr. Lalit Saraswat from IIT Kanpur. He talked of the epistemic significance of soft skills. The last day was at the end, the last session of the first day was the romantic attribute for professional life was delivered by Ms. Neha Gupta, founder and Possible India. Ms. Gupta gave a whole new dimension to word romantic. She talked about various attributes that shape our professional life, like relationship by building strong network, observation by sharpness our sense. So she discussed a lot of things. Without taking so much time, with the blessings of our honorable founder, sir, chancellor, sir, VC ma'am, we are going to start today's session. The sub-theme of the second day of this workshop is upskilling, reskilling, and cross-functional skilling. This is very important training session and is an essential part of operational ability.
Yeah, continue.
Because future of learning is in upskilling, cross-training, and risk, which are the pillar of rapid professional development to strengthen the organization. This session aims to improve the person's performance, to provide additional training, to take additional load in related to our work. With this aim, we will start today's session on upskilling, reskilling, and cross-functional skilling. Now, we are joined by Dr. Vivek Kashyap, as an Associate Director and Head Patents India Group. Patent trademark Roche Products, which is a multinational company. Dr. Kashyap completed his MSc, his MPhil in botany from Delhi University. He received his PhD in genetics from Department of Genetics, University of Delhi. He enriched his career by postdoctoral training at International Center for Genetics Engineering and Biotechnology. He started his professional career as a faculty of law at Delhi University, India. He is He has extensive expertise in patents litigation, corporation law, prosecution, patentability, intellectual property, and patent search. He is an experienced, skilled personality with a wide history of working in biotechnology and pharmaceutical industry, including KS Partners, Emerson McDonald, Novo Nordisk, and Panga, and many more. Now, may I now request Dr. Vivek Kashyap, Associate Director and Head Patents to India, to kindly deliver his talk on career opportunities in intellectual property rights. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reshma. Before I start, I would want to thank the MIT University for this opportunity once again. Uh, a lot of gratitude to the university, the chairperson, Dr. Shukla, joint program coordinators, Professor Chaudhary, Dr. Vijay Raghavan, and Dr. Sanjeev for this opportunity. And a special welcome for all the students for this session. My session is going to be on intellectual property and careers related to intellectual property. So let me just share my screen. Okay, is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great.
Can we put that on side full screen mode, sir?
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So I am actually going to briefly touch upon how intellectual property rights can be an opportunity and a career for biological students, biotechnology or biological students. And before I divulge in more details on it, I think I would go back to about 20 years back when I, as a fresh postdoc, was looking for opportunities for professional opportunities. And there, at that time, the economy in India was opening, and then IP suddenly came up as an opportunity. And then nobody actually knew, especially people from uh, professional backgrounds in biotechnology or technology area, other technology areas, that IP could be an area of to take up as a profession. And it was very interesting. The reason why I say this is very interesting, because on one hand, after doing a master's or a PhD, you can either be a postdoc or a professor or a researcher. These are the usual, routine professions people can take up. And I then decided that I want to do something different. And this appeared very different because when you work as an IP professional, uh, you are actually, putting yourself in two different shoes. On one hand, the shoes is of a scientist or a innovator. The other one is of a legal professional. And to bridge that gap was very interesting, and is still very interesting because it's challenging. On one hand, you need to appreciate the innovation. At the same time, you need to also tell the innovator or the scientist that, look, there is something which you've done is great, but I can't get you a patent for it, or you help in getting a patent. So it's a very interesting field, and I think for younger students and younger people who are about to finish this biotechnology course, it's a very interesting career, and I would actually divulge more on this as we go forward. So what I have done is I've divided my presentation in two parts: the overview about IP, couple of slides, and these slides are going to be more of a interactive session. So I would want the students to really interact, because they're going to be very brief slides. And then I'm sure you all would have actually studied something about or something or other about IP. And they're very basic questions, and I hope most of you should be able to answer. The second section would be more on the focusing on the IP as a career. Okay, so let's see. Let me ask this question to you. I'm sorry, but I'll have to. Okay, what is IP? IP is basically creation of mind. Now, I want to ask students here, what, in your perspective, what are the different creations of mind from IP perspective? Can somebody tell me, or post an answer? What are the different creations of mind that can be considered as IP?
Yeah, so they will be writing on the chat box because they can't speak.
Let me just access.
So
the
they
chat.
have
Okay.
started to write. So they
Okay,
say,
I see invention patterns, trademarks, innovative of any invention. Yes.
critical
Any,
thinking, imagination.
anything else? Novel ideas. Yes. Yes. Any original idea like artistic work? That's interesting. Copyrights. Yes. What else? Okay, I think mostly we've really captured most of it. So broadly, it's speaking, it's like inventions, kind of IP. You have literally an artistic work. Then you would have designs. You would have symbols. You would have names. And all these are creation of mind. So in a very simple manner, if anybody, if you've gone to the World Intellectual Property Organization website, they explain it in very few words. It says it's creation of mind. It's something which is out of the box, new, nobody has thought about it, and that's it. And then when you see those creations, you can relate to that product, or you can relate to that technology. For example, when you look at this Apple symbol, this is an Apple technology. Likewise for Nike, McDonald's, likewise for names like Tata's, the way it's represented, or Starbucks, Google, AstraZeneca. So that's how it goes about it. My next question would be, how many different kinds of IP are there? What are the different kinds of IP? If I were to ask you guys, what are the different kinds of IP? I would say IP protection also, copyright, patents, yes. Copyright, trademarks, yes. Trade secrets, geographical indications, that's very good. You're still missing one of them. There are actually 6 or 7 types of designs, yes, industrial designs. 6 or 7 different types of IPR. There's still one missing, I see. Okay, anyway, so let's look at this. Private subscriptions, I don't know. Geographical indications, yes. Okay, now let's move a little forward. What happened to my slide? Yeah, it's patents. Then we have the trademarks, as you had mentioned. You guys missed out plant variety. That's also a kind of IP protection. Designs, where you have integrated circuits or designs. Copyrights, which is more of literally works, publications, books, novels, etc. Geographical indications. I mean, we've discussed that. So these are the different kinds of, and of course, trade secrets. These are the different kinds of IP protections which we can get. Except for trade secrets, most of the countries, most of the world would have laws on other 6 kinds of IP, but trade secrets are usually, they don't have very specific laws, but they can be governed. They are governed under the confidential agreements and information. So that's how it goes about it. So next, my question would be, what are the 3 aspects of my IPR cycle? What do you do in the activities of IPR cycle, or 3 functions of IPR cycles. I think I've discussed that sometime back last year. If anybody of you guys remember, it would be interesting. Yes, novelty is uniqueness. Yes, it provides protection. Yes, but if I were to ask you this, that how do you, if you innovate something new, how are you going to, what are the 3 steps you want to do to ensure that your IP has a value? So yeah, I mean, but let's, yeah, okay. So basically what you have is this: you create, you do the innovation, you protect the innovation, and you exploit the innovation. So unless you do all these 3 activities for your IP, you would not really do justice for a IPR cycle for your innovation. Yes, monetization, somebody said, is very similar to what you say as exploitation. It's basically monetization of your innovation. So that's basically a complete background of IP. Next slide. Let's go to next slide. Now, let me ask you this question. Now, this is an innovation, and I want you to list you looking at this invention, list me 5 different IPs that can be obtained for this product. Patents, yes. Designs, yes. Let's fill this up. Patents, designs, trademarks. What else? Working mode is, all these are okay. Trade secrets, yes, very good. What else is there? One thing is still missing. Yes, somebody said copyrights. That's correct. So these would be the 5. So you see, for one product, so many different kinds of protections one can get. And what I want to show with you guys with this example is that this is your work requires you to do. You would be working and you would be having opportunity to work on so many different multifaceted kinds of IP. If you take up this as IP as a professional career, you will not only work on patents, but you would also work on designs. Now, this is very interesting. Patents, among all the IP protections, patents and plant varieties are 2 areas where you need highly skilled professionals with a professional degree, like in technology or in any area of science, without which you cannot get into that profession. So when you are going to get a degree in biotechnology, you automatically become eligible for working as an IP professional or patent professional. At the same time, you also become eligible to work as an plant variety protection professional, because special technical skills of chemistry, biotechnology, microbiology, molecular biology, plant sciences, etc., would be required. Whereas the skills like on designs, trademark, trade secrets, and copyrights is something which is not very difficult, and it's very easy. And then you can get that know-how and knowledge while working as a professional in any organization. So maybe we can move further, which is, yes, the section 2. So let's look at this, as an IP professional. Basically what you are is a skilled technical and legal professional, or an expert who who works for individuals, who can work for corporations across any technology industry. Now, when I say technical and legal professional, I would, in my subsequent slide, explain you. But before I go further, I would take a break and ask if you have any questions. I think there are some questions. Yes, maybe I will take few minutes to answer those.
Yes.
So I think Patnaik has asked me whether AI can be integrated with, yes, of course. But you see, software technology or the AI technology has a challenge. So how do you look at AI technology is something very interesting. There are two aspects to AI technology. One, the uh, machine language on which the AI works, which you call the software. And other is the physical appearance or physical representation of the AI, which could be in form of a instrument working, which could be in form of a device and a model working, or it could also, yeah, so there are two parts to it, and they can easily be integrated in different types of IPR. Now, let me explain you about the first aspect, the software. Software per se cannot be protected unless, because software uh, uh, is a language. Unless that language is manifested in a tangible manner by which people can see. So, for example, when you work on a computer, on a laptop, you have these programming languages. Programming languages cannot be protected. The programming languages, when they are written, have to be connected or linked with a hardware device, which is your the screen, the keypad, uh, the various hardware aspects of the computer or a laptop. That's how the software aspect gets protected. One other interesting way of protecting the software is by way of copyrights. Now, copyrights is nothing but written matter. For example, books and novels and articles. So languages can be written down in physical forms and they can be copyright protected. The physical appearance or physical attribute of AI, which is the software going into the hardware itself is protected under designs or integrated circuits. There are laws for that. So I presume, Patnaik, that answers your question. Okay, so I think first and second question is answered. I'll go to the third question immediately. Yes. So with trade secret, it is a very interesting thing. Let me give you this example. I don't know if anybody and how many of you know. Coca-Cola has protected its formula, the trade secret formula of Coke, for 150 years. And you guys would be amazed that there are only two people in the organization, whole of Coke company organization, only two people who know about this formula. And these two people, and they have kept the standard way of sharing it over a period of generations. Interestingly, these formula between these two people, they have partially share the formulas. That's one thing. Secondly, none of them know who is the other person who has the half formula. Thirdly, none of them actually can go on leave or travel together or take a leave at the same time. So this is how trade secrets are guarded so well. And most of these trade secrets are born from the policies of the companies, how they want to protect it. For example, patents, trademarks, they're all visible and they have a lifespan. Trade secrets don't have a lifespan. For example, uh, you know, when we have medicines manufactured, let me give you a very simple example. You know, we have been hearing about patent waivers and India going to WTO, etc. That, you know, patent waivers should be there for COVID vaccines and medicines, etc., etc. The bigger challenge that world community right now has with, not with respect of patent waivers, because patent waivers will not serve the purpose. The purpose is will be served by way of technology transfer, the know-how to make and manufacture vaccines and medicines. The very know-how of making a vaccine is not easy. You would need about 2 to 3,000 different ingredients manufacturing a vaccine. You would need it at a particular, there are only about 30 to 40 organizations in the world which might be manufacturing that. So the problem is not of that, of patent waiver, the problem is of technology transfer and secrets involved in manufacturing, because every cell which is used in manufacturing a vaccine is a unique cell. And that technology, and then that means you need to have precise temperature, cultural conditions, etc., etc., etc. And when you scale it from millimeters to millions of gallons, it is a very difficult task. Even 0.1% of any mistake means gallons and gallons of medicines going in the drain. You cannot, you have to have perfection. So the trade secrets, the reason trade secrets don't have a specific law, because it's very difficult, because it can vary from organization to organization what and how they want to protect their secrets. But how can they be, there is no chance of exploitation, because when you join organizations, they have anti-competitive agreements with you. They would have clauses in your agreement where you are not going to disclose all this information. And if you innovate or develop certain trade secrets, that would be the property of that organization and you cannot take it out. There are very, very hard controls by which sharing of information takes place. So that's how it answers the question. Next is Lovely Gupta. To be an IP person, one should have knowledge of law. Okay, I'll come to that question in subsequent slides. How would trade secrets be applied to the example you have shown? Would it be for... Okay, I think I have already answered that question of Reeth. Kanchan. Okay. Okay, let me stop a second and answer that question for you, Kanchan. See, the concept of IP is that when you create something, you should not keep it at that. There is no point of innovating if you can't exploit it, if you can't protect it. That's the concept of IPR. You have to, if you innovate something, you have to protect it. You have to protect it so that nobody still takes on your creation of mind, as we had put it earlier, and uses it of their own, infringes it. So that's why you have to protect it. And at the same time, if you spend millions of dollars or hundreds of rupees or thousands of rupees on innovating something, you need to get revenue of that. What is the point in innovating something and not able to commercialize it? So that's the main concept of IPR. Yes. Okay. I'll come to your question later. We can look into that. Yes, those are questions which are more technical in aspects. Okay, let me just take it out. See, challenges with protection and enforcement of patent rights is subjective. You might have a patent, but there could be certain information publicly available by way of which somebody can come and invalidate your patent, because there could be certain limitations when the patents were examined or granted. They were not looked at. So these are the kind of challenges that can be faced during protection. There could be people who would try and invalidate your patents. Enforcement and protection would be a same aspect, because the moment you go and start enforcing it, protection would be a problem. Remedies. Simple remedy for IP infringement is that just go to the court and file a litigation against the IP infringer and sue them for damages. There is no criminal liability in patent infringements, because it's you're not going to damage anybody's life. Simply, it's a violation of your intangible product that is being questioned. So there is no criminal liability. Well, you see, Jivanjo, the problem, as I mentioned, is that if you create and don't protect, then people can copy. And there is a limitation period of about 1 year, where, especially in patents, where you have created and not protected, then people can always use it and make copies of it. Whereas in case of copyrights, it is a bit challenged, because the protection, whether you protect it or don't protect it, is there for several decades, because there is a way you can show that, if you've written something creative or designed something creative, you can still protect it. And even if you have not done a proper protection, legal protection, you can still prove it in the court. But in any circumstances, you'll have to go to the court to kind of, fight it out. Okay, Aditya, very good question. See, if you are interested in AI development, I think you need to, I don't know what your background would be, but I think you would need to would need to work with organization, IT, information technology organizations who develop AI programs or train you in development of AI programs. So I would suggest you go about looking at, first of all, I think you should look into the fact that where you can have formal courses of AI, which I would say it would be in universities or institutions, private or public institutions. Once you get that, then you can do two things. Either you can go for a higher education in AI development, or you can apply to one of these IT companies, and all IT companies do AI development. So you can apply to them and start working with them. That's how you can go about it. See, read the question of enforcement in general, enforcement cost in general is very high. If you are going to go and sue somebody for violating your IP, whether it's trade secrets, whether it's patents or trademarks or anything, the litigation cost is very, very high. And that's how we go about it. But now anti-competitive agreements are part of the company policies. So they are not going to interfere with the policies of the company. They are there to ensure that you don't go and start sharing or share, once you leave an organization, any creation which is propriety of your organization. So anti-competitive agreements will not interfere with policies of the company at all. And if you go from one company to another company, all companies know that you would have signed some kind of anti-competitive agreement. So that's a normal thing. Organizations know that. And you can make them aware also that, you'll have to do this before you join one organization to another organization. Okay, this is a good question. Patent waivers basically is for the reason, because if I have a patent for a vaccine, suppose in India, and tomorrow somebody wants to make it in India without my permission, or without asking me, I can go and sue that organization or party in the court for patent my infringement. So that's but if you have a patent waiver, you will tell the government or tell the company that or openly disclose that even if I have a patent in a country, I will not try and enforce it and not sue anybody who copies the technology from that patent. Technology transfer, they are not interlinked, first of all. Patent waivers and technology transfer are not interlinked. They are two different things. That's why I had to explain you uh, how patent waivers will not, will not impact. How patent waivers are not that critical as technology transfer, because technology transfer is something which relates with trade secrets, etc., of manufacturing a product. So yeah, that kind of thing. There is no lifespan for trade secrets. Trade secrets, like I told you, gave examples of Coke's formula. It's been there, a trade secret for 150 years, and so be it. It'll continue. Sorry, Vaishnavi, I don't understand your question. What exploitation are we talking about? So maybe, if you can answer that, we can take it later. Okay, Dr. Pooja, should we go forward?
Yes, Dr. Vivek.
Okay, fine. So basically, so when I was talking about being an IP professional, what kind of skills and technical knowledge you would need, and where you would work, I'm sure you would be right now thinking about it like this, that what is going to happen? What do I do? How do I become a skilled person, IP professional? Who would be your stakeholders you would be working with? Where do you work? What do you need to be IP professional? What are the minimal qualification? Whether you need experience or you don't need an experience? What kind of competencies you need, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah, so let me give you something about the qualification. So as well as your technical qualification to commence as a professional is concerned, I think you already have, because you would be having a graduate or a postgraduate degree in technology or science. Usually, when 20 years back I joined, they would ask people with simple BSc or MSc to take up a join as a in IP area, but over a period of time, the competition is so high. If you were to stand as a postgraduate in a technology domain versus a PhD or a postdoc, you would have lower chances because of the reason, because a PhD or a postdoc could have a better know-how and knowledge of the not only technical area, but the way how um, uh, professional communications, publications are written. And writing a patent is very similar to writing a article in a journal for a publication. So those from those skills you would be in better place. And secondly, you could from that perspective, a PhD or a postdoc would be a better place. And likewise, since PhD or postdoc would have, many of them actually now develop patents, would know the nitty-gritties of patenting and what needs to be done and how it needs to be done. So that's how that advantage would be there. If you have industrial experience, when I say industrial experience, it would mean some kind of a research experience, and postdoc, would be a would have such experience because they would have worked in research. Another reason that helps PhDs and postdocs is because when you go and meet inventors and individual inventors or researchers, or even you go to academic institutions, their research institute, the scientists there are kind of relaxed and open because they know what kind of background you have. I'll give you a very simple example. When I started my career in with the law firm, we had a lot of work from Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Indian Council of Medical Research, Indian Agricultural Research Institute. And when I used to go to CSR institutions or ICMR or IARI institutions, the scientists used to be very, happy to meet somebody who is coming from such kind of experience, such kind of background, and it was much easier to get information. So that's how it helps. This is something which I would say that you must not hurry up in getting this degree. A patent agent, being a patent agent, if you want to take this as a sincerely a career, is a must, and there is no options without it. LLM, LMB, yes. Nowadays, presently, it's suddenly become very important, though it's optional. But if you want to professionally grow in your organization in respect of one designation to another designation, for example, you may join as an associate, but if you sometime really want to reach a level of a partner or a retainership partner or a managing partner of a firm or a director level or a senior director or whatever, having a LLB or LLM will always add value, because will be competing with like qualified people, and the degree will be very useful in that respect. But what I would want to caution you all is, just because you have a technology degree and then you get a patent agent degree does not make you absolutely good in the field of IP, for the very simple reason, unless you learn, see, technical thing is something which never will taught to you, that you will be expected that you know your technology area. What people are going to teach you while you're in the profession is the patent law, the trademark law, the geographical indication law, the law itself, and that aspects of law, the interpretation of law, how it can be done, will be based on your practice, not by merely reading the act. If you think you have read an act and you know it, then you're mistaken. And many people actually read the act and also go and pass the patent agent exam. I'll be discussing that later. And they think they know everything. But I have seen in my career that, because when I interview people, my problem is that I want a person who has very good, sound knowledge of its technology domain or science. I'm not interested whether you are LLB or LLM. If you don't know your subject, please don't apply. That's what happens. I mean, I've seen people whom I land up and asking class 10 questions and they can't answer of biology. So that's the thing. So you have to be very, very good in your technology domain and the analytical skills for the technology domain. Unless you have that, you might have little issues. You may also think about professional degree at a later stage, getting a LLM in intellectual property specifically, either in India or outside India. And this would help, if you try and get an LLM degree from outside India, you can go and start a career in IP in the US or in the Europe or anywhere in the world. Just as like in India, we have IP professionals, we have IP professionals in other countries also. Where all you can join and how you can join, I'll come back to that later. But let me see if there are any questions related to this point. Okay, there are some questions. Okay, Tanmoy, I presume you have a graduate or postgraduate in biotechnology. So I think you would need to pursue your PhD in the technology area of biotechnology. It could be, more specialized, or it could be whatever. I mean, it's up to you. Somewhere in biotechnology area, it could be microbiology, biomolecular biology, plant biology, whatever. So that's up to you. We discussed this. Now, let me come to the fact that who would be your stakeholders? Stakeholders means people who you would be working with. Of course, they would be innovators or scientists. They could be from industry. They could be from government institutions, private institutions, individual inventors, I can tell you a very interesting incident when I was in a very early stage of my career in IP. I remember a farmer coming from Punjab who was an innovator, an individual. So you could find such people also. You could work with policymakers, private and public policymakers. And when I say policymakers, it doesn't mean that you fresh into IP and then you start working with policymakers. Yes, you can do that, but policymakers would be who are basically think tank of government institutions, private institutions who kind of advocate about IP policies at different forums, national, international forums. It could be, and I would give some examples of that in coming slides. This is something which is must be unique, because capital venturers and investors are one people who are actually and always looking out for IP professional, because if a venture capitalist or investor wants to invest in an organization, especially an organization which is in innovator products, they would want to know what is the value of the innovation. Does it really have? So somebody that I remember somebody asked me about the purpose of IPR cycle, and one of the purpose of IPR cycle is exploitation. And how can you exploit? Maybe you have invented something which is out of the box, and you have protected it, but you don't have money to invest in manufacturing that product. So this is where venture capitalists or investors will come, but they would want to know what would be the evaluation or valuation of your technology. And then that's where these people use IP professionals. They use independent IP professionals. They go to law firms. They go to corporate firms where there are IP professionals. I remember when I was in one of the law firms, one of the leading technology companies in electronics, which is an Indian company, had decided to take over or buy an international company, and we were given a task for IP evaluation, because this is very important, because IP evaluation does not mean in terms of monetary, but it would also mean whether your patent is technology viable or not, whether it is worth what you are patented for, and whether you would also evaluate if there would be any enforcement issues or not. If somebody had asked me in that question, and if whether there would be issues where people would go and about invalidate or revoke your patent. So investors are very much interested in it. And these kind of activities are not only with investors, but with respect of scientists, industrial houses, everybody does that. So IP is a very small niche area, but has a lot of value. A whole pharmaceutical industry actually survives, not even pharmaceutical industry, even IT industry, any technology industry survives on that. And had it not been to IP, the innovation would not take place. Simple. So where all you can look for a kind of opportunity, okay. So you can look into government institutions, you can look into state university, colleges. There are incubation centers set up by state and central governments. There are opportunities there. Government institutions and central universities, like some of them I've already listed here, could be an opportunity. You could even go and work at Indian Patent Office as an examiner, and then you get promoted to a controller and things like that. Just like Indian Patent Office, I said you can go abroad, do your LLM and work there in US and Europe. Likewise, we have a patent office in India. There are patent offices in elsewhere in the world. If you qualify their examination, you can go and work there because you already have the technical degree, but you have to do certain courses there. Yes. So private placements. Okay, I told about IPR organizations. They can be IP law firms, and I've named few of them. They can be patent analytical firms, like who do the analytical work. I would discuss the analytical work a little later. There would be legal outsourcing industry. Some of them I've listed here. Who Now, these legal outsourcing industries actually get a lot of work from foreign clients, and they do a lot of work for them with respect of IP and IP evaluation. Like me, you can be an in-house consultant, or you can be in-house counsel. Yes, so that's all about this. Let me see if there are any questions. Okay, so there are some questions. Okay, Payal, I see your question. So there are two things here. For your PhD, see, there are certain integrated PhD programs after graduation. I think ISC has it, and few other organizations, even TIFAC has it. You'll have to check, but there are organizations where you can do directly PhD, which they are called integrated PhD programs. Lovely. Look, diploma in IP is okay, but as I said, if you don't have a practical knowledge of things, courses will not help you. You have to get on the ground to get practical knowledge. After that, you as many IP courses you want to do, please do it. But you need to go and join somewhere to get the practical knowledge. The courses will only give you a bookish knowledge. They will not give you a practical knowledge. What you need is practical knowledge. Yes, Patnaik, you're right. That person can be a stakeholder. Such professor who has his own research lab can be your stakeholders. Absolutely. Yeah, so here are some examples of international organizations where you work. You have WIPO, you even have a European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industry and Associations. There is Pharmaceutical Research Organization. I'm sorry, this should not be Europe, this should be America. You can even go and work at WTO. If you guys are interested, just go to the WIPO website one of these days, look at their jobs or site. You would see they are looking for patent professionals in patent pools and things like that, and you can see if you qualify for that opportunity. Yes, I spoke about being a registered patent agent. So there is an examination which is conducted by the Indian Patent Office for registered patent agent. All you have to do is go to the website and see when they are going to conduct. I think for last 2 years, they have not conducted post-pandemic, but earlier they used to conduct every year. You need to be a graduate in science, Indian citizen, about 25 years. The exam is not easy. It is a very difficult exam. And that's why I was saying, before you give a patent agent exam, it's better you get some practical experience, because the practical experience will help you in learning about the Patent Act, the Trademark Act, the rules of the Patent Act. And then one of the examination paper on drafting of the patent application and interpretation of the law. How do you do license agreements and things like that. So this exam, I would say you give it after 1 or 2 years of your practical experience rather than giving it earlier, because you will definitely fail. I failed too the first attempt. So that happens with everybody, because I was very enthusiastic. I thought maybe I'll try, but I failed. But in the second attempt, I got through. So that can happen. If you want, you can be an examiner at the patent office also. The patent office actually conducts these exams every 1 to 2 years, depending upon the availability. You need to be a graduate again in science and technology area. There has a age limit between 25 and 35. They do have a very strict way of examination. There is a prelim examination, there is a exam 2 main paper examination, and these main paper exams are subjective, and they are related to your technology area. I think so. I have not given it, so I don't know, but I think there are some questions. Let's see. Okay, Shweta, all you have to do is once you finish your course, technical course, you can apply in law firms. I had given a list of places where you can work. If you would see this, you can go and work in a law firm. There are patent analytical firms where you can go and work. There are legal outsourcing companies where you can go and work. My suggestion here would be that if you want to start your career in IP, please do not, at least try and avoid going in-house in the first instance. In-house means in a in a company. I would suggest it's better that you go and join a firm or an analytical firm or a LPO, because there you will get more exposure, more learning. They will help you in, uh, you know, uh, shaping your skills with respect to the law and the act, whichever that may be. That this kind of training you may not get in when you work in a multinational or a local company, because they would expect that you already know that. So the learning is best, and best is, I would say, a law firm. And let me be very honest, working in law firms or analytical firms on LPOs is not easy. It's a very harsh life. Uh, Practically, you will have no work-life balance. I have gone through that phase, and that in initial stages, when you're still young, not married, you can devote a lot of time, and you should. That's the time you work and learn. But later on, it becomes very challenging and difficult. Yeah, so let me briefly touch upon various functional areas of like a patent attorney. What does a patent attorney would do? For you guys, why I'm more focusing on patents is because you have that technology qualification of science or technology domain where you can actually you know fit more better as a patent attorney. And if you go and work as a patent attorney in a law firm, you will automatically could work on other aspects of IP as well. It could be designs, it could be trademarks, etc., etc., etc. So patent attorneys usually work in law firms or in-house. You get opportunity to draft patent applications. Patent applications, there's nothing unique about patent application except the fact that they are very similar to that of writing a publication, except that in patent application you are kind of defining the innovation and claiming the innovation, your invention very specifically. I'm sure you all know about it because MIT files one of the largest number of patent applications in India. You do patent prosecution, which is very interesting as well, because there your technical and IP skills kind of get merged and are tested. You work on licensing agreements, which is again very interesting because drafting a license agreement is a humongous task, and it should be such that it kind of satisfies the licensee and licensors requirements both. You do freedom to operate. Now, freedom to operate, let me spend a few minutes on it. Basically, whenever you have a concept of an innovation, you want to ensure that your concept is unique, out of the box, non-challengeable, and nobody has worked on it. In other words, you should have freedom to use, operate, exploit your innovation. And that's the kind of activity you could do. You do a lot of due diligence. And when I say due diligence, that's what you do when you work with investors who want to know, whether it's worth investing in a new technology which is protected. You do a due diligence to check out whether that technology does have a stand up against existing technologies and it's worth investing. You do. There is a lot of strategic investment goes with respect of patents in an organization, because when the concept is there and you decide you want to file a patent, and once you have found out there is a proof for the concept is there, and then you want to file a patent, there is a lot of strategy involved in it. And the strategy involves, how do you want to file, where do you want to file, how do you want to extend the life cycle of the patent, because merely having the product itself may not be sufficient, but sometimes happens that when you have invented a product, that product, for example, let's take example of the latest the drug which is being used for tocilizumab for COVID-19, the tocilizumab. We've heard all about it. Tocilizumab has actually not, when it was invented, it was not invented for COVID-19 treatment. It is actually officially and technically the drug is still approved for treating rheumatoid arthritis patients. So one of the strategies of patent is that, when you invent something for a particular purpose, but later on research shows that it could be also used for another purpose, you try to find a protection and do a patent for that as well. Of course, this will not happen with respect of COVID tocilizumab, but I'm just giving an example. So patent strategy has a lot of things in it. And one of the strategies is that how do we increase the longevity of patent and things like that. Somebody asked me about enforcement. Enforcement is by patent litigation. Anybody who uses your innovation without your consent or taking a license from you is subject for litigation, and that's it. Functions of a patent analyst, they kind of overlap with respect of what you do as a patent attorney. As a patent attorney, you can either oversee these activities or you can do these activities yourself. Patent analysts would also do the same thing. There's no much difference. I would not again go into that. Then you can be a patent counselor or a patent consultant or an advisor. Usually, people do these activities at a very late stage when they are retired or kind of worked for so many years, and then there are group of organizations reaching out to you to give them advice because the kind of expertise you have developed over a period of experience and things like that. So you can be that also, and it doesn't mean that it has to be only after a particular age or years, but it should be at least after several years of experience you've had working in organization where you know everything about IP. Yes, Lovely, you're right. You should always join internship with these firms for practical knowledge. In fact, that would be helpful if you start early, because sometimes these firms also absorb you if you're good, and if by the time you have completed your graduation or post-graduation. No, there can be issues of plagiarism in patent application and patent application, but not in prosecutions, Patnaik. But usually the chances of plagiarism is nearly nil, because every patent application is different and unique and is always protected. So there is no way, I mean, it is very difficult to do plagiarism in technical area where the innovations are different. One innovation is different than another area. So there is likelihood is less. These things mostly happen in copyright areas or other research areas. See, there is a lot of difference between license agreement and a freedom to operate. License agreement is between two parties, where one party decides to give technology transfer or patent transfer to another party. And license agreements are not very simple. There are a lot of factors involved in it. For example, what is going to be the code of conduct of each party, what happens if there is an infringement, which party has first rights for infringement, which party has second rights of infringement, what happens when the innovation evolves, or you develop something more on the same innovation for which the license is there. So license agreement is a very complicated thing. Freedom to operate would be a very different thing. Freedom to operate will give you a overview whether your innovation is worth investing, if you're looking from an investor's perspective, or if you're looking from an inventor's perspective, is worth uh, protecting. So that's how freedom to operate would look at it. It would look at the market perspective, that what is your standard of innovation for the next step, for patent protection or investment or further research. That's what. So sometimes freedom to operate also takes place at a concept stage, where you have an idea that you have developed, you have thought about something, and you want to see in the market if there are certain players who are already doing this, or if somebody has invented something like that or not. So that's where freedom to operate will work. Yeah, okay. And then these are some examples, just for you to see that, there are openings and there are departments of IP, and in different organizations. You have NRDC, you have TIFAC. Most of these are old, but I thought maybe I could just give you an overview. The TIFAC has a patent facilitation center, and they keep on, all doing all kinds of different activities for government institutions as a function. You can even have trainings. The Indian Patent Office have a IP management cell. They do conduct courses. I don't know if they are conducting such courses online. You can always go and check that. For women scientists, there are always special opportunities of learning and taking up profession. BIRAC, which is the Biotechnology Industry Research Assistant Council, they also have an IP cell, and they also can provide you opportunities to work with them or do internship. You can check with them. Government of India, central government has recently formed this cell for IP policy. So this is basically a kind of a think tank, IP policy think tank for government of India, which is promoting IP in India. So yeah, so I think that's all from my side.
Yeah, that has been great talk, Dr. Vivek. It's full of the nitty-gritties, what a biotechnologist or any person who is doing something new must know. Otherwise, they do not know, after doing their lab work or having their product or process in their hand, they do not know what to do with that, how to protect it, and how to take it to the market is the next level. So before that, we must know what IPR is and how all these various areas work. So this is really full of information, and I hope students got and I want to apprise you, Dr. Vivek, that majority of the students present in this slot are the first year biotech students.
Okay.
So they are fresh after 12 and very new to the concept in detail. Just they have a touch up in their 12th school level, and they're highly enthusiastic, and I could see number of queries starting from the basic to higher and coming up here. So they all have been they have moved, I think, and this is thought provoking talk today, that they'll see what it is and how they can think something innovative and save it, because the biggest fear in the mind of any person who is thinking innovative is how to protect it. Should I tell the other person or not? Should I share with my mentor, should my friend or someone? And sometimes it dies. So before putting the innovative thought outside on the table or the field, if the person knows in and out of protection system, then it will give this strength to move and further take it ahead, maybe towards some innovative work and giving it to company or making the innovation turn into some own venture. So in both ways, it's really helpful. So this has been really very nice talk, Dr. Vivek, and we are thankful that you have taken it in such a nice, interesting manner so that students, thoughts and their interests get captured, and that we can see from the n number of questions which arose from very initial, what is IPR, please repeat, or to the higher level of trade secrets and all. So thank you very much once again. So Dr. Reshma, you may give.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nidhi.
So thank you very much, Dr. Kashyap, for an interesting, enlightening, and insightful talk about the IPR and making this session enjoyable by interacting the student through questionnaire. How IPR is important in our professional career, you explained it very well. You make this session so inspiring, knowledgeable, including IPR and key points of IPR, types of IPR, copyrights, IPR protections, trademarks, trademark secrets, and what to do and what not to do in IPR and copyrights by using several examples. One of the interesting example is Coca-Cola, how the formula of Coca-Cola is secret till now. You beautifully enriched our attendees, students, and all the faculty members with the IPR technology, and you give insightful talk about the various opportunities in IPR field for the biotechnology student. Thank you once again for sparing your precious time and make this session wonderful. We look forward much more session, this type of session, interesting session in future. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reshma. I mean, I am very happy if the students liked it because I was not sure. It's just yesterday evening I sat down till late night making something. I was not sure how to go about it. But if any further questions or any points which students have, they can you can ask them to you can send me their queries and I can answer. And thank you for this opportunity.
Lot of appreciation there, Dr. Vivek, from the student side. So they are writing, okay, sir, thank you. Very innovative. Thank you, sir, for such interesting session.
Yeah.
Sir, that was amazing session. So appreciations are pouring. So it was great and interesting session.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Very informative.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Really liked it, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And I look forward if you would, want me to come back sometime and more details of the presentation. I'm happy to. Thank you.
Yes. So we'll be surely inviting you very frequently, Dr. Vivek.
Thank you very much.
And we'd love to have you here because IPR is the inherent part of life sciences and biotechnology as core whenever we think of some innovation. So, of course, your mentorship is most welcome and required here. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We had an amazing session, and Dr. Vivek has always been such a wonderful speaker. He always, the amount of value addition that he makes in all of his talks are always noteworthy. And looking at the number of questions and appreciations on the chat box, we obviously, are aware of the fact that how much the students enjoyed it. So thank you so much, students, once again for participating in such large numbers. All of you, the number of questions that all of you asked and, made this discussion so worthy of, being one of the, being a part of it and so worthy of this workshop. Thank you so much, because none of the, speaker would feel the amount of pleasure more than when he does when students ask a question. In a real life scenario, when you're sitting, opposite to the speaker and you're sitting in the same room, things are very different because you can raise your hand, you can speak, you can ask, you can interrupt. But in an online platform, asking questions, posting questions, and doing it time and again itself means that you are so wonderfully engrossed in that talk and how much you are perceiving and understanding that talk. And that gives a lot of confidence to the speaker and a lot of excitement to the speaker as well, because he feels that his time has been well spent. He's been able to reach out to people, even if it was an online virtual mode. So thank you so much, all of you. And now we are waiting for our next speaker, Mr. Atif Mehraj. He has to join from UK. So I think we would wait for another 5 minutes. I've already written to him to start to join. So I think he would be joining very shortly. And Mr. Atif is now the Senior Manager of R&D Advisory Services at Synos Health Consulting. And he made his career in this consulting services after graduating from Amity Institute of Biotechnology, I think in 2012, if I'm not wrong, and then went on to BITS Pilani to do his MTech, where again, he was a meritorious student at AIB, and he became a meritorious student in BITS Pilani as well. He did his ME. So you can also ask questions about how he went on to BITS Pilani for his ME in biotechnology, and then he did his internship at NCBS Bangalore. From there, he shifted many jobs, and now he is finally settled in UK. He was in US also for some time, and now he's finally settled in UK with this company. So he would be also talking about his journey from Amity Institute of Biotechnology through and through to where he is today. Extremely well behaved student he was during his BTech. Very soft spoken, extremely respectful, very, very intelligent, very outcoming, asking questions. He had great rapport with all the teachers. So I hope he can join soon, and we would all get an opportunity to talk to him. So just bear with us for another 10 minutes, and hopefully we would be able to get in touch with Atif, and he would join on time at 11:15. He just sent me a message saying he's just joining. So hopefully he'll be here in another 2 minutes. Just waiting for Atif to join. It's sometimes difficult to, coordinate with people who are in another continent and a different time zone. Because for him, I think it would be middle of the night or maybe really, really early morning. By that time, you can request other students, other classmates of yours to join in. We have 235 students, but we had 715 registrations. So that obviously means that a lot of people registered, but not many could join. There were other people also who registered from different universities and different institutes. So if you can request your classmates to join, particularly the 22 and 23 pass out students. Once again, it is important to take the assessment test at the end of the day. And we look forward to more students joining in from your batches, because this is not just something that you would require for placements. You would also require it for taking a very informed decision in your career progression. Because if you do not know about various opportunities which are available for you after your BTech and MTech, then obviously taking a right decision also becomes difficult. So these IPR, Dr. Vivek had given such an understanding of IPR as a career opportunity. So I think a lot of you who really showed a lot of interest in IPR can also, look at this opportunity seriously after your graduation or post-graduation. Similarly, having consulting as a career, understanding the nitty-gritties of this particular opportunity, understanding how it can take you, what is the career growth in this path, how you can, get an international opportunity to work at, also improves and increases your bandwidth to plan for your next 5 years to come. So I think it is also important for a lot of students who probably do not feel that it is important today, but tomorrow they would be coming to CRC or coming to their faculty members, peers and mentors to ask the same question. So it obviously gives you a better opportunity to understand it from somebody who's already been there and done that. So kindly request all your classmates also to join and take full advantage of what has been offered to you. Atif, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, this is Atif here.
Hi, can we see you?
Of course. Yeah, let me just turn on my camera.
Hi,
Hello.
how are you doing? It's so nice to see you after so
Hello,
long.
Atif. How are you?
Likewise. Hi, ma'am. I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine.
It's lovely
so
to see
nice
everyone.
to see you. Yeah.
I know it's been so long. It's such a pleasure to be here. I know it's nice and early here in London, but so glad I was able to make this.
What time is it there right now?
It's just 6:45, so just about to start at 7.
Okay.
But no, this is amazing, and thank you so much for organizing this. I'm really excited to be here.
And we are really excited to have you because
thank you.
I was telling the students, all about you when you were in Amity Institute of Biotechnology, and even as a second year or a third year student, you had a lot of ideas, and the vision to where you actually wanted to go was very clear. And I think if you can transmit the same about how you maybe by the end of your talk about how you planned your career, and as we can see, you really made well for yourself. So if the students, the take home message for the students could be that Amity gives you that platform where you can reach out to where you actually dream to. I think that would be a great take home message for the students to plan.
Yes. And students, please, he is your super senior, super duper senior. So be free to ask questions, any kind of query which you might have in your mind, because the institution is same alma mater, of course, later on for you and him, everything will be common. So there is a same set of questions you might be having, and he must have passed through that phase. So it's a very nice opportunity for all of you. So be ready for some different questions, maybe out of the framework of this workshop, and you are free.
And just to give an understanding, this is a Zoom platform. I'm sure you know that. The students cannot ask questions, Atif. So their queries, they would put on the chat box, which we would
You
read.
have to put in chat box.
And
yes.
the question and answer. So students, please ensure that if you have a query, or if Atif is asking you a question and you want to answer it, put it on the chat box. And if you want to ask a question from him, please put it in the question and answer section so that he can read it later and answer those questions. So I would now request Dr. Reshma to introduce Atif, and let's start the session. Thank you, Atif. Thanks again.
Okay.
So now we have another distinguished speaker, Mr. Atif Mehraj. He is a senior manager in R&D advice service at Seniors Health Consulting. He has more than 7 years of consulting experience. He has very strong education background as well as professional career. After completing his BTech in biotechnology from Amity University, Noida, and ME biotechnology from BITS Planning, he started his professional career as a management consultant in India. Thereafter, he relocated to USA in 2016 to support business growth and development in Boston area. Currently, Atif is based in London and work with leading pharmaceutical and biotech executives. Atif has delivered high impact strategy and transformation projects from leading global corporations like Pfizer, GSK, AstraZeneca, Bayer, Takeda, and several others. He is a passionate about helping his clients become successful and accelerate medicine development through innovation and digitalization. He has also written multiple thought pieces on these topics and delivered talks at international conferences. Although his work often takes him to different cities and countries, Atif still loves to travel in his spare time. He is also uh, passionate about the talent development, has taken up mentoring roles with his current organization as well as other foundations. May I now request Mr. Atif Mehraj to kindly deliver a talk on consulting as a career, the skills and competency of a successful management consultant. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Reshma, and hello, everyone. So first of all, it's amazing to be here. I see a lot of familiar faces. I see my teachers, my mentors. I see Dr. Nidhi, Dr. Rajesh, of course, Pooja ma'am, Prabhanshu sir, all these faculties that I have learned from, that have taught me when I was a student. So it's amazing to be here. It's amazing to be interacting with the students. Uh, and I would like to thank Amity University, Amity Institute of Biotechnology, and the organizers of this session for giving me an opportunity to come here and speak with all of you. What I would like to do over the course of the next 50, 60 minutes is to give you an overview of sort of my journey, where I started when 10, gosh, it's been 10, 11 years, when I was a student just like you in Amity, and probably was facing same challenges and dilemmas like you about my career, what I want to do next, where I want to be, what kind of career I want to have. Uh, and then surprisingly came across management consulting, which until then I hadn't heard about, but yeah, is something that I immediately fell in love with and wanted to pursue as a career. So hopefully by the end of this talk, this will give you some clarity about what I do, what management consulting is. But yeah, as Nidhi ma'am, Pooja ma'am said, uh, please feel free to ask questions. Please feel free to ask questions in the chat, not just related to this talk, but any advice you may need in general. And also outside this platform, I can share my LinkedIn and other details. So feel free to reach out to me for any questions, and you know, I'll be happy to help. So let me I have put together some slides. So let me quickly share my screen, and we can start going through the details. Can someone on the call confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay, brilliant. So as I said, what I would like to do is, you know, start with my journey, and it's been quite an exciting one. So I'll be happy to share my experiences with you. We'll talk about management consulting. I'll give a quick overview of what we do at Syneos, sort of what kind of work we do, what kind of projects we do, and then we can talk about the skills that you need to be a management consultant, and again, consulting as a career. I see there are questions already in the chat box. So what I'll do is I'll quickly go through the slides and then make sure that we leave time to go through these questions at the end. Amazing. Okay, so I think if I had to kind of summarize what I do, as ma'am said, right, I'm based in London. I'm a management consultant. If there are three things that I would like to summarize my career so far with, so I've been in the industry for 7 years and have worked with the pharmaceutical executives across R&D. I love building relationships with my clients. I love interacting and engaging with my clients, understanding their problems, helping them solve their problems across the R&D value chain. And I'm really passionate about bringing the talent along. So whether that's talent within my organization or outside my organization, young you know, students like you who are just at the start of their career, helping them kind of, you know, nurture their talent and grow. And then most importantly, something that I really am passionate about and work closely on is the productivity of the R&D. How can pharmaceutical companies accelerate medicine development so that it reaches the patients worldwide? And again, I'm sure you, through your courses and otherwise, you must have heard the pharmaceutical medicine development is a very lengthy and complicated process, often taking a decade. I think COVID vaccine development is an amazing example of how some of the technology can be used to optimize that medicine development and can be replicated throughout for other areas as well. So I did my biotechnology from BTech in biotechnology from MIT back in 2010. And then thereafter,
Just a second, Atif, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Can everybody please put your mics on mute, please, other than Atif? Everybody kindly put your mics on mute. Thank you.
Thanks,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, Atif.
No, that's okay. So yeah, after I completed my BTech, I think went on through what most of the students in India go through, right? You are at that stage in your career where you start thinking whether should I take up a job? Should I go for higher studies? And if yes, if it is the higher studies, what do I want to do? Should I stay in the field and pursue masters, or should I go for a management course like an MBA? And then even with masters or PhD, there are so many questions. Should I stay in India? Should I go abroad? So I had similar challenges, but back then at where I was, I got this fantastic opportunity to through Gate to clear the BITS Pilani Masters course, and I got admission in BITS. So I completed my masters there, but again, just like after I finished my BTech, at the end of my ME, I was sort of in the same situation again, where I was thinking, okay, what's next for me? While I was doing my courses, I was very active in research. So did quite a few internships, just like all of you do, I'm sure. AIMS, CDFD. I was working very closely with Pooja ma'am in her lab for a year and a half when I was in Amity. So was very active and very passionate about research and really liked getting involved in the science and the experiments. And then even after my bachelor's and my master's, did some dissertations, which were more long-term, 6 months, 8-month courses. But at that time, I felt that what I wanted to do was something slightly different. While research was still close to my heart, while bench research and doing experiments is still something I absolutely love and admire, I realized that I wanted to do something different. And that was mostly for a couple of reasons. One was, honestly, it started with just, I thought, let me do something different for a couple of years, work in the industry, understand what is going on around me, and then maybe I can come back to it and decide if I want to do an MBA or if I want to do a PhD. So at that time, Kynaps, which was a very small boutique consulting firm headquartered in London, but had office in India, had offices in the US, came to BITS campus for recruitment. And I had honestly, when I started, and I still say this, I had no intention to pursue this as a career. But I thought, well, it's always, as we all think, right? It's good to have an option in hand. It's good to have a job opportunity in hand, and then make that decision. So I applied for the job. Luckily, I got the job. And as I started kind of understanding what Kynaps does, I started reading more about management consulting. And that is where the interest first peaked about what management consulting is, and especially what life science consulting is. Uh, so I joined Kynaps India in 2014, in the summer of 2014, in Gurgaon, which is where the India office was. And I worked from that office for 2 years. Now, just like all the other consulting companies, the model was that Kynaps, just like Deloitte, just like Accenture, just like other top consulting companies, mostly works with clients in the West. So they're European clients, they are American clients. So I started working on projects with my clients who were based in the UK, who were based in Germany, and who were based in the US. And what that meant was I had to regularly travel to the client sites. And it was, you can imagine, just out of college after my master's with 1 or 2 years of experience, traveling to these client sites, whether it's AstraZeneca in Sweden, or whether it's Pfizer in the US, or whether it's Bayer in Germany, traveling to the R&D sites of these organizations and interacting with the R&D leaders was an amazing experience, was a great exposure. And that's sort of where I started to get the feel of it, that okay, this is really exciting in terms of the career I'm pursuing. At that time, the travel got so busy and so intense that Kynaps was very kind enough to offer me if I wanted to relocate to the US. So again, when I started, I had no plans to stay in this industry for more than a year or 2 years. But when the opportunity came, I thought, well, it's a great opportunity and I wanted to be flexible. So I said, why not? So I moved to US in 2016 as a manager in our Boston office. And at that time, the team in Boston was growing. So it was a very startup-like culture. And I really, really enjoyed that, helped the team grow, helped the business grow, travel to parts of US to grow business, to bring in new projects, to work with new clients. At that point, somewhere towards mid of 2019, the tide slightly changed, and I got an opportunity to work for Syneos with an offer to relocate to London. So was like, fine, if it took me from India to US, maybe this is time to move from India to the UK. So I took that challenge, wasn't sure what was coming my way, but kind of felt right. It felt like an exciting opportunity. So I moved to the UK in 2019, and it's been 2 years now, a little over 2 years since I've been here. And again, in terms of what I do, that has evolved as my role has evolved, but I still work with the pharmaceutical clients. I still work with the pharmaceutical industry. Over the course of this time, I've been fortunate enough to write a few thought pieces with industry leaders. So I've worked with some clients in the R&D space, and we have written some what we call position papers or white papers on getting patients to take part in clinical trials. I have been fortunate enough to present at big conferences as well as speaker. Kynaps was kind enough to send me to Harvard for a few days for a management course on leadership and managing, which was really, really good experience. And then more recently, as I said, something I've picked up is nurturing talent. So I work with foundations here in the UK like SMF, which works with really, really smart but kids who come from, or students who come from less privileged backgrounds, but are really good in academics and studies, and help them define what career would look like for them. So again, there's a lot of information on this slide, but just to say I've been fortunate enough to have some really good mentors throughout who have guided me both in my academic career as well as in my professional career, which is why I'm here. It's not just hard work, as I said. My work has fortunately taken me places. So I have worked with clients and traveled and met clients all around Western Europe, so UK, Sweden, Germany, Spain, as well as the big areas of US, the big pharmaceutical hubs of US on the East Coast, in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, Los Angeles. So my work has given me the opportunity, thankfully, to travel to these places, to interact with the clients in these places, and help them solve their problems. So what exactly do I do? And I often say this, that the toughest part of being a management consultant is to be able to explain what exactly I do. So if I had to sum it up, right, management consulting is basically the art of helping clients and organizations to improve their performance. Now, there are different ways you can do that. There are different tiers at which you can do that. But what I do is I work with pharmaceutical companies and help them become successful so that they can bring medicines to the patients faster and provide life-saving treatments. And there are two parts to it, right? There's obviously the science behind it, which is all the amazing work that the scientists do, whether that's in bench research or that's in clinical setup, where they conduct clinical trials, they conduct experiments to see the safety, efficacy, and how safe and effective a drug is. But then there's a whole business arm to it as well, which is all these trials that are happening around the world. There's a big organization that is managing these trials, that is planning and organizing these trials. All these, I'm sure you have heard about approvals a lot in COVID times, where, okay, US has granted approval to Pfizer and Moderna, UK has granted approval to AstraZeneca. There's a big machinery and process that makes these approvals possible. So there's a big organizations and pharmaceutical setup that work behind the business of getting these drugs approved. So that's the part of the business I work with. So I work with pharmaceutical executives not scientists. So I work with pharmaceutical executives and help them, solve their day-to-day business problems so that these medicines can come to the market. I will say there is something very satisfying about working in the pharmaceutical industry, and seeing some of these medicines reach patients. I've been involved in one medicine where we're part of the team that helped basically get an approval for a medicine, and then that reached the patient. So when you're part of such projects and you see medicines actually in real life, the science from bench going to the bedside and reaching the patients, it's a very satisfying feeling, and that's probably the reason why I decided to pursue consulting in pharmaceuticals. So the business need, and there are different needs, there are different drivers for conducting consulting in the business setup, right? And you can usually classify them into four buckets. I think the first one is sort of a more strategic angle where the client may need a specific input on certain capabilities to define the future of their organization, or to define the future strategic direction for a particular business problem. And that's sort of one kind of consulting that's out there. And one of the best examples is uh, we have a client. He's the head of, let's say, he's the head of clinical operations in a company, and he has a team of 500 people reporting to him, and he basically wants to have a clear vision of, okay, how do these people operate, who's doing what, who is reporting to who, how are they contributing to facilitating clinical trials. So that's one kind of project, for example, that we do. The other is, again, to define the strategic direction. So because we work with multiple clients, we have what we call an unbiased view, but we also have something called as an industry experience. So if I am working with AstraZeneca and I'm working with Bayer and I'm working with Pfizer, what I have is an understanding of how these companies operate. And then if I go to another client, they often ask us for that input, that, okay, you don't have to give me the names of the clients, but can you tell me generally what is happening in the industry? What are the leaders of the industry doing that I can do as well? So that's another kind of projects that we do. The other is very specific capabilities where the clients often have these massive initiatives going on. And again, the scale of these initiatives is significant. When we talk about the medicine development, a product often takes up to 10 years to get to the market, and it takes $5 to $10 billion to get a pharmaceutical product on the market. So you can imagine the amount of time and effort and money that is spent on these products. Now, again, COVID is a standout, and it's a fantastic example of how that can be accelerated, the COVID vaccines. But usually, the pharmaceutical development is a very lengthy process, and often there are a lot of initiatives going on where the clients might be optimizing their processes, they might be optimizing all the softwares and all the technology that they use, and they might need support with specific topics. So they might need project management support and change management support with where they're rolling out a new system to 500 people and they want to facilitate trainings for them. They want to facilitate the project management of this 2-year initiative and things like that. And then the last bit is, again, the capacity to deliver this change. As I said, right, uh, they have an initiative and they actually need support to roll it out. So they might need 3 or 4 people who can go to their sites, who can do trainings, or who can help them define processes and things like that, to actually execute these transformational projects. So there are multiple ways in which, pharmaceutical, and this is probably more relevant to pharmaceutical industry, is where we see the business need of consulting. Now, there's obviously the research-based need as well, and I'll get to that in a second. So again, if I had to sort of summarize this, at the top, you see what I call the area of expertise. So there's obviously R&D operations, which is sort of your early development, phase 0, phase 1, when the product is still in early development. There are clinical operations when the product is actually in clinical trials. So phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and it is getting more towards marketing approval and distribution. And then there's drug safety, pharmacovigilance. So all the things we hear nowadays about adverse reactions and people having reactions and very rare, side effects to COVID vaccines. These are very common. These happen with all the drugs as part of their life cycle. So, but there is a pharmaceutical arm that monitors all these safety related issues. There's obviously quality and compliance that looks at not just the quality and compliance of making the product, but also the quality and compliance within which pharmaceutical companies audit, because what they produce is ultimately consumed by humans. There's a lot of scrutiny and auditing on what pharmaceutical companies do and how they operate. So QNC is a very important part of that group. Then there's regulatory affairs, which are basically responsible for getting the drugs approved. So making filings to different health authorities, like we hear FDA, MHRA, uh, and getting these drugs approved. And then we obviously have medical affairs, which works with doctors and medical liaisons, and kind of creates awareness about these products. So that's the R&D chain. And within that chain, you will see there are different kinds of consulting business or business areas that need consulting, right? The first one, for example, is the corporate portfolio strategy. And there are a lot of generalist consultancies out there. Now, these are usually very big consulting firms like PwC, Deloitte, KPMG, uh, BCG, McKinsey, and what we call as the generalists. So they are very expert at the corporate level, where they help clients work in that corporate area of organization and design. They usually don't go into the subject, so they may not understand pharma R&D as much as they just understand the business side of it, and they are often spread across industry. So they might be involved in energy, in healthcare, in banking as well, maybe. And then there is sort of more core R&D related development strategy, and that's where we work. So we only work in the R&D area, or my group only works in the R&D area, and we only provide advisory services in that area. And I'll get to that in a second, what that means. Then there are also opportunities there to work in commercial consulting. So this is helping clients launch uh, products to the market. So these are more commercial. There's a client and they want to basically launch a new product in Germany. And they want to, before they do that, they need to do a whole bunch of analysis on what does the market look like? What's the competition like? How should I price my product? Are there insurance companies that are willing to pay for my product? Uh, so there's a whole group of consulting, and there's also sort of the marketing side of it, where you brand your products and you market your products. We see a lot of ads on TV. I know in India it's mostly generics, but if you happen to see the ads from the US or Europe, there's a lot of branding on new pharmaceutical products that happens. And then there are sort of more niche providers at the bottom. So obviously you have CROs, which are the contact research organizations. And these are organizations that are spread throughout the world, that have clinical trial sites almost everywhere in the world. And they conduct clinical trials for the clients. And again, if you think about the scale of these trials, right, a phase 3 often has 30, depending on the disease area, it has 30 to 40,000 trial participants sometimes. And these CROs have the capabilities to basically work with pharmaceutical clients and conduct clinical trials throughout the world. Most of the clinical trials that happen right now are conducted by CROs. So all the COVID studies that have happened in the past 18 months or so, the reason why they were possible was because of the strength of the CROs to ramp up resources and conduct these trials throughout the world. But this is not just true for COVID vaccine; it happens across the industry. So all the cancer research, all the disease biology, all the rare diseases, all the genetic diseases, there are either generic CROs or niche CROs that do those studies. And then there are more functional aspects, what we call as the BPOs, which basically take a chunk of your work and outsource it to a nearshore area, like, for example, in Eastern Europe, India, China, Latin America. So you take big chunks of work from your day-to-day and you give it to a service provider who will deliver it for you for a much cheaper option. So that's another side of it. So this is just to sort of lay a framework of how does the consulting market look like? What are the different areas in which different consulting companies operate? And as I said, I would like to go specifically into what I do and what we do at R&D, because that's sort of my bread and butter. So what exactly do we do? As I said, right, we work with our clients and provide innovative solutions. We help them improve their businesses, whether that's at an organizational level, at a process level, at a technology level, and we help them successfully transform their businesses. And we do this across the value chain. So we do this for clinical, quality, regulatory, and PV. If I had to talk in more detail about our services, they usually fall into 4 buckets. And they, again, all of these apply to all the 3 areas of clinical, quality, reg, and PV. So we offer strategy, innovation, and operating model optimization services. And that's often where you're working with a client and they basically, it's a new organization, or it has just basically been acquired by another company, or they have just basically, divested from another group, and they're still trying to define where they want to be 5 months down the line, or 5 years down the line, or 2 years down the line. So we help them define okay, this is your roadmap and this is what you should be doing. We do quite a bit of process and technology transformation. As you can imagine, in the current world, technology is disrupting everything and disrupting it in a good way. So all the clients, all the pharmaceutical companies, they are looking at technology to optimize their business operations. Now, whether that's sort of niche core technology to do the day-to-day job, or it's taking up technology to do things like automation and using coded robots and coded softwares to do tasks. We help clients look at those opportunities and help realize them. We do a lot of program and change management. As you can imagine, pharmaceutical companies, they're 20, 30,000 people companies. It's not easy to roll out a change. It's not easy to say, okay, today this is how we work, but tomorrow we're going to change it completely and this is how we'll start working tomorrow. There has to be a process to do that. And that requires a lot of training, that requires a lot of change management, and obviously the program management. So we've helped pharmaceutical clients do that as well. We do a lot of benchmarking work, as I was saying earlier. Because we work with the industry, we have a fairly solid idea of how industry operates. So we often do projects where we go to the clients and they want to have, let's say I'm working with the clinical group. The question we often get is, I want to be the best in class clinical operations group in the world. Can you help me define what that would look like? So that's where we bring all the thought capital, all the experience that we have built or gathered from working with other clients, from working with other organizations, and we help clients define a plan to do that. Some of the clients, as I said, these are all very familiar names, and I'm pretty sure they, if we talk with all the leading consulting companies, they have some presence in these groups. But Pfizer, GSK, AstraZeneca, Johnson and Johnson, some of them have been my personal clients. So AbbVie, for example, has been my personal client. AstraZeneca, yes, I've worked directly with them. Takeda, GSK, Novartis, Allergan. These are Bayer. These are some of my own clients and some of the clients that I've worked with in the past 7 years. The methodology, and we'll get to the skills and details in a second, but just to quickly, talk about the methodology that we follow. A consulting project usually has 3 phases. You often start with the diagnostic. So you step in, you come into a project, and you're asked that the client often says that we have a problem. So your first step is to understand that problem, is to first understand what is going on and what is wrong, what is not working well. Once you define that problem and you define the ways to fix it, then you start designing the solution. So once you understand, okay, this is the issue, then you start thinking about, okay, this is how I fix this problem. And then you deploy that, then you implement it. Now, there are times when we do all the 3 phases for a client, where we'll do the diagnostic, we'll do the design and deployment. There are times when the clients might want to do the diagnostic themselves, or have done the diagnostic themselves, so they already know what the problems are. they need our help with deployment and design. And in other cases, they just want us to diagnose it because they want to design it and deploy it themselves. So these are sort of the three sort of the flavors of consulting projects that we often do. Skills, again, honestly, I think the skills that you build in your day-to-day through your academics and through your coursework, and I think just picking some general skills is what the life of a consultant is, honestly. I think the first one is building relationships. So, and to do that, you have to be really, a good listener. So when we go to the client meetings, it's really important for us to understand what the client is saying. And to do that, it's really important to listen. So sitting there, let the client explain what their problems are, being very clear and understanding that. It helps you build that bond with the client when you listen to them and you try and show empathy that you understand their problems. You have to be, obviously, you have to be personable. So again, showing that human element when you work with your clients, and showing that you're not there to sell a business or to sell a service, but you're genuinely there to build a relationship and solve a problem is really important. Defining a problem, understanding a problem is really important. So understanding the root cause, having a set of tools and frameworks to basically define a problem, understand a problem is really important. Strategic research, again, is something really that you will use a lot that we use a lot in our day-to-day as a consultant. That is basically to be able to analyze data, whether that is the data that the client provides you, or whether that's the data that is available in the industry as public platforms. And at times, these can be research articles. These can be, the client might give you their performance data over the past 5 years, or they might give you their expenditures, or they spend, how much money they're spending in R&D over 10 years, and you might have to do some analysis. So being open to do that analysis and making sense out of big, massive, data sets is really important. Obviously, once you understand the problem and once you have research on the problem, solving the problem is really important. So one of the reasons why clients pay consultants a lot of money is because consultants can help them solve their problems that they cannot solve in their day-to-day. And again, often we see that a client is not happy with one solution. So you often have to go in with multiple solutions in mind, with multiple scenarios in mind. And again, think about the big picture when we solve problems. So although our solutions might be small and to specific problems, they often have to fit within a big picture. They often have to fit within a big picture of the product needs to go to the market, the research needs to be robust, the product needs to be approved, and it needs to save lives. So having that big picture is really important. Leadership and facilitation, I can't stress this enough. Public speaking is something that you have to do day in, day out as a consultant. There are days when 9 to 5, I am talking to my clients back to back, and I have to facilitate discussions, I have to lead discussions, and being prepared to do that and being really excited about it is fun. So being able to do that is key. So again, talking to your audience, engaging with your audience, understanding, especially in the current world where we're not face to face, so we can't read faces, we can't see the gestures, the soft gestures that the clients might have. It's really important to perceive your audience virtually and kind of be able to facilitate where everyone is remote, facilitate these sessions. It's been difficult. It's been more difficult recently because, as I was saying earlier, the norm in consulting was anytime you needed to work with a client, you would just get on a plane and see them, even if it was for 2 hours, 3 hours. I have done day trips to countries and left in the morning and come back in the evening because it's just so easy to listen and sit face to face with the clients. It has become more challenging in current times because now with the restrictions we can't travel, so we have to facilitate all these things over Zoom or Teams or WebEx and other stuff. So you have to be really well prepared and practice. Communications, again, a very strong trait to have. You have to be very structured. It has to be fit for purpose and targeted. Think about, and this is something that I often had to unlearn as I went through my journey, is when we grow up, or when we are in schools, when we are in colleges, and again, I agree, scientific literature is difficult, it is complicated. So when we write research paper, there's a lot of analysis, there's a lot of good detail in there, but they are, if a person who does not have the background tries to understand it, it takes them at least 2-3 times to reread before they can make sense out of the research. So I think what's really important on the business side is that the communication has to be simple, because imagine if you're talking to the head of R&D in a pharmaceutical company, he probably has 15 minutes to listen to you, and you better be prepared to have very clear point of what exactly do I want to communicate in those 15 minutes. If you're not structured enough, if you're not organized enough, you will lose your audience in 5 minutes, and then thereafter it's a difficult conversation. So again, having very simple communication principles often goes a long way, and this is something that I've learned over time. And again, think about the industry in general, right? I think in India we go through this academic setup, we go through convent schools where there's a lot of stress on, oh, you have to speak good English, you have to speak really, really difficult words. But trust me, when you work with the clients on the West, they speak way easier English than most of us, and that's because of a lot of reasons. If you think about the industry, a lot of our clients actually don't come from an English speaking background. So in Europe, you have French clients, you have German clients, you have Swedish clients, for whom, just like us, English is not a first language. Then on the American side, you work with a lot of clients who may come from Asia, Japan, China, who may come from Latin America. And again, English is not their first language. So if you try and speak really difficult, or if we try and speak really difficult English with them, it often is a challenge. So very simple, very easy language that is easy to follow, that is easy for you to structure and easy for them to understand goes a really long way. Building your expertise, you cannot be a consultant before without knowing the subject. So you can't consult someone on pharmaceuticals if you don't know how R&D works, if you don't understand how research works, if you don't understand how clinical trials work, then it's difficult to provide advice on those subjects. And then as a consultant, you have to brand yourself. You have to have your own profile. You have to have your own network. And again, I think 10, 15 years back, the avenues were not there, right? But now there are so many opportunities for young students to build their brand, even when you're in college. LinkedIn is such a fantastic example where you can look at, you can follow literally all the big leaders of the industry, see what they're doing, what they're talking about. There are few leaders in the industry who are very vocal and often do podcasts, often do talks. One person that comes to my mind is the head of R&D at Novartis, Vas Narasimhan. He is someone who is almost every day posts a video on LinkedIn about what he's passionate about, what he sees as the challenges in the industry and challenges in research. So again, following your network, build your network, see what people are talking about in the industry is something that's really, really important. And even beyond that, right, nowadays, internet is just, you're a few clicks away. YouTube, all these pharmaceutical clients, they have massive, massive social media presence. So again, just getting that awareness and building that awareness as you go is really, really important. Why do we want to do this? Sure, it's fun. The medicines get to the patients. That is amazing. But why do we want to do something like management consulting? I think there are 6 things that I really, really like about it. The diversity of the work is something that really excites me. So I'm someone who just cannot do a 9 to 5 day-to-day same thing day in day out. I need constant change. Every 2 months, 3 months, I want to do something new. I want to do something exciting, and consulting is a great way to do that because the projects range from few weeks to few months. The biggest project I have been on has been 12 months, and then the project finished and I did something else. So the diversity of the work is really, really exciting. It's not just the diversity of the project, it's the diversity of the clients, it's the diversity of the teams. So on one project, I may be working with one team, and on another project, I might be working with another team, and same for the client. So it gives me that diversity. Right now, I'm managing 3 projects in parallel. I have 3 different teams to work with, 3 different clients that I work with. And it's really, really, especially in the current times, where we are all looking for some kind of change, some kind of break from the routine. It's really refreshing to, engage with and interact with so many people and talk to so many clients. Build your learning of the industry. I think as a consultant, as I said, having worked with multiple clients, it's a great way to see what different clients are doing, what industry is doing in general. And you might see that, okay, Pfizer has a really, really cool drug on cancer. And in the next 5 years, for example, it's going to be a big blockbuster. Or Roche, for example, are doing some really cool work in digitization and technology, where they're using automation to do some of the work. So you learn about the industry, you see what is happening in the industry. Career growth, I have been fortunate enough and I've been thankful enough for some amazing career opportunities that consulting has given me. As I said, it's a very sort of, you are taken at your face value. You work on global teams. So even when I was working in India, and this is not just true for me, this is true for all the consulting companies that operate from India, whether it's Deloitte, it's Accenture, their teams, they work with global clients. So, and with global teams. So you will work with colleagues in the US, you will work with colleagues in Europe, and that's a great opportunity to learn from your colleagues, and build confidence and improve and progress your career. You get responsibilities very early. When I started my career, I was given tasks where at times I was like, oh God, I never thought I'd be doing these things so early in my career. Again, things like going to a client meeting. So working with the head of R&D, for example, and facilitating a meeting, presenting in a 15-minute meeting to the head of R&D, let's say at AstraZeneca, or head of clinical at AstraZeneca, getting those opportunities, or even being in the room when the industry leaders are talking and you just listen in, is significant, and it massively shapes your career. Training opportunities are endless. As I said, consulting companies work on a diverse range of projects, and that often requires trainings, which can be either delivered in-house, or you can get those trainings outside and the companies would pay for it. There are general trainings as well, like project management trainings, Six Sigma. I know Amity, when I was there, we used to have these courses on QMS and Six Sigma. That I think I took a couple of them and found them really, really helpful. But again, when you go into consulting and you need some of these courses and trainings, your companies would often pay for them, because again, that's a part of your job. It's a very startup-like culture, and I know that is something that the young generation is really, really excited about. There is no hierarchy in consulting. In most consulting companies, there's no hierarchy. I call my boss by his name. I call my CEO by his name. We sit next to each other, so there are no offices, no cabins. And this is something that most of the consulting companies practice, is what we call a hot desk culture, where you come and you take a desk, you sit. Your boss or the head of your company might be sitting next to you, working with you all day. So again, that culture of being very open-minded, and breaking down the hierarchies is something that really helps early on. And then the rewards are endless. The salaries, I think consulting is one of the highest paid, I think after medicine in the West. I think it's after doctors, it's one of the most highly paid jobs. That's not the only driver, but it is an important component, I know. There are significant opportunities for travel. As I said, there was a time when I traveled to 5 different countries in 5 days and came back home at the end of the week. So again, for someone who really, really likes doing that, this is a great opportunity. And then the promotions are often based on performance rather than, okay, you have to spend. So you can't, for example, someone can't expect to get promoted thrice in 2 years, but it's not driven by time, it's driven by performance. If you are performing, you can get promoted very, very quickly, and rise the ranks very quickly. You can get opportunities to work from other offices. So just in my case, I was fortunate to start in India, go to the US, and then be here in the UK. So there are plenty of rewards. career of a management consultant. As I said, although these times are just indicative, but roughly this is what most people spend at different levels, and this is by no means just a time-bound, role, but it's also to show that you have done some project work. So you might do a couple of projects in 1 or 2 years at an analyst level, perform and show that you're doing really, really well, move up. And so entry level students who are graduates and who complete their masters, they usually start at an analyst level. So that's the first level. We see some PhDs who come in at a senior analyst level. So if you have a PhD or if you have an MBA, that might give you a slight edge. And we see candidates coming in at senior analyst level. But beyond that, it is, you have to work your way up. So it's not possible for someone to join as a consultant in a consulting firm without prior consulting experience, or join as a manager without any consulting experience. So one of those industries where you have to work your way up, but you often start as an analyst or a senior analyst. And at that point, your responsibility in day-to-day is to work with your team, which usually is a consultant and a manager, to deliver a project. And your responsibility would be to attend meetings with them, both internal and client meetings. There might be times when you might have to present in those meetings, but that's again depending on the confidence level that you set with your team. You might ask, you might be asked to take part in discussions or document findings. You might have to do a lot of analysis when you're solving a problem for a client. So I was saying earlier, research is a consultant's tool, right? It's a very strong tool to have in consulting. And again, that's something that you'll have to do as an analyst or a senior analyst. And at that level, you're usually working on one project. So you'll be working full time on one project as an analyst or a senior analyst. As you grow up into a consultant's role, your role becomes more client facing and less delivery side. So instead of writing deliverables, instead of writing documents and reports, you're actually working with analysts and senior analysts and helping them write the reports, but you are presenting them to the client. You are talking to the client. At that level, you might be working on multiple projects, sometimes 2-3 projects. And as you kind of build your expertise as a consultant, and as you start engaging more with the client and talking to them and answering questions, you start working towards that manager layer. And at that point, your responsibility is to manage multiple projects. So you do not work on an individual project. You don't create materials on an individual project, but you are the point of contact for the client. You are responsible for running multiple projects. So as I said, right now, I have 3 projects that I'm running. I have consultants and analysts and senior analysts working on all of them. And they're spread across, some of them are here, some are in India, some are in the US, and I work with all of them. But I am ultimately responsible for making sure that the project is on track. And then beyond that, you sort of become that the next level is director, vice president, who are sort of the cherry on top, if you will, whose role is just to oversee that things are getting done. They spend more time with the clients. As you can imagine, as you go up this ladder, you spend more and more time with the clients. You spend more time talking to clients, understanding their problems, helping them solve those problems rather than actually deliver the solutions to the client. So this is sort of the trajectory that you would follow as you go along. As I said, the timelines are by no means bounding. I have seen people with much faster career growth who have become managers in lesser time. So yeah, I think this is my last slide, and then we'll go to the questions. So what does it take to get into a consulting firm? And the process is fairly standard. I think most clients follow this process, or most companies follow this process. You'll obviously have an initial screening with the HR. They would come in, they would see your fit, your communication skills, the way you carry yourself, the way you present yourself, your listening capabilities, your listening skills, your speaking skills. And once sort of that initial screening is done, you get into the first round for consulting, which is usually case study problem solving. So this is often you're given a client situation And the way, for example, we do it here at Cineos is I would, for example, take one of my current projects and give that as a problem statement to the client and say, okay, let's say I'm working with the head of R&D at a pharmaceutical company, and they come to us with a request that they need to improve their R&D productivity by 5% in the next 5 years. Can you help me document an approach and a plan? And again, it doesn't have to be spot on. It's just to see, again, your problem understanding and your problem solving capability. So it's to understand that there are other ways of doing it. Market sizing case studies. If you go online and you just search consulting case studies, you will see hundreds of them, where these are market sizing case studies where you'll have some facts, some figures from an organization, and at that point they would ask you, okay, how would you approach this problem? And the idea is to see your thinking process, how you're able to think on your feet. Because think about the real life situation where you're working with a client and you're in a meeting with them and they suddenly ask you a question. So you may not know the answer, but you have to be smart enough to help them understand the question and solve the question. So again, being able to do that is really, really important. That's why we test that in the case study round. Presentation, as I said, is a consultant's bread and butter. This is something that you'll have to do day in, day out. So we really like to test our candidates on their presentation skills. Do they have the capability, and can they be trained to present in front of an audience, to ask questions, to lead discussions, to keep the audience engaged? And then there's often a final interview, which is more about, okay, why do you want to work with us? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? I remember when I was interviewed by Kynaps, my final interview was with who was at that time the head of consulting, and he was in the UK, and he asked me a question, where do you want to be in 5 years? And I had no idea. I remember I had just come out of a class in BITS. I had finished my master's. So I think it was the final days of classroom. I had just walked out of the class. I had to attend this call. And he asked me, where do you want to be in 5 years? And I had no idea where I wanted to be. So I just said, I want to be sitting next to you and working with you. And he really liked that. So again, being able to have a clear picture of where you want to be in life, what you want. And again, it's okay to not have the right answer, but as long as you're on the path to find that answer, that's the most important thing. So then obviously you'll have that final interview, and at that point, you will then be told if you have qualified or not. But this was I think this was it. Yeah, I'll pause here before I go to the questions. Pooja ma'am, Nidhi ma'am, or anyone else, is there anything, any questions from your side, or should we directly go to the Q&A?
I think we'll take the questions from the students first, because I can see a lot of questions. So we can maybe take the questions from the student, and then if something is missing, we'll take that later.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. So I'll go through these questions one by one, and I'll try and kind of bucket them. So how do we get the best out of biotechnology so we can get better placements? I think, again, depends. It sort of is a mixed bag, right? Where exactly do you want to be? If you want to pursue a more sort of scientific career, then bench research is your way to go, right? So get involved in labs. There is so much research happening in Amity. There is so much research happening in India. That's sort of one way to pursue it. If not, if business is your interest, then again, look at opportunities and internships and business setups. I think all the consulting companies, all the other businesses, I think before this, we had a gentleman from Roche who was presenting. All the big companies, they have offices in India and they have internships. So look out for those opportunities. I think one way or the other, be very honest with your academics. Be very honest in your day-to-day in your classrooms, because it's not just the subjects that you're learning, it's the other skills you're learning as well. So I know, for example, you might have to do presentations, you might have to do assignments, you might have to do dissertations and things like that. Those things really, really shape you. The way you approach them, the way you approach those assignments, and the way you approach those presentations they really help you build your skills, and more than often they go with you a long way. Other courses that you're offered, communication courses, are equally important. So yeah, I would say depending on which way you want to go, whether it's bench research, then probably start working in some labs. But if you want to go on the business side, then start looking for internship opportunities. Uh, is doing management after PhD preferred? I think I answered this. It depends. Either ways, you'll have to start at the bottom. I think doing a PhD, I have seen a lot of my colleagues, I have seen a lot of my seniors who have a PhD background and have really, really strong scientific aptitude. So if a PhD is something you want to pursue, I think there's no harm in doing that. I think it's a great idea. But again, if you were more leaning towards a management course, or you want to pursue a career in management, then it might be better to think about, okay, what courses can I pursue to make that possible? So these are two different lines. These are two different areas. So depending on which way you want to go, I would say that is how you should define your career choices. I want to pursue my master's PhD from abroad, preferably from a scholarship. What are the steps of doing so? Gosh, yeah, a golden question that all of us had when even I was in college. How do I get a scholarship? How do I get a fellowship to go abroad? I think what you will find is the scholarships and the opportunities at master's level are lesser, while as the PhD scholarships opportunities are higher in the Western world. So masters, I would say, again, I think DARD has a few programs in Germany. America, again, I think you have to go through SAT, you have to go through GRE, you have to go through TOEFL. So you have to sit through those tests, and then you have to have your documents ready, like statement of purpose and things like that. I think PhD is a more, I won't call it straightforward, but I think it's a more simpler process, because at that point you are working directly with an institute, you're working directly with a lab, and you're trying to work with them. So it's manageable to do that. So again, that's one opportunity you can pursue. I think Pooja ma'am would like to add something here as well.
You're on mute, Dr. Pooja.
Sorry. Yes, I think Atif is right. It is much easier to go abroad for your doctoral program rather than your master's with scholarship. But the opportunity in master's is higher than the opportunity that you get for your doctoral program. Because see, with every elevation in your degree, the process, the scrutiny that happens on the other side also increases. So you require a much more robust CV in terms of your publications, or probably the internships that you have done over the years when somebody is looking for a doctoral candidate. And also a doctoral position is more focused, right? So if somebody is working on oncology or an immunology or a virology problem, and you do not have any understanding of the nitty-gritties of that particular the platform, then obviously your candidature becomes weaker, because you have to understand that it is not the students from India who apply for positions abroad. It's all over the world, right? So you have Chinese, and you have Mexicans, and you have Japanese, and you have European students, you have everybody. And usually in a laboratory, you have one or two, maximum one or two PhD positions, which are paid. But for a master's degree, it becomes easier because the positions for an international candidate are larger. Also, they're not very strict with what you have done in terms of your publications in your master's. It probably depends more on your CGPA, your SOP, your LORs, which are very important. Another thing that students have to, which I would also be in very detail answering during my talk today from 3:30 onwards, is that how important an LOR is. We do not take LORs as a very important document when it comes to universities in India. But abroad, LORs make a lot of difference. So if the LOR is a cut, copy, paste from a sample LOR, obviously it doesn't hold much water. So the LOR has to be very personal. It has to reflect the relationship that the person who's giving the LOR has with the students. So be very sure from whom you're taking your LOR. Like I gave Atif LOR because I knew Atif really well. He worked with me for an year in my lab and I was his faculty's teacher. We had a very good relationship in terms of a student and a mentor. So I knew him as, as somebody in my lab. I knew him on a personal front as well. So for me to give him an LOR was very easy because I knew the student. But someone whom I don't know or I haven't interacted much, that LOR would not have enough weightage. So all these things are very important. So you have to plan it very, very properly. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, thanks, ma'am. Yeah, I completely agree. I have seen my friends, my colleagues who came in here for masters. Yeah, as ma'am said, right, it's easier because you're going into a structured course. So your path is almost cut for you because you're applying to a structured course. Well, as a PhD, there's a lot of check. Okay, what work have you done? Does your work fit in the lab? So on. So yeah, I completely echo that. Just in interest of time, moving to the next set of questions. So how much difficult it was for you? Gosh, yeah, I mean, it's been a fun ride. I've been thankful enough to have really, really good mentors throughout, whether it was in my Amity days, in my BITS days, or you know, even in my career. So all I would say is, right, whatever you're doing on a day-to-day basis, be honest and diligent about it. In right now, your focus should be your academics. It should be to build your good CGPA. If you're working on research, then again, pursue that honestly and with dedication. If you want to pursue management, then again, pursue that with honesty and dedication. Things like these LORs, SOPs are really, really important. And I have realized the only way you can write a good SOP is if you know what you want to do. So having that understanding is really important. Does management consulting include patent application?
Atif, I would
Yeah.
give a small anecdote in
Okay.
between.
I hope it's a good one.
So just for the understanding of all the students. So it was 2014, I remember very well, and I was called for a lecture in Jodhpur, ICMR lab in Jodhpur, and I gave the presentation. So I work on mycology, and Atif worked on the same organism when he was in my lab. So anyway, so after my presentation, there was an acknowledgement slide, and it had the names of my PhD students and the trainees who were there in my lab, and Atif's name was there as well. My presentation got over, I came down, and the person just after me was from BITS, and he gave a presentation, and in his acknowledgement slide, Atif's name was there as well.
Was it Dr. Das?
I don't remember the person's name, but I think he worked on proteomics. I'm not very sure, or biophysics, something like that. And I went up to him and I said, we have a common factor. Both of us have Atif Mehraj Kababi on our slide and on the acknowledgement, and it's the same person. And you know, it was a huge. I mean, we both kind of. It was a fun moment. So that is how that is how students grab opportunities, and that's what Atif did. He actually did not let a great opportunity pass by. So you have to understand that, right? In your student's career, there would be your course curriculum there, because you asked how difficult it was for him. Obviously, it was as difficult, probably more difficult for him, because at that time we did not have the kind of infrastructure at AIB that we have now. We did not have the kind of projects that we have now. So obviously, it was even more difficult for him. We are talking about 9 to 10 years before. I mean, it's been 9 to 10 years now. Right. So for him, it was even more difficult, but he did make the right choices. He ensured that he does not miss an opportunity. And you can see very well where he is today. So do not become complacent. Do not just laze around the entire day, right? Look for opportunities. You cannot come to the college, does not matter. Look for certificate courses, look for online trainings, look for bioinformatics training, learn something new. Learning something new will never go waste. You will always have that as a backup plan.
That's exactly right, and that's such a funny coincidence, because yes, I know the faculty member you're talking about. It was in proteomics, and I was working in his lab. He was working in parasitology as well on malaria, and I worked in his lab for a year when I was at BITS. So such a small world, but yeah, no, I completely agree with you, ma'am. Just grab your opportunities on a day-to-day. I think we often in India we have this mindset that I don't have the facilities or I don't have the infrastructure that the students in the West have. Having worked here, having recruited students here, I go to campus recruitments, and we pick from top universities here in the UK. We usually pick candidates from Oxford. So having interacted with the students there, they're no different from you. It's just that, it's the hard work and the perseverance. They have same questions as you would have, right? What do I do after my bachelor's? What do I do after my master's? Is the scientific path right, or is the management path right? So the questions are same everywhere. They probably, I would say, the way we teach in India and the depth that we go to, we probably understand and study in way more detail than they do. So we already have this advantage of being really, really, deep and thorough in our subjects. We spend a lot of time on communication skills, so that's another add-on. Now, granted, they're native speakers here, but I think we spend a lot of time brushing up our skills that people here don't do. So you're already at an advantage there. Uh, Moving on. So can we apply in Deloitte, KPMG, PwC? Yes. A lot of these companies have internships. I think, again, if you're looking at the big brands, it's slightly difficult to, directly apply for a position. But a nice way to start is with an internship. And they, again, they might interview you, they might look at your SOP, but I know people who have been able to do that. So I won't say it's impossible, but it's definitely something that you can do. Greatest strength as a senior manager, uh, I see my role in three. Sort of, I see it as a triangle. Uh, the one sort of the edge of the triangle is client relationships. So I need to have really good client relationships to be a successful manager. The second side of it is problem solving. So being able to understand what the client wants and being able to solve those problems for them. And the third one is subject matter knowledge. So understanding the subject, understanding the again the sort of the R&D, the pharmaceutical value chain. I would say those are the three things that you would need. Types of consulting, again, so there are tiers of it, right? There's a general consulting, which is sort of you're doing more generic org related, portfolio related consulting, and those are companies like PwC, Bain, KPMG, Deloitte. Then there are specialized consulting groups, so you might have R&D groups that only do R&D strategic consulting. I know Accenture does some of it. I know Deloitte does some of it. We certainly do it. Then there are more commercial consulting groups that do more of pricing and market access and health economics related work. And then you have sort of the bottom two tiers, which are the contract research organizations and the BPOs. What is the most common mistakes done by millennials these days, and how to tackle and avoid them? Gosh, that's a tough one. I think it's just trying to find easy solutions. There is no easy path to anything. Everything goes through hard work. So trying to find quick fixes, trying to find quick solutions to your day-to-day problems. Uh, I would say that's a very common mistake. I think the other thing that we often see young students do is think about, okay, well, for example, I might, just as an example, if you're a graduate and you want to, for example, pursue an interest in biochemistry, and you might say, well, my only interest is biochemistry. I don't need to learn bioinformatics and other stuff. I think that's a very bad mindset to have, because when you get to the other side of the academics, it all comes together, right? Whether you're a biochemist, whether you're a microbiologist, whether you're a bioinformatician, it all sort of needs to come together, especially when you're talking to these clients, right? They don't talk in the language of, oh, this is a biochemistry problem, or this is a this is a microbiology problem. They see a problem as a problem. So just kind of having that understanding that whatever I do, I'll do it diligently and I'll do it well. I think the other one is trying to jump steps. So understand there is a time for everything. Everything will happen in its own time, and you will need to be patient for that. And that's important as well. Does it require any course or just a great observation at problem solving attitude? I think it's a skill you can develop, right? And I think now is a really good time to develop this skill. Try to think about all your day-to-day problems and see how you perceive them, how you solve them. There are tools and frameworks out there. You will see plenty of them on the internet. Coursera runs a lot of courses on problem solving behaviors and attitudes, and you can go through them as well. But I think it's mostly your mindset and attitude. If you are someone who's keen on looking at a problem and trying to solve it, just being observing and researching about it is a great start. Can you please tell me if an MBA degree in biotechnology would be superior to MBA degree in HR and finance? Again, depends where you want to go, right? If you want to go in the field of HR and finance, then that's the MBA you should pursue. If you are more keen and more inclined on being in the industry, then a degree in biotechnology makes sense. I think again, this is something that we emphasize a lot on, is to immediately, right? At times we see students who have completed their bachelor's, and just because they aren't able to decide, they immediately decide to go for a master's course, and then after they do that, they realize, well, this is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do something else. So at times, and this is again not suggesting it, but what I have seen a lot of people do here is after their graduation, they often either take up internships or they take up a role or a job that they're interested in. They try and see what it looks like for a couple of years, and then they decide, okay, should I go back to school? I recently, for example, know someone who was working with me. She worked with me for 6 years in the US, and now she has gone to an Ivy League school to pursue her master's. So again, there's no age for that. But if you are not sure which way you want to pursue, I would say pause, think about it, talk to your mentors, talk to your faculty, see if you can get internships. Again, I know in India, we often have this clock ticking in our mind that, okay, I'm now 22, now I'm 24, now I'm 26, I need to get a job, or I need to do a new degree, or I need to do my PhD. In the grand scheme of things, 6 months of internship, if it gives you clarity for the rest of your life, I would say it's worth it. If I had to do it, I would do it. I certainly, when I did my master's, as I said, I joined consulting just because I wanted to see what it felt like. I wanted to go back to PhD. I wanted to take a pause, work in the industry for a while, and then decide to do a PhD. But when I did it, I liked it, and I thought this is what I want to do. So there's no harm in trying. Failures are okay. If you have to learn and relearn and unlearn things as you go along, there is no shame in that. When should one shift from one organization to another one? How beneficial is it to boost your career? Yeah, I have seen a lot of people who do that. You will work in one company for a year, and then you'd be like, okay, I want to do something else, or I want to work in another company, and they are giving me a raise. I personally don't do that, and won't suggest you do that. I think you should shift from one organization to another when you have learned all that you could in that organization, and you have done all that you could, and you're not learning there anymore. Because as you will grow up, these things really start to matter. So we, for example, look at candidates who have worked in 5 different companies in 5 different years, and we outrightly reject them because it tells us that they probably will do the same with us. So we will spend 6 months training them, onboarding them, and then in 6-7 months they will leave. So there are companies out there that look out for that and do not encourage that behavior. How to approach case studies? As I said, there are plenty of case studies online. If you just type in and search management consulting case studies, you will get hundreds of them. just go through them, try and see a few with the solutions, but then I would encourage you to solve them on your own and then look at the solutions. The correct approach to find a suitable job, again, depends what you want to do, right? Internships are a great way to start, especially in the corporate sector. I know in India, the competition is stiff. So getting in is not straightforward. But again, internships, research, network, LinkedIn is a great tool. Don't hesitate to reach out to people. We often think, oh, he's a big guy, why will he respond to me? But you will be surprised by how open people are. Just saying a hello and introducing yourself, talking about what you want to pursue. There's no harm in doing that. So again, in a cordial manner, it can be done. Genetic engineering in Germany or Canada, I think Western world, everywhere, there is a massive scope. We are seeing a massive shift in pharmaceutical R&D where companies are going from the more standard chemical-based compounds into gene therapies. That market is really hot right now. There's a lot of investment going on in gene therapy companies. So, and again, I think what's more important is not the country, it's the course, it's the college, and it's what you want to get out of it. That is more important. But they both sound pretty good to me, Germany and Canada.
If I may interrupt, Atif, I think there are loads of more questions, so we can probably send it to you.
Yeah.
Okay, because we are also running out of time.
We are.
And you have answered a lot of questions, and obviously this is a soft spot, career decision and the clarity of what to do, what not to do, what was the right thing. Maybe the last question that I want you to answer today is you qualified GATE after your BTech. And if I remember correctly, I think you had a 99 percentile or something, and you were in the top bracket. So a lot of our students after their BTech would be pursuing or would want to pursue their ME or MTech and would mandatorily would be required to give their GATE. So if you can, in maybe 2 to 3 minutes, let them know how you prepared and what they should not miss, it kind of would help them a lot.
Absolutely, and thanks for that question, ma'am. Yeah, so I think it's true for both GATE and NET. So I was fortunate to clear both. So the answer is same to both of them. Don't miss your classes. Be very thorough with your academics. Read your books very thoroughly. I think we often try to take the shortcut of notes. I certainly, when I was in college, I was guilty of doing that. But they're helpful, they're fine. But I think when I was preparing for GATE, what I realized was if you read the books, if you read the academic books, I think they're a great way to clear your concepts. Practice as much as you can. I think year 1 and year 2, so my second year and third year, I did quite a bit of, so I was reading thoroughly, obviously, but year 3 onwards, I started doing a lot of mock tests. So there are books that are out there that are last 10-year, 20-year papers that have hundreds of MCQs, and often take that as you are actually taking an exam. So have a clock next to you and spend an hour and see, okay, I have an hour, I have to finish these questions, see how you approach them, see how you solve them, and then see how you're performing. And over time, try and improve your performance. But yeah, just be diligent with your coursework. Take up mock tests, try to solve MCQs as much as you can. But yeah, clear your concepts as you build them. I think that is the most important thing.
Beautiful. So students, these are the golden words which you will never find from anywhere except a very concerned, sincere alumnus of ours.
Yeah.
So that's great talk. And I don't feel like that you should leave us, Atif. And we'll be calling you again and again. There's nothing to say, right? We have whole right on you and you have on us, right? So beautiful. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. No. Yeah, please, whenever, wherever, if I can be of any help to engage with the students or or with the AIB, it's my alumnus, as you said, it's my alma mater. I have learned from all of you. I see a lot of my faculty on this call. So yeah, it was a privilege. Hopefully the talk was helpful, but if there is anything else I can help with, please do reach out.
Thank you so much, Atif. And today must be a working day, right? So you're working from home, or you have to go to the office?
No, we're still working from home. Our offices are opening at a sort of a 50% capacity, but it's only by choice. If you want to go in, you can.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been working from home for a year now.
Right. Same here. And we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And stay safe. And next time, whenever you get a chance to visit India, please do not forget to visit the campus. And I hope things would be better by then. And we would be able to meet you face to face next time.
Likewise. No, thank you. Thank you, everyone, again. Thank you for the opportunities.
Dr.
Bless you. Yeah. God bless you, Atif. Thank you.
Cheers. Bye. Bye.
Such a nice lecture. Thank you, Atif.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
You are mute, Reshma.
Can I log off? Or do
very interesting, Atif.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Really
absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Atif. Take care.
This is the time to thanks to our eminent speaker, Mr. Atif, and in the morning session, Dr. Vivek Kashyap. So in this session, we had a great opportunity to hear these two eminent speakers. They enlightened us about the various career opportunities to biotech students in diverse fields in IPR and in consultancy service, specifically in pharmaceutical industries. Both lectures were very informative and knowledgeable. Thank you. We must thanks to both of our speakers for delivering such insightful and very informative, very stimulating talk. I'm sure students not only gained the knowledge, but they also enjoyed their session, and they are benefited in future. I hope the student will enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reshma. And now we would be breaking for lunch. Do not log off because we would keep the platform running. You can leave for lunch, and we'll meet again at 1:30 sharp for our next talk, which is by Dr. Nivedita. She is she's the director of LSSDC. And after that, we have another brilliant session. All the sessions are brilliant, obviously, but the one after Dr. Nivedita is given by, our speaker would be another alumnus of AIB, a brilliant speaker. He mesmerizes the audience no matter where he meets them, Mr. Srish Mishra, and he would be speaking to you on, again, career choices, what to do, what not to do. How to take the full benefit of, being in college and his journey. And I would also request him to speak a little bit about sales and marketing as a profession, because he has done really well in that career path. And a lot of our students are not aware of what it actually, encompasses. So, and the last session for the day would be on CRC AIB. And we hope that you would benefit a lot from all the topics and talks that we would have post-lunch. So we would meet you all at 1:30. Please do not forget to log in, and also ensure that your classmates who haven't joined till now are able to join after the lunch, right? So thank you, everybody, and we'll meet you at 1:30 sharp. Thank you. Before we start our session, I completely forgot to name the students who participated in question and answers most enthusiastically in the last two rounds, in the last two sessions before lunch. Though there were so many students who had asked questions in both the first and the second talk that we had, but still I could pick up some students from the list who were more enthusiastic than the rest. So I would just like to read their names. Sheetal Patnaik, without any order, Sheetal Patnaik, Riya Singh, Reet Kohli, Kritika, Lovely Gupta, Arun, Khushi Jain, Payal, Tanmay, Jeevan Jyot, Kanchan Nagar, Aditya Bajpai, Vaishnavi Shukla, Harsh Bagel, and Vinayak Gupta. So thank you so much, students, for actively participating in question and answer in the first two sessions. And we hope that your enthusiasm will not die down in the other 3 talks that we have post-lunch, which will start in another 1 minute. Once again, I would request all of you to kindly call your classmates because we are obviously not joined by everybody. We have only 152 participants as of now. So let's call our classmates and ensure that they all join. I think we can start, Dr. Debarati.
Okay. A very good afternoon to everyone. I welcome you all to the second session of the day. I hope you have gained immensely from the morning session by listening to the stories shared by our experts on career opportunities in IPR by Dr. Vivek Kashyap and the importance of skills to become a good consultant by Mr. Atif Mehrai. The second session holds a lot more insight on the theme of skilling, upskilling, and reskilling by our renowned speakers. Our first speaker for the second session is Dr. Nivedita Murkute from the Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council, a lady with diverse expertise and a profound wealth of knowledge. She has humbly served LSSDC for about 22 years as a master trainer and is now working as the Senior Director, Assessment, Accreditation and Certification. She is also a specialist in providing behavioral and life skill training. Dr. Nivedita has a vast experience in corporate training, learning and development, communication management, time management, leadership skills, women's safety, and other skills required by students and employees for succeeding in tough corporate and management life. She also has extensive experience in setting training departments for skill development projects. Besides training, she has vast experience of over 10 years in the field of medical insurance, administration, and human resource management. Last but not the least, Dr. Nivedita is a graduate homeopathic medicines from Arla Medical College, Mumbai, and postgraduate in business management from IMT Ghaziabad. Above all, she is an extremely amicable, gentle, and compassionate person. Today, she will be delivering her lecture on the need of skill development and upskilling in the current situation. The title of the talk is Be a Rainbow, Call of the Hour. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Devrati ma'am, for all the kind words you have said. And it is my pleasure, and it is always my pleasure to connect to MAT and at this forum with this background and experience in my mind, that how much the MAT management and the teachers strive to make its student gain real knowledge, skill, and be at par with what industry needs this. So I am being called today to speak on skill. I was thinking about what skill. Should I speak about the importance of skill, or should I speak about what kind of skills are required? Then I thought that enough has been now of lately said and discussed about skill. Is the skill topic new to anyone over here? You can write on chat box, yes,
Yeah,
no.
ma'am, students can write only on the chat box, so we can read the chat box.
Yeah. So So I assume while you people are typing your answers, I assume that skills is something which is all of the day and everybody are familiar with it. It is not a new topic, right? So let us see in skills in very different perspective. But before that, let me introduce my company and what I represent over here. So shall I share the screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
So I am with LSSDC, that is Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council, since last 7 years. And as the name suggests, our council established by government for the sole purpose to concentrate on the skill development of only on life sciences sector. When we say life sciences sector, then that includes pharmaceutical sector, contract research, and biopharmaceutical. So it is very much a relevant sector to what you people are into it. And this is the sector which is always growing. As long as there is existence of human being on earth, life sciences sector will exist and will ever grow. However, we don't want to grow at the cost of such in pandemics and all, but to support our good quality of life, life sciences is a very integral part of everybody's life. So this is what I'm showing you. You can see the front page of our website, and we adopt various methods of skill development. Now, in very short, I will say that there is a lot of industry connect. The councils, the sector skill councils are taken as the leaders and as the front face of the industry for skilling. So we have got different, we have got various governing council. So if you see this, the page will open. If you see that all the leading people from industry are on our governing council. So what we do, our basic function is to find out where is the skill gap in the industry. So you see Mr. Satish Reddy is our chairman, and then we have got different people who are heading the pharma industry are on our governing council. So these people guide us that what kind of gaps are created in the industry. You know, you read one thing in the book, and when you go to work, and then you suddenly find out, oh, this thing which was written in the book actually meant this. However, that was not wrong. But when it comes to application part, the entire scenario changes. Do you agree with me? So you see that we have got governing councils, we have got governing people who are the leaders of the industry, and with help of them we find out what are the gaps, and we prepare the qualifications, we prepare the short courses, and we invite colleges to run these courses so that people like you who are aspirant to join industry are can think about further skilling. And these are the courses which will allow you to integrate your to fill the gap between your theoretical knowledge and the industry knowledge. So the qualification packs like quality chemist or production chemist, packaging chemist, and research associate, research scientist, scientific medical writer, drug regulatory affair, and many, many more. We have got at least 60 courses which are designed. You can go to our website, visit our website, and check over here. So once we once these courses are designed, then we go ahead and we find out in industry. So these courses have a very typical thing. When you will see these courses, you will not see only the core skills. You will see many things which are incorporated. Like there are the courses, the one part of the course will also tell you that you need to learn how to write an application or how to do an official writing. What is a a formal writing and an informal writing. These courses will also tell you how to work in teams. So this is exactly what we will be talking about. Now I have pulled down the website and I am sharing you the PPT which I have tried to prepare so that I can share what I want to say, my thoughts to you. Today I have tried to keep this session very light, because I knew when I was a student, I really did not want to listen to very heavy lectures, this and that, and it never appealed me. It was so boring sitting and listening to somebody who is continuously speaking. So I thought that let me give you my own thought and a little different color to the skilling. Let's see what. So I will be asking you question and I will be looking out for your answers on chat box. Do you promise to write that on chat box? Yeah. All right. So let us think about. All right. So let's think about some points before we start. Have you seen people pursuing career other than their educational qualification? Yeah, I can see yes from Payal, I can see Shweta Pandey, Kritika from Patnaik. Yeah, so we all have seen. Yeah. Can you give some example? Right, you can just write like doctor who is now a teacher or something like that. Kundan Kumar, yeah, I can see your yes. Hemant Ghai, MBA after life sciences, all right. Scientist who is now a farmer, yes, yes, very good knowledgeable people you are. Okay, how many, if you think so, most of you have done it. I am very sure those who have not written, they must also have this experience. Doctor now is an IAS officer. Yeah, wonderful. Yes, Aditya. How many do you think roughly a percentage of people who actually pursue their career actually end up doing the task what they have studied? From engineer to IAS, yes, Patnaik, 72%. All right, so 72% they don't pursue or they pursue, Vinayak? Okay, 90% don't pursue, 30 to 40% pursue. Yes, Vinayak, all right. Okay, so 75% go for different streams. Almost, yes, you are very much there. The research shows that 60% of people deviate. Yes, yes, Shweta, you are very right. 60 to 55 or 75, roughly 75 to 65 people do not pursue what they have studied. And why do you think this happens? Very short, you can just write key points. I will pick it up from there. Lack of interest, all right. Kritika, I understand lack of interest. Circumstances, peer pressure. Okay, Kritika. Hemant, circumstances, all right. Change of interest, Nakshatra Gupta. Patnaik, family problems, all right. What do you think the major reason for this could be? Loss of interest, lack of interest in whatever they have studied. Okay. Impatience, all right. Late self-realization, very good. Yes. Lack of awareness, competition, correct. So you see, very active, very good people, very sensitive answers. So you see, there are so many factors which are influencing whatever we are studying, right? Without knowing more about that particular field and jumping in any field. This is also right, Shweta. So not a clarity of career field, So here we have got so many very sensitive answers and knowledgeable answers. So we see that there are so many reasons people will, and there are much chances that people will not pursue what they are studying right now. And a lot of things will play a role. Family pressure, peer pressure, circumstances, late self-realization, lack of interest, isn't it? We will tie the thread to another thing before drawing any conclusion. I'm asking you another question. Do all top rankers guarantee that they will top in their career too? Okay, Payal no, Tanmay no ma'am, Vinayak no ma'am, Patnaik no ma'am, Munendra no ma'am, lot of no's. Okay, everybody is here joined to say no, fine. Again, why do you think so? Simran, you need to type it again. Ma'am, depends on their skills too, all right? Practical experience matters. They get deviated from their vision. They get example, success to them have different meanings, all right? Co-success to them have different meaning other than marks. Never won the top signing competition, but he is the one of the top singers. All right. Who sing? Right, sing Arijit Singh. Okay, Arijit Singh, fine. Their dedication, he or she must have practical as well as theory knowledge. Theoretical knowledge doesn't translate to practical skill. Very sharp answer, Pooja Kanyal, very good. Because they are not confident about their career choices. Maybe Kritika. So some answers are very sharp to the point, and some answers are pointing towards some of the factors of human behavior. So, then what do we conclude? What is the conclusion? In real life, a lot to see there other than just bookish knowledge, like how you communicate with others, real life experience, and the way one perceives things in life. Very correct, Simran. Yes, very correct, Simran. So what is the conclusion then? Why I am asking this question, and what is the conclusion you draw? You people are very smart. I know you will be writing that soon. Practical knowledge is also required. Yes, I agree. Very correct. Practical knowledge is also required. Anything else? Success has to be achieved in a very way obediently and not in a particular way. All right, maybe Vinayak wants to say that success has various facets to it, not a particular way. Okay. Patnaik, we must have clear idea in our brain what we need in our life. A proper planning is required to get success. All right. Success can't be achieved without a clear plan. Know yourself. What do you want to do? Always be open to knowledge. Payal is writing. Muskan is saying, ma'am, one facet can be day-to-day skills. All right. Okay. So a lot of answers, right? You are there. I told you, you are very smart people. That's why I have not chosen to speak on the importance of skill and why you need skill. We will be talking on absolutely different thing, right? You all have given conclusion. I don't need to say it. Let's go to next slide, what it has to say. Then we need to, this is the time, we need to check our old sayings. Should we do that? Jack of all trades and master of none. But of at times better than master of one. Do you agree? You don't agree? Yeah, Kritika. Kritika is very quick to agree. Patnaik, yes. Tumul, yes, agree. Tanmay, yes. Payal, yes. Vinayak, yes. Shweta, yes, I agree. Oh, don't agree. Hemant doesn't agree. Right, Hemant. Hemant, please tell me why you don't agree. Parikshit also agrees. Then why Hemant doesn't agree? Hemant, kya hua? You have some other view to this? keeping a specific skill is must. Yes. All skills can't be placed in one place. Definitely, yes, definitely. You are very right, Hemant. So see, Hemant has a very right and very balanced approach while reading this line which is being displayed. Jack of all trades and master of none, but often at times better than master of one. Hemant, when this we say master of one better than master of one, that means the lower part of this saying is giving a different view to the upper part of the saying. पहले कहते थे ना कि एक ही चीज के एक्सपर्ट हो तो काफी हो गए. Nowadays it is very important that you be master of one, but you cannot be zero in the other things which are required to raise that one thing. In that context, this is said, and absolutely right, Hemant. Hemant, thank you for not agreeing, because it has brought the real essence in front. We just read and we jump on the thought, but Hemant has been able to give it a deeper thought. So Nakshatra is also saying, don't agree, as one should be master of one rather than knowing a lot. Yes, absolutely, Nakshatra. So we all are saying that we cannot be imbalanced. We cannot be imbalanced in just acquiring one thing. We need to have balance of something. किसी चीज को तो आप टॉप पे रखे, कोई सेकंड थर्ड फोर्थ चीज रखेंगे. This saying, and I don't want to give any message to anybody of you that you need to be number one in lot many things. You cannot be, and entirely the things will get messed up. So one should know multiple things. Kritika is saying one should know multiple things, but I think he or she should focus on specific tasks, not to ignore their 1 minute. The chats are going up and you people are very active. I like it. Focus on specific tasks, not to ignore their side talents, but the key is to make your identity in one specific things. Absolutely right. So see, you people have got that. Only thing what we are specifying over here is, while you are on the path of making yourself master of one, do not forget that there are other people also, and there are other tasks also which you need to know. You cannot ignore them. This slide is displayed to give you this message. Do you agree to it? We should be master in one thing that we expertise in, and we have to know other things and skills which will help us in future, as nothing is a waste. So Simran and along with you also chooses to have a balanced approach. Simran wants to say that if you are master of one thing, to even take that one thing to top level, you will need to know many other things so that you can manage to be on the top in that one thing. Right, Simran? We cannot eat, who said this? We cannot eat everything at once. Very right, Kritika, very right. One should decide which field is best for them and then plan out how to achieve success in it. Very correct, Vinayak. Kritika has given me a very good example to quote. अगर आप सिर्फ रोटी खा रहे हैं तो रोटी becomes your main meal, but you will need little sabji and dal and achar to eat that roti, to make that tasty, isn't it? So very well supported, Kritika. Thank you so much. Patnaik says there should be proper work-life balance. That is to focus at one thing at one time. Absolutely right. A very sensitive point is being touched by Patnaik, and he or she, I do not know, sorry, says that this participant says that work-life balance is very important at the end of the day. And we will surely touch this point later during our session, that how and what leads to work-life balance. But ma'am, new profession and areas are developed when we combine two or more skills, when you are not master of one. Yeah, at times what happens is even the amalgamation of two skills plays wonders for you. This is very good, Pooja Kanyal. Do you know why I was selected for this job? I was selected for this job because the CEO of our council wanted wanted to hire somebody who who understands medicine and who also understands training. So I had this combination that I had a medical degree. So by virtue of that, I could understand medicine and the pharma field. Plus, I was pursuing a career in training and I was a lot into training. So I could understand the intricacies of training also. So, you know, maybe I was not a top class doctor, or maybe I may not be a top class trainer, but this combination, this unique combination was required for this position. And I joined here as a manager, then I was promoted to director, and then I am currently a senior director. This is not to boast, just to support the post given by Pooja Kanyal, that it usually happens. You may not be a master of one, but two good skills can give you a lot in life. Yeah. So, ma'am, is it possible that we portray ourselves as confused if we are doing 3-4 things in our lives simultaneously? Very sensitive and genuine question, Muskan Arora. Yes, it do happens when you're talking and your representation and your CV looks like this, you know. So, and there are very few people. I understand that during this session, during this entire week, a great initiative by MIT, you are also going to learn how to portray your profiles on social media, or how to write resume. Maybe is interview a part of it? So, Muskan, you have to be little cautious while displaying. जब लोग आपसे मिलेंगे तो समझ ही जाएंगे, but जब आप बात करते हैं, when you are showing your profile, when you are talking, they should very clearly see that you have got one skill, second skill, third skill, and you are not a khichdi of all the skill, rather than you are a combination of all these skills. So, right question, Muskan, at very right time. Extra achar won't help. All right, so I think we have given enough thought on this, and the message is very clear that balance is the key. Nothing, you do whatever, once you imbalance, it wouldn't work, right? So, so let us see that if we are saying that we need something else also with that one thing, what is that are we talking about? So, as we say that today's topic is cross-functional skill. What do you understand by cross-functional skill? Yeah, Tanmay, combination of more skills can help us stand out. Simran, we should also not worry. Now I am going ahead in the chat and I am saying, can you repeat, ma'am? All right. I am asking you, what do you mean by cross-functional skill? What do you understand by? Okay, AI and biotechnology. Do you want to say that this is a cross-functional skill? Combination of skill? Yeah, correct. So what do you mean by cross-functional skill? I have already written the meaning, but still I would like to understand from you if you have, if you want to say it in other words. The course that we are taking currently, we must have proper knowledge about it and how to implement it practically. Patnaik, this will be called core skill. I am asking you, what is cross-functional skill? Whatever is happening around us, we should know the reason behind it. Fine, Kritika, very close. Complementary skills. Exactly, Hemant, very right. What if we got messed up in all trade and options? I have already answered this, Shweta. We need to be very clear in our brain first. In a layman thought, cross-functional can mean skills which are connected to each other. Absolutely right. Wonderful, Tanmay. Very nicely. Layman की जो language होती है वो best language होती है, Tanmay. So, when we are saying cross-functional skills, that means booster doses. Ma'am, can you please answer my question in Q&A? Vinayak, what is that question? Skills that make our main skill more productive or valuable. All right. people from different cultures are coming together to come up as a single team. Absolutely right, Patnaik. So these are all cross-functional skills, right? So we will give little rest to chat. I will not be able to see your chat because I'm going to play a video for you. All right? Are you okay? Ma'am, can you please enlighten us about whether a person should opt to seek self-satisfaction through his work or always strive mercilessly for that virtual dream? Oh my God, Vinayak. So don't be so confused, bhai. Take it easy. Self-satisfaction is, I think, again, I will rate it more, provided you are balancing other things. So in any ways, at any cost, we don't want to be merciless with anybody, neither with self or anybody, right? So Vinay, take it easy. I am now pulling down this chat. I will not be able to see your chat, and I am sharing a video with you. Please see that video keenly. I will ask questions on that video then. I am just showing a part of this video, yeah? Can you all... तन्मय, so मेरे क्वेश्चन पूछने के पहले ही तन्मय ने जवाब दे दिया. I was asking, yeah, you all like this clip. Thank you very much. I also liked it very much. What do you see? Why this? Why could we enjoy it? Or to be very precise, I know you will answer all the basic questions. I am giving you very specific questions. What quality is required in these people to make this happen? You write only that quality in chat box. Trust, teamwork, training, talent, tension free. Yes, Hemant, tension free. बहुत बढ़िया word लिख दिया. Teamwork, trust, reliability, hard work, practice, something more, because extraordinary skills of these people inspires us to do something big. Okay, peace of mind. Yes, it is very inspiring. Vinayak, sahi bol rahe ho aap. Effortlessness, they were very. Nee, again I will repeat my question. I am asking you, what qualities these people should possess so that this type of coordination can happen. Kritika, I am asking, क्या होना चाहिए जिसमें coordination ये हो सके? Confidence, all right. Hard working, calmness, dedication, believe in ourselves. Pratibha, correct. Flexibility, very correct, Hemant. Simran, practice and consistency. Payal, trust. Lovely, Prachi, synchronicity. Prachi, I am asking, to maintain this synchronicity, what is required, which many of you have answered. Fearlessness, Vinayak, yes. So so many things, right? It is also important to understand the speed and the behavior of your colleague, right? Teamwork, trust, practicing being the perfect fit for their respective roles, no fear, observation, absolutely. Simran, when we say observation, and Pratibha, when we say coordination, what kind of observation is required? Do you know these people, when such teams and when such fine coordination and difficult coordination is planned, these people essentially have to be friend of each other. They don't need to harbor. Absolutely right, Kritika. This is what I was expecting. Good relationship building. Unless you have really good relationship amongst yourself, this coordination cannot happen. Believe that your team is the best and can do well. I will add to Nishita's beautiful contribution that believe that your team member will respond in exact way or manner and in synchronicity with your action. Yeah, Hemant, failures. Can you explain failures? When I read failures in your chat, I think that you want to say that you need to realize that what major can happen if we fail, and how does it reiterates the point that how important it is to coordinate well, like how your teammates work, their personalities, so one try to change a little to fit in the group. Absolutely right, Simran. Isn't it? ये कोई बहुत बड़ा rocket science नहीं है ये समझने के लिए, right? They would need to leave their differences aside. Absolutely, Tanmay. Fail and win. Okay. Failure would be taken positively to do better. Yeah, you need to have a lot of tolerance. Just imagine, you all are saying that a lot of practice was required to make this happen, right? So you will also realize that there must be many times somebody must have failed. कई बार ऐसा हुआ होगा that 5 people have done the perfect thing, but just due to that 6th one's little wrong action, everything has collapsed. Many people would have got hurt also. Yeah, but they have tolerated because they all had one goal in mind. Failure should be taken positively to do better. Many in body, one in mind. Absolutely right, Muskan. Without this spirit, you cannot make these kind of things happen. Accepting mistakes positively. All right, again, I will ask you to hold your thoughts and hold the postings on chat, because I am going to show you another video, and then we will link both the videos and find the difference. I would like you to notice, and once the second clip is over, I want to ask you, I will be asking you, what is the difference between the two videos? Okay, all right. The gap, because of failure they have utilized it to come back stronger. Very right, Shweta. So hold your chats now, and I am showing another video. I am going to ask you a question that what is the difference between the qualities of the performers in the first video and the second video. All right. Okay. Ma'am, please say yes, because I'm not seeing the chat.
The student, the video is not playing.
Yes, ma'am. We can see.
It is visible,
Yes.
no, ma'am?
Now it is visible.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So thank you so much. I can see so many yeses in the chat box, and I told you my question. Who remembers my question and want to answer? I will repeat my question. That we have seen two clips. We have seen human performer in both the clips. I want to ask you that we have already discussed in detail that what is that quality in the first clip people should have so that they can make this happen. Now I want to ask you is what additional thing one must have so that this second video can be possible. The first, Nishita is writing, the first video had contrast each other in the first video had teamwork and the second video was not. Instead, it was a single person controlling the tigers and guiding them throughout the performance. Okay. The second video, Vinayak is saying the second video contrast each other in a way to reflect the means of entertainment for people. The people derive pleasure from second clip because of its hunting intensity. Okay. While first one was more about coordination. Okay, leadership skill. In both the videos, there is being shown the power of teamwork Absolutely right. And I am not able to see his name. Who has written M-O, 1 minute, I will enlarge my window. Monam. Okay. So work and the ability to do something. And the difference is that in first there is by own will, but in other by the fear of something. Okay. Instructor was indeed in the needed in the second. Instructor was needed. Okay, everyone in the first already knew what to do. All right, in first video it was more about understanding each other. In second one it needs a lot of practice as well. Tanmay, ability to work with others. Patnaik, Kritika is saying in the first video all of them were dependent on each other. They had they have to trust each other, but in the second clip they are dependent on that trainer. So the quality is leadership quality, well-trained animals. In the first video, people were tension-free. Monam, बराबर है पटनायक. Second video में बहुत tension थी, right? Monam, yes, Monam, I got your name. But in second video, animals were under constant fear. So here I will stop reading the chats and I would like to say, do you understand what quality of animal that person was playing? I want you to understand that what quality this man must be having, that he is able to train and deal with so many tigers and lions. Could you see those two lions sitting on the top, on the right top corner? Courage, yes. One important thing, food and hunger. Hemant, explain kar do bhai. What do you mean by food and hunger? Such animals were well trained and not well educated. Absolutely, Patnaik. So education to ek taraf hui to make this beautiful show. There is lot many things you will need. One needs to make a beautiful show in life. So here one thing which comes somewhere in our chat, कौन सी एक chat थी, who was saying that everyone in the first already knew what to do. Okay, so somebody had written, and it is very important that you will face such situations in life. Can you understand what animals are feeling? वो जो first वाला video में था, if somebody had some grudges or somebody had some problem, they could have spoken during practice. मुझे ये है, मुझे वो है, you do like that, or I want you to do like that. But do you know, in second video there must have been only single way communication, fear and helplessness. So Nishita, this fear and helplessness was molded in such a beautiful way to make such a beautiful session. It was a teamwork between human and animal, and the most ferocious animal of the world, of this earth. The animals were bound to it. That is fine, Madhusmita. Animals were bound. But do you understand the kind of understanding this man must have communicated to these animals? So this, okay, tell me only one thing in yes or no. Do you think this man was able to control all the tigers and lions and cheetah? Yes. Yes, Hemant. Yes, Kritika. Yes, Tanmay, Vinayak, Monam, Muskan. All yes. So, do you understand that there was not a verbal language which was communicated? There was something in this man so that lion and tiger were obedient to him. Right? So Shweta is writing, no ma'am, without a proper communication, it won't be possible. Correct. So there was some communication, sign language, yes, Patnaik. Ma'am, it's skill. You have to understand one sometime by its gesture and eyes and behavior. Absolutely right, Simran. This is what I am trying to tell you, that these are animals, and I want to derive the conclusion from this is that if a person can communicate and control and create a beautiful show with the most ferocious of animal and not a single, a group of animal, then in life, we are going to meet many people who will not be openly coming to us saying that they have a problem. They may hold grudges for us. They may have various problems, and they may not like to communicate for various reasons. Maybe at times that we should not be hurt, or we should not misunderstand them. So, but we will be required to understand them. We will be required to understand their working so that our working coincides with their working. Tabhi to beautiful show banega na, right? Am I right? To make this beautiful show, you need to understand the needs of other person also. First, you need to understand yourself. Then you need to understand the other person. And then you need to devise a way so that these two different things exactly coincide with each other. एक ही share होता है तो so many things we are there.
I'm extremely sorry to interrupt, Dr. Nivedita.
Yeah.
You have
Am
10
I running
more
over the
minutes.
time?
No, you have 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes.
I'm very sorry. I can see how much students are enjoying, but our next speaker is already in, so I had to interrupt.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. In next 5 minutes, I will close my thing. So I am continuing with my presentation quickly. So people, what I wanted to derive is that you will need, when you go to your career or even in present life, you need a combination of soft skill, you need hard skills, and you need core skills, which is related to your subject. You need hard skills so that you can function, and you need soft skills so that you can coordinate. What is the benefit? I will not stay on this slide because during this we have already talked, and so much of active participation from you all have already stated it, that we all will be benefited if we know the other functions well. Now, before closing my presentation, I want to, because people of your age, I want to give this message, give you a funda. How will you improve your cross-functional skills? Take small steps, begin from your home. हंसना मत ये वाली slide देखकर, this is very important. Ask your teachers how important this is. Ask your mother, ask your parents if even a single thing is wrong in this. Because if you help your family, if you concentrate on your domestic work, you will learn patience, you will learn tolerance, you will learn interpersonal skills, you will develop a lot of common sense, which is not very common. You will develop better IQ. You will be updated about common things in your surrounding and environment. You will develop a sense of responsibility, sense of security and belongingness, not only to the family, to yourself, to this world. It will strengthen self-identity. You will learn to respect all kind of labor. You must be brooming your house, kabhi clean karna hoga, kabhi market jaake saman lana hoga. Please ask your mother and father, what can I do for you? At least take one task in one day. And even if one of you learn this, bring this in your practice, I will think that this lecture is, fruitful, and it is worth coming over here and talking to you people. You will also realize the value of money. It helps you when you work your day-to-day work. Scientists and researchers and psychologists have proven this, that your day-to-day work, your household work helps you to set a better communication between your left and right lobe of your brain, which are responsible for different functions in your life. And hence, take small steps, explore yourself, have a lot of constructive hobbies, target to learn some skill every day, indulge in sports, use your time carefully, try to take a lot of course for yourself, participate in project work voluntarily in colleges as well as in professional life. Be keen to understand functions of different departments, observe different roles and how they impact each other. Now, if you have any questions, I am okay. Otherwise, I am done. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, ma'am, if I have exceeded yet.
No, absolutely not. In fact, you're 4 minutes early.
All right. So any questions, people? Thank you so much, Mayur. Thank you. No questions, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. I am done.
Dr. Nivedita, it was a really interesting talk. And in fact, not just the students, but we were indulged.
Thank you.
And really, this is a learning how we can mix simple bullet points and some videos, very light videos. It's not that we have to be deep into science every time. And I think then also we can have a great impact on the students. So thank you very much. And hope students now understand how the multi-skilling is so important. Multi-skilling, re-skilling, cross-skilling, all these things are important, and we should learn as much as possible in any direction what we get.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
It was indeed, I don't think I even have to say this, but looking at the way the students reacted to each and every of your question, in fact, I was questioning myself why students do not answer when we are teaching.
Yes.
So obviously we need to also understand the skill of, making them involved. Before you could ask the question, they started answering. And I am so proud right now of all the students who have joined to see this excitement and participation from our students itself shows how important this workshop was and how much they missed having a workshop or a discussion based forum like this. The whole year they have been at home, they did not get an opportunity to meet each other, they did not get an opportunity to interact with anyone. Though Amity has done a lot to ensure a healthy integration of these students, even though it has been virtual. We've been trying to have different kinds of meetings, meetings and platforms where students can feel welcome, students can feel, integrated into the system. But I'm very happy. And these were, a lot of them were first year students. A lot of them were second and third year students and final year students also. So it was a mix of the entire, from first to the final year batch. So thank you so much, Dr. Nivedita. It was really—
All students clapping.
It was really amazing. And thank you so much, students, for making this a wonderful session. Dr. Debarati, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this vibrant, interactive, and informative talk that captivated the interest of students and faculty alike. It was a treat listening to you, ma'am, as well as an eye-opening experience. I liked your special message to the students about helping the parents to build their own skills. So the next speaker for today's session is Mr. Sirish Mishra, AVP and Head Business Development from Tech Mahindra. You will be happy to know that Mr. Mishra has completed his BTech in Biotech from this department itself, and his MBA is from IMT Ghaziabad. He has several awards and certifications to his credit. Example, All India winner of the quarter for quarter 1, Siemens, All India Best BDM Award in Siemens, and so on. Today, he will be making us aware about functional design for skill alignment and business expectations. I'm sure without losing much time, you would like to hear from our esteemed speaker. So over to you,
Shrish,
sir.
you there?
Yes, I am here. Thank you very much, Dr.
Before
Pooja.
Shrish starts his talk, I would, on behalf of the entire organizing team, would like to apologize. There was an extra I in Shrish's name on the slide, which was, we did not realize it. So first of all, I'd like to apologize. And second of all, I would like to welcome you. You have been an absolute integral part of this family. I have not known a single time that I had requested Shrish and he has said, sorry, ma'am, I can't come because I'm busy. No matter how hard pressed he is with time, he always takes time out of his schedule to come to Amity, interact with students. And I have no words, Sirish, on this platform to thank you for what you do for us. And I would really like to tell you that you mean a lot to all of us, really. And I have been telling you this every time you meet me, so this is not new for you.
No, I think that's very humbling, and I, I think it's also very special to come back at all times. And I think I make good use of the I would say the great gestures that are extended to me at all times, and I keep communicating them back to Dr. Sanjeev Kumar as well. So I think the honor and pleasure is all mine, ma'am.
Welcome, Shirish.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Thanks, Shirish. Dr. Sanjeev, would you like to
Always
say
a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I have told him many a times that, I'm sure that the students would gain, an entire world of information from him, but the faculty also, not only information and knowledge, but the enjoyment, the gladness that we have listening to you is
Immense.
indescribable.
Yes, I would like to
Always.
start before Shirish can start his lecture, a small anecdote again. Shirish actually passed out from Amity Institute of Biotechnology much before I joined. I think you passed out in 2007?
Nine.
Okay, so he finished his graduation in 2009, I think, and I joined in 2009. So obviously we did not have any overlap. He was never my student. And I think 3 or 4 years after I got integrated into CRC, so Dr. Sanjeev had always been, he was the founding director of Amity's Corporate Resource Center. And through Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, I met Shirish for the first time. And it was in the room of our Director General at that time, Dr. A.K. Srivastava. And Shirish was sitting on the other side of the table, and I came in and I sat. And that was the first time I actually met him. And Shirish was talking to Dr. Srivastava and other faculty members sitting in that room in absolute, I don't know what the word, but it hate Hindi. He was using the words which I had never even heard. I mean, it was amazing to hear him speak in Hindi that way. It was beautiful. So in my mind, I was thinking he speaks really, really good Hindi. Probably he is not very comfortable with English. I mean, that was a thought process just going on in my head, and I wasn't judging or anything. 2 minutes after that, Srivastava sir introduced me to Shirish, and I spoke in English. And after that, he switched gears and he started speaking in English. And I was flabbergasted, floored the way he spoke in English. And that was a turning point in my life, actually, to meet somebody like him, who is perfect in every sense. He's a perfect human being. He's a perfect alumni. He's a perfect student. He's a perfect orator. He's a perfect linguist. I don't think I have seen somebody who is accomplished on every front the way Shirish is. And I really hope that today, after your lecture, our students can look up to you as an alumni, because most of them would be seeing you for the first time, just the way we look up to you as a model student. And Shirish, that is a huge responsibility on your shoulders, because we want every child who comes out of the gates of Amity Institute of Biotechnology to be another Shirish. And who better to make them that than you?
Well, that's I think I am through the roof. I don't have any words to say. There was a comic show in the Laughter Challenge. Umar Sharif came one day and he said that कि अब आपने इतनी बात या मेरी तारीफ करी दी है तो बस अब मैं चलता हूँ, मैं यही सब कराने आया था और कुछ अब बचता नहीं है ज्यादा. And I think the onus and the responsibility is even higher, because I am kind of, a batsman who's batting in the death overs now, right? On the lag overs, specifically after the lunchtime, not too much of an enthusiasm. We've been presenting into multiple board meetings and all of that. So, that after lunch hour is in a sense, I would say the death overs for a presenter. but I will certainly try that I'm able to make some sense out of whatever I speak today with the students. So
So just to
thank you
give you a
so
small understanding, so we have students right from year 1 to
Mhm.
year final. Some of the students who have joined us are also from the 2021 pass out batch. That means they're about to graduate in the next 20 days. And
Right.
some of them have just started their educational journey with us.
Right.
So there's a mix of students who probably are looking for a lot of answers,
Right, right.
answers in terms of what they should be doing, where they should be going, are they choosing the right career path?
Right,
So,
right.
so that is what our target audience is for your
Sure,
understanding.
I think, yeah, that helps. That helps. Yeah, somebody was saying
So,
something.
yeah, over to you now.
Thank you. So thank you everyone again. I think it was a very humbling introduction, and again puts one at a lot of pressure. But I think we'll get and to all the students, let's I would rather say that let's get eased out right at the outset. I think what we are going to speak about are not going to be the would be's or should be's, aisa karna hai ya nahi karna hai. The next slide you would see I've written that I'm not a shoulder. I don't tell people you should do that or you should do this. I think the larger dimension which we have to kind of consume is what are the forces at play when we are trying to design our own career. There are multiple forces at play whenever we are kind of taking that decision. And when you look at this first slide, the S being small in the skill is not I would say a mistake or a typo. It's rather more to accentuate the kill part, wherein you don't take a decision which kills you, gets you killed in the battle. Imagine shooting a rifle. That's also a skill to a soldier, right? So that is the criticality that a skill carries, because if it is not done in the right manner, it might just as well get you killed in the professional front. So I think what we are going to speak about is obviously it is not going to be what you should and what you should not. I think it will be an exchange rather on what is the design of skill, where is the employment ecosystem rooted in, what are you ready for, and what possibly you may have to make yourself ready for. So that's what I said, that I'm not a shoulder. It's not it should be read as a shoulder, not a shoulder. And that's what we kind of are going to talk about. The cue on the skill design, or from the perspective of crafting a profession for yourself, is more inward than it is outward. Then we're also going to speak about the learning, earning, and the happiness paradox. There is some bit of a pressure in all our minds when we are graduating, saying कि नहीं यार, जो सीख रहे हैं या जो पढ़ रहे हैं उसी से रोजगार का कोई संबंध होना जरूरी है. It may or may not happen. I mean, that's not a thing I would say that you really have to take any kind of a pressure on. For that matter, I'll just take you through a little bit of my journey. I passed out in 2009. And after 2009, I'm very grateful that the newly instituted CRC was headed by Dr. Sanjeev, and I got placed with an organization called BBRON. That was my first job. I did not have a strong direction at that point in time to say as to what my career path would be. At that point in time, it was just the fact कि हाँ 4 साल पढ़ाई करने आए, नौकरी, और पढ़ाई करने का जो last step होता है वो नौकरी लेना होता है. And that was which was largely riding on my mind when I took the plunge. Thankfully, I got selected in that German multinational, which used to sell advanced medical technologies, and that was a sales role. So I've been 12 years in the career now. All throughout, I've been into sales itself. I used to be with healthcare earlier. Now I had an $85 million business for Tech Mahindra from IT services perspective. So what I'm trying to imply here is that there are multiple hooks, right? When we are studying biotechnology, we may be in any part of our curriculum year. हम first year में हो सकते हैं, हम last year में हो सकते हैं, हम pass out होने वाले हो सकते हैं, हम कुछ भी हो सकते हैं. I think the larger hook is that we are, when I listen to the questions which are being asked to the various speakers, ki क्या ये करना ठीक रहेगा, या do I do this MBA or do I do that? I think the answer is not there. It's more like आज से 10-12 साल पहले when contact centers were coming in, Microsoft certified systems engineer MCSE and Cisco certified network associate, ये दो certification ऐसे हुआ करते थे. They would land you good jobs within within days of your certification. But the world has changed a lot since then. There is no fixed recipe कि आप एक बायोटेक्नोलॉजी करिकुलम के बाद एक फला करिकुलम पढ़ लेंगे तो आपकी एक नौकरी लग जाएगी या कुछ और. So I think we are going to explore the direction in which the answers lie. And talking about the learning, earning, and happiness paradox, I think if somebody is pretty fixed on, I have this view, and I'm a living example of that view. If somebody has a view that the earning or the dollar value that you create out of your microeconomy in the career has to have some kind of a relationship with what you've learned in college, I think we need to drop those hooks. We need to drop those strong beliefs. Because like everybody said on the chat in the previous session as well, that there are a lot of cases where you don't see people, excelling in the same trade which they have been educated on. So we'll explore how that functions and how that helps as well. Now, if we look at employment, it's better. See, you would not find a lot of for details. We can connect offline. My details are there on LinkedIn, and my contact details and email addresses are there with the Amity University as well. But the larger point I'm trying to imply and educate here is that we need to understand where the employment is rooted in. हम लोग करियर तो बनाने की बात करते हैं, लेकिन वो जो नौकरी है या जो वो करियर है, where is it rooted in? It is rooted in some enterprises. There are functional aspects of enterprises. There is a purpose. There is a social impact of an organization. There is a revenue that they drive. There is a profit that they drive. There is a skill set that they want. So if you look at the rootedness or the design of rootedness of employment, वो हर उस चीज में रूटेड है जिसके ऊपर हम लोग बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं देते हैं. आज हम ये तो कहते हैं कि हम पढ़ाई क्या कर ले जो नौकरी लग जाए, लेकिन हम बहुत सारे एंटरप्राइजेस के बारे में ये बात नहीं कर पाएंगे कि as to how do they earn their dollar value. We are biotechnologists by education. Let's say we all folks on the forum here are biotechnologists on the forum. I mean, with very limited visibility on कि हाँ या तो रिसर्च कर लीजिए या सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग में चले जाइए या एक सर्टेन IPR पैटेंट्स देख लीजिए या लीगल देख लीजिए या पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन कर लीजिए, GRE कर लीजिए, गेट कर लीजिए. बट द करियर विच विल शेप इटसेल्फ is going to root itself in the enterprise. क्या हमको ये पता है कि कौन सी कंपनी पैसे, मतलब how does that company actually turn in a particular revenue? And with the changing diaspora of or the ecosystem, there is too much of digital synergies coming in. मैं एक example देता हूँ. Let's forget about the enterprise. Let's say some of you wants to be an entrepreneur, right? Some of you want to be an entrepreneur, and let me assume that the entrepreneurial journey that you are going to take is battling the water pollution. You want to have a company which acts against water pollution, and it has its own set of products and services which are sold to municipal corporations or governments or private buyers in order to reclaim the lost water quality or something like that, right? Let's say that's the company. Now, today, if that company operates, that company will be under a huge pressure in terms of the digital technology that it wants to adopt for. तो वहां पे कार्प, लेनिंजर और the core ecosystems of your study are not going to play a big part in the collaboration index, right? Imagine, we all know DND के नीचे अगर यमुना नदी बहती है और आपको लेट्स से एक कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड या इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स IoT बेस्ड प्रोब्स लगा देने हैं जो कि वाटर के अंदर बायोलॉजिकल ऑक्सीजन डिमांड या केमिकल ऑक्सीजन डिमांड या whatever we are wanting to kind of pollutant matter को जो हमको देखना है उसके अंदर, वो automatically communicate करे एक dashboard के ऊपर. You have to have that kind of a collaborative mindset and not a superlative mindset कि नहीं साहब हमने बायोटेक्नोलॉजी पढ़ दी, हम बस ना हम सब कल्चरिंग करेंगे, स्लांट बनाएंगे और हम जेल इलेक्ट्रोफोरेसिस करेंगे और डीएनए सेपरेशन करेंगे. So that kind of I would say myopic vision is something which sometimes takes us away from what the collaboration index of an enterprise is. एक कंपनी बहुत सारी चीजों से चलती है, and because we are so rooted in what we are studying, at times we don't make the right opinion about a functional aspect which may be better pursuant to our individual values. हो सकता है कि हम जैसे एज एन इंडिविजुअल है बाय डिजाइन उस इकोसिस्टम के अंदर एक सर्टेन एम्प्लॉयमेंट ज्यादा सूट करे, लेकिन हम उसकी तरफ इसलिए नहीं देखते क्योंकि हम एक नजर बना लेते हैं कि नहीं यार हमने बायोटेक्नोलॉजी की पढ़ाई करी तो लेट्स इधर उधर नहीं जाएंगे, या तो पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन ही कर लेंगे या रिसर्च ही कर लेंगे. आई रियली लाइक्ड इट व्हेन समबडी रोट एआई एंड बायोटेक्नोलॉजी in the last sessions chat window. So the point that I'm trying to get to is that employment is rooted in the function of the enterprises. एक कंपनी के जो अलग अलग functions होते हैं ना, चाहे regulatory affairs, finance, we'll get to those. They are the guiding light. कल को आप जाके आपके लिए कोई अलग रोल नहीं बना देता कंपनी के अंदर. You have to identify with those roles. Now, before going to the roles, what are the kind of organizations which are there? There are public sector organizations. इसके बारे में this is a no-brainer. IAS बनने के लिए यूपीएससी की परीक्षा देनी पड़ती है, ये सबको पता है. प्राइवेट सेक्टर के अंदर ज्यादा तिलिस्म है. There is a larger mystery in the private sector because again हम लोग we are in the complete oblivion of the fact कि how does an enterprise function? What are the functional requirements? We're not getting into the enterprise and हम inside out नहीं देख रहे उसको. हम ये तो चेक कर ले रहे कि एचआर में एमबीए करें कि फाइनेंस में एमबीए करें कि हम ऑपरेशंस में एमबीए करें, लेकिन वो फाइनेंस एचआर या ऑपरेशंस वाला बंदा व्हाट इज इन अ डेज जॉब फॉर इट. आई थिंक टुडेज प्रेजेंटेशन आई वांट टू ट्रांसमिट सम ऑफ दैट पर्सपेक्टिव so that we can identify our strengths to those career personas and maybe make attempts on skilling towards it. And that's what the topic is in terms of functional design of an enterprise. Then like we said, there is public sector, private sector. We'll get into the private sector in a bit of more detail. Then there are development organizations like WHO, UNO, UNICEF, and then NGOs who are there, fighting it out for the society on a non-profitable or social businesses for that matter. So the rules of engagement for all these would be very, very different. The route of access of a public sector organization is obviously the examinations and the preparedness that you have to go with. Private sector again is rooted through channels like LinkedIn and job boards and industry mentorship sessions and your thought authority and as to what do you bring to the table in particular. Development organizations, so अगर कोई ये कहे कि मैं आज बीटेक हूं, मैं कल एमटेक कर लेता हूं, फिर मैं पीएचडी भी कर लेता हूं, मैं डॉक्टरेट भी कर लेता हूं, like Atif was telling us about the management consultant route. So while the management consultant route starting as an analyst is good for, let's say, BTech graduates or the MTech folks in terms of getting into that ecosystem, the development organizations, I think one of our juniors, she used to be with the World Bank. Harini Swaminathan is her name. So she pursued her PhD in, I think some public or community health programs. And then she had a real value exchange with WHO or UNICEF or, whoever, or World Bank for that matter, whoever she was working with. So the development organizations for some program management roles require a very, very higher degree of education, a direct skill set interlock. And that's where the access is ensured or other access is available there. NGOs again is more or less like the private route only. Now, if we talk about the enterprise, what enterprise say, I'll kind of break it down. Enterprise का मतलब सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक कंपनी है. कल को बीटेक करेंगे, पढ़ाई करेंगे, कहीं जाके नौकरी करेंगे ना. आज हम नौकरी कर रहे हैं टेक महिंद्रा में, तो टेक महिंद्रा एक कंपनी है. तो एक कंपनी करती क्या है? एक कंपनी एक सर्टेन मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन क्रिएट करती है, रेवेन्यू क्रिएट करती है, प्रॉफिटेबल रेवेन्यू क्रिएट करती है, शेयर प्राइस उसका एक टारगेट एरिया होता है अगर लिस्टेड कंपनी है कि भाई शेयर प्राइस मेरा ऊपर जाता रहे, राइट। उसके अलावा उसकी जवाबदारी किसको होती है, हु इज इट आंसरेबल टू, देयर आर स्टेक होल्डर्स, कस्टमर्स, शेयर होल्डर्स एंड एम्प्लॉइज। उसके ऑब्जेक्टिव्स क्या है, रेवेन्यू है, प्रॉफिट है, सोशल इंपैक्ट है, एक्सेस एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट है। नाउ व्हाई डू यू थिंक आई एम स्पीकिंग अबाउट ऑल दिस? अब हमारे बिलीफ सिस्टम्स के अंदर, and you can wherever you want me to take a pause, or wherever you have any kind of a question in whatever I'm saying, please do drop it a line on the chat. So what I was saying is that हम लोगों को गूगल के बीन बैग की तो कहानी पता है, in the WhatsApp forwards or all the time that we are lurking around on the internet, कि नहीं साहब गूगल में तो नौकरी लगती है ना तो हम बीन बैग पे बैठने को मिलता है। But if somebody could tell me as to what is the Google company अपनी revenue कहाँ से कमाती है, where does the Google revenue come from, or what kind of a company it is? Yes, I like that answer, Kritika. It does come from us. Yes. What does it sell? I mean, उसका SKU क्या है? Yes, so majorly advertisements, correct? Right. So I see a couple of folks, Monam, answering that advertisement and yes, but like my question was, where does Google earn from, or what Google as an enterprise stands for? Yeah, so we have quite a lot of answers and bang on correct answers as well. So Google earn from the Google commissions marketing. Yes. So Google is a monopoly. Google has created a monopoly of information, right? When you don't buy a product, I really like it, when you guys say that it earns from us. So I think that's a very on-spot answer to that. So when there is no product that you can see, you are the actual product. आप बिक रहे हो, आपका attention span बिक रहा है. If you are on YouTube and if you are just scrolling through your video feed, so YouTube or Google or all the group companies are actually marketing revenue is the highest. They are a monopolistic company. Exactly, it does manipulate. They are a marketing monopoly company, which does not really have to fight for your attention. I was reading somebody sent me a joke today morning कि देश का युवा अब जाग गया है, अब वो ब्रश करेगा और 1.5 GB इंटरनेट खत्म करेगा आज के दिन के अंदर. So because we have been so active in terms of giving information to Google, they have a monopolistic ecosystem through their services which they earn from, and because they have such a great monopoly, I am repeating the word monopoly again and again. Google की जितनी monopoly है, yes, so Social Dilemma is a very nice documentary, correct. So what I'm trying to actually get to, I really like it, somebody mentioning, Hemant mentioning Social Dilemma. I think I got goosebumps when I saw that documentary. The point in perspective is that when would you make sense to Google? आप गूगल के लिए एक एम्प्लॉयबल एसेट कब बनोगे? जब आप वो चीजें करोगे या अपने स्किल सेट के अंदर वो चीजें लेके आओगे जो गूगल को चाहिए. Let me give you an example. गूगल की एक कंपनी है Verily, VERILY, I think उनका, that's a human computer interface healthcare kind of, a moonshot factory Google X के अंदर उन्होंने उसको सीड करा है. वो कंपनी क्या करती है? वो कंपनी it's about collating data points and data aspects on the human anatomy, design, biochemistry and all of that, and then running some kind of predictive analytics to say that these may be the disease stats, right? Or maybe kind of creating a gene bank somewhere कि हाँ वहाँ पे gene sequences अपने आप genetic genomes जो है सीक्वेंस होके एक डेटा बैंक में रखे रहे और जिसको चाहिए हो वहां से वो एक रिसर्च के लिए एक रॉयल्टी देके उनको वो ले लिया करें. Now that is where biotechnology is meeting the digital world. जीनोम की इंफॉर्मेशन जैसी जो चीजें हैं वो अगर आप टोटल पॉपुलेशन ऑफ द वर्ल्ड के बारे में बात करेंगे तो उसकी जीनोम इंफॉर्मेशन इज लाइक so much of storage and data is required. Who do you think will take the lead? Companies like Microsoft, Google, or people who already have monopolies here, they will take the lead. Now, why skill क्यों important है? Skill इसलिए important है कि जब तक you don't make sense to them, I work for Tech Mahindra. I had the India business development. I'll be happy and gracious to come to college and hire, right? But when will I actually take that decision? Ki, okay, Hemant Ghai is my guy. Hemant Ghai will be my guy when he makes sense to me in my scheme of things. That is where skill alignment and skill balancing pursuant to the enterprise function is very, very important. And that's where we don't really, think about it. So Google, I think Google is more, I'm really happy to see, the messages that you have kind of shared, really high on awareness. Google, I thought that I could use the Google beanbag, but I think the audience, yes, Google Green ho gaya, Verily ho gaya. These are companies. I'll come to some other stuff as well. I'm just, Google ka logo tha, I thought I'll just spend some time on Google. There are some failures as well. Theranos karke ek company thi. There was a lady, a founder, who created this diagnostic company, and all the investment community was all gaga about it कि नहीं micro droplets of blood से भी हम खट से ऐसे biochemistry investigations दे देंगे, bilirubin और ये सब. Yeah, Elizabeth, correct. So now that company actually was about false claims. Now park Theranos for a while onto the side and consume this. 80% of हमारे घर परिवार में T3, T4, TSH, thyroid वाले टेस्ट सबका होता ही है, right? 80% of those tests happening in India happen on a machine which is called Advia Centaur XP, which is a Siemens machine, right? There is a technology, direct chemiluminescence technology hai, jiski and very, very kind of workhorse kind of a machine, which has a throughput of close to about, I think, 440 tests per hour karti hai wo. And that's the world's highest throughput machine, which is, I've sold that machine to labs, to institutional hospitals, and वो सस्ती आती भी नहीं है. एक मशीन करीब 65-70 लाख रुपए की आती है. And what I want to really consume, or what I want you guys to really consume, is the fact that अगर तो इन 201 बच्चों के मन में से, या इनमें से किसी भी एक परसेंटेज ऑफ लोगों के मन में सेल्स या मार्केटिंग की तरफ थोड़ा सा भी विरोधाभास है, या थोड़ा सा भी निराशावादी है कि नहीं यार सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग, जस्ट कंसीडर दिस. एक केमिलुमिनेसेंस टेक्नोलॉजी पे चलने वाली मशीन जो इम्यूनोलॉजिकल एसेज को, नॉट ओनली T3, 4 TSH, और कौन से एसेज होते हैं, विटामिन डी हो गया, ल्यूटिनाइजिंग हार्मोन, फॉलिकल स्टिमुलेटिंग हार्मोन, प्रोलैक्टिन, इनकी जो कॉन्सेंट्रेशन इन आवर ब्लड होती है ना, that is to the tune of picogram per ml, right? 10⁻12. अब picogram per ml की मैग्नीट्यूड में किसी एक्टिव प्रिंसिपल को अगर हमें ट्रेस करना है तो आपकी मशीन भी बहुत ढंग की होनी चाहिए, राइट? लेकिन sensitivity and specificity, yes, that's a part, Hemant. But what I was trying to talk about, or rather say, कि वो जो मशीन है ना, या वो जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, उसको एक मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर नहीं बेच सकता, उसको एक बीकॉम ऑनर्स का बच्चा नहीं बेच सकता, उसको एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, he might do a lot good in his career, but he does not know, anything about that technology or that machine. चाहे जब आप कस्टमर कॉन्वर्सेशंस करते हो तो सेल्स में टारगेट होना तो एक अच्छी बात है. ब्रेड एंड बटर भी एंटरप्राइज की उसी से चलती है. जब कहीं कुछ बिकता है तभी तनख्वाह भी आती है लोगों की, राइट? So I'm just trying to draw a parallel between a failed enterprise which was Theranos, लेकिन Siemens जैसी कंपनियां या रोश जैसी कंपनियां या जॉनसन एंड जॉनसन एबट जैसी कंपनियां, ये लोग भी इस तरीके की, they sell machines like this. We have to know and we have to research about them. There are campus participation or campus connect programs that Siemens जैसी कंपनियां चलाती हैं, जिसमें कि सेल्स ही नहीं, एप्लीकेशन स्पेशलिस्ट भी लोग लिए जाते हैं. जब एक मशीन को कहीं जाके इंस्टॉल कर दिया जाता है तो देयर इज क्या कैसे बताऊं, सेंसिटिविटी स्पेसिफिसिटी को एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए एक कंट्रोल, बायोरैड के कंट्रोल्स भी चलाए जाते हैं. आई थिंक बायोरैड के कंट्रोल्स आप लोग भी लैब में यूज करते होंगे, बट दीज मशीन्स आर open system, or sorry, closed system machines, and they have control values. The control values tell you that the reagent or the machine in particular are working in accordance or not. Calibration and standardization. So calibration and standardization sales wala nahi karta. There is a fleet of application specialists as well, right? Those folks are called application scientists. Now, what I'm actually trying to tell you, कि जो एंटरप्राइज का फंक्शनल डिजाइन है ना, आपकी हमारी नौकरी उसी के अंतर्गत लग सकती है. तो आज अगर हम कैलिब्रेशन स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन को समझते हैं, आज अगर हम बायोरैड के कंट्रोल्स को समझते हैं, आज हम अगर इम्यूनो एसे को समझते हैं, अगर आज हम बायोकेमिस्ट्री को समझते हैं एज सब्जेक्ट्स, आई थिंक देयर इज इनफ एंड मोर अपॉर्चुनिटी देयर with organizations like Siemens, GE, Roche, Abbott, or all those players. मुझे कहाँ मदद मिली, मैं क्या बेचता था? By the virtue of being a biotechnology student, अब लाइफ साइंस का भी थोड़ा सा भाई बायोलॉजी 10वीं 12वीं में हर कोई पढ़ा ही रहता है. I used to be selling for Bebron, which was my first organization. And there was a product which was called Tetraspan. That was a plasma volume expander. Meaning, जब बहुत क्रिटिकल ब्लड लॉस हो जाता है और एक किसी पेशेंट को, ट्रॉमा पेशेंट को, तो ब्लड के साथ साथ जो हमारा ऑस्मोटिक बैलेंस मेंटेन रखते हैं वो कोलॉइड्स होते हैं. बहुत पुराने सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, डोंट पिक मी अप ऑन द कॉलर, यू नो, इफ आई मेक एनी काइंड ऑफ अ ब्लंडर, आई एम ट्राइंग टू गिव यू अ पर्सपेक्टिव हियर. तो ब्लड जब ड्रेन आउट होता है किसी ट्रॉमा में, तो कोलॉइड्स जो है, एल्ब्यूमिन हमारा नेचुरल कोलॉइड है, वो भी ड्रेन आउट हो जाता है. सो जस्ट टू, हमारी जो मेजर वेसल्स हैं, उनका ब्लड वेसल्स, चाहे इंफीरियर वीना कावा, आयोटा, सुपीरियर वीना कावा, व्हाटएवर, राइट, उनका क्या कहते हैं उसको, टर्जिडिटी या उनका रिगर मेजर वेन्स एंड आर्टरीज का बनाए रखने के लिए एक प्लाज्मा वॉल्यूम एक्सपैंडर फ्लूइड को वो करा जाता है. दैट्स अ सिंथेटिक फ्लूइड, सिंथेटिक कोलॉइड उसके अंदर होता है, सो दैट ऑस्मोटिक प्रेशर भी मेंटेन रहे. अब जब मैं बेचने जा रहा हूं, तो जो और ये इन चीजों की प्लाज्मा वॉल्यूम एक्सपैंडर्स, दे कम इन आईवी फ्लूइड की बोतल टाइप में आते हैं, और ये एक एक बोतल नहीं बिकती है, इंस्टीट्यूशनल सेलिंग होती है. बड़े बड़े अस्पताल 1-1 1.5 लाख मतलब बॉटल्स का ऑर्डर देते हैं महीने. जैसे गंगाराम का जो ऑर्डर है एक प्लाज्मा वॉल्यूम एक्सपैंडर का, दैट इज क्लोज टू अबाउट 60-70,000 बॉटल्स पर मंथ, राइट? सो यू आर एक्चुअली प्रेजेंटिंग टू अ कमिटी ऑफ डॉक्टर्स एंड इंस्टीट्यूशनल बोर्ड, or the committee or the procurement committee. Now imagine, ये जो प्रोडक्ट बीब्रॉन का था, they don't, the doctor community reads एक इसका वॉल्यूवन करके एक प्रोडक्ट आता था, इसी का कंपटीशन, कंपनी कौन सी, फ्रिजीनिस काबी का, हाँ, फ्रिजीनिस काबी का वॉल्यूवन आता था. नो, वॉल्यूवन वाज अ टेक्स्ट बुक प्लाज्मा वॉल्यूम एक्सपैंडर. तो वॉल्यूवन तो जानते थे डॉक्टर लोग. Now imagine, just because मैं काम सेलिंग का कर रहा था, मैं सेल्स कर रहा था, लेकिन just because I had a perspective on life sciences, I understand what a colloid is, I understand what major veins are, I understand what colloidal turgor pressure would do, I was able to make a kick-ass presentation in front of the procurement committee. The doctors and the committee members really liked it कि हाँ यार, बंदा जो बेचने आ रहा है ना, इसको सब्जेक्ट का भी पता है. So I'm saying, consider that also when you are considering, or anybody who's kind of trying to rule out sales and marketing as professions. बोइंग का जहाज एक एरोनॉटिकल इंजीनियर से अच्छा कोई नहीं बेच सकता. उसी प्रकार से लाइफ साइंसेज या हेल्थ केयर टेक्नोलॉजीज की चीजें हम जैसे लोगों से अच्छा कोई नहीं बेच सकता. बिकॉज वीव गॉट दिस एकेडमिक, एल्सेवियर है, एल्सेवियर जैसी आपकी जो पब्लिशिंग हाउस है, एल्सेवियर की सेल्स टीम्स है, you have to go institutional subscriptions आपको बेचने होते हैं, like major incentives, you join and you get a polo in a company like Agilent Technologies. You got 2-3 alumni from Amity. They are into mass spectrophotometry, mass spectrophotometer बनाते हैं वो लोग, and they are into जब बंदा एक सेल्स में ज्वाइन करता है तो उसको 3 चीजें मिलती है. एक लैपटॉप मिलता है उसको, एक बैग मिलता है और एक पोलो की चाबी मिलती है. So I'm saying, consider all that, while you are trying to, get onto a career. Entitlement कभी ज्ञान से पहले नहीं आता. थोड़ा सा अपने को ना, मेरे एक बॉस हुआ करते थे, जब कभी गुस्सा हो जाते थे ना वो, तो चिल्ला के झुंझला के बोलते थे कि वॉश योर माइंड विद कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड H2SO4. एंड मुझे कई बार आई यूज्ड टू गेट शडर्स कि यार हाउ वुड इट रियली फील लाइक. बट व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज दैट अगर आपके जहन में जरा सा भी एंटाइटलमेंट है ना कि नहीं मैं तो खलीफा हो गया हूं या हो गई हूं और मुझे अब एक कॉर्नर ऑफिस का एंटाइटलमेंट है, या नहीं जो मैं ये कर लूंगी, तो आप आज की डेट में एक कॉल सेंटर का CCNA MCSE सर्टिफिकेट नहीं पा गए हैं. आप बहुत क्रिटिकल नहीं है किसी बहुत ऑपरेशन के जब तक आपके पास कोई स्किल नहीं है. दैट इज द हार्ड ट्रूथ ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री. सो व्हाट वी रियली नीड टू कंसिडर इज दैट एंटाइटलमेंट in most of our cases does precede knowledge, which is not the right case to be. Consider this. I work with Oyo. Oyo is one of our customers. When I asked them, मैं रितेश से मिल रहा था. I met Ritesh, keep meeting him. Ritesh Agarwal, the founder. मैंने पूछा कि आप if I were to ask you कि आप किस business में हो, आप क्या करते हो, right? And that's where I kind of I'm connecting with the person who wrote AI with biotechnology. And Ritesh replies from Oyo, he's the founder of Oyo. He replies, Shirish, we are a data analytics company which happen to be selling hotel rooms. How powerful is that? Just imagine कि वो एक डेटा एनालिटिक्स कंपनी है जो इत्तेफाकन होटल के कमरे बेच रहे हैं. And that's what they are. If you really deep dive into it, उनकी जो डिजिटल कैंपेन्स चलती हैं या जिस तरीके से वो कस्टमर को, एक कस्टमर टारगेट बेस है, एक कस्टमर का डेटा सेट है, एक इन्वेंट्री है, उसको कैसे वो लिंक कर रहे हैं, and all the while what they are using are data analytics and various other digital paradigms to get closer to their customer. What I'm wanting to kind of articulate here is that please, talk to people, understand what is in a day's job for them. सिर्फ अगर एक ये काम कर लिया ना आपने कि आपने, and I'm kind of moving to the next slide. So if you just do this, कि जितनी करियर पर्सोनाज है ना जो आपके सामने लिखी हुई हैं, कि आप HR में जा सकते हैं, कि मार्केटिंग में जा सकते हैं, सेल्स में जा सकते हैं, फाइनेंस में जा सकते हैं, लीगल में जा सकते हैं, रेगुलेटरी, whatever, right? You can read it on your own. My suggestion to you is, and it's not an easy thing to do, right? जितना ज्ञान मेरे पास है, I think we can connect offline as well. I've started rather, एक आध दिन पहले ही I've started a digital resource called Biz Wines Network, because you folks are population which are very familiar with the wines, na? Kusha Kapila and BBQ wines and all of that. So I thought that business को भी ना wines format में ही थोड़ा present करना पड़ेगा, तभी हम attention ले पाएंगे. Because Kusha Kapila can go do away with a lot of things, right? उसको कोई पढ़ने लिखने का, she's not a biotechnologist, उसको कोई पढ़ाई लिखाई का सीन नहीं है. But that one skill that she's got of that of a vlogger is something that really is taking her places. So what constitutes the functioning of an enterprise is the most important part for all of us to know. What is a good way to do it? आप इन कस्टमर पर्सोना, आपके घर परिवार में भी लोग हैं, बहुत लोग बहुत जगह बहुत मुख्तलिफ अलग अलग किस्म की नौकरियां करते हैं. Just find out about them. What's in a day's job for them? उनका एक working day कैसा दिखता है, right? And that's where you possibly will be able to relate your own individual virtue and ecosystem as well. कि आप बढ़िया क्या करोगे. मुझे हमेशा से लोगों से मिलने का, बात करने का, और ये I was pretty social even while at college. I was with the the youth council. तो पहले साल when I went into sales, I was like कि नहीं यार, मैं ना, I was like very egoistic about myself कि कैसा मैं क्यों किसी का इंतजार करूंगा, and I had this big ego nose around me कि मैं क्यों इंतजार करूंगा किसी अपॉइंटमेंट के लिए. मैं भी एक टेक्निकल करिकुलम पढ़ा हुआ टेक्निकल ग्रेजुएट हूं, मैं क्यों किसी का इंतजार करूंगा. The first year my achievement was 66%. You almost get fired with that kind of an achievement, but I think my bosses were gracious enough. But what I learned, I think I could not have learned more in any other function, because my function corroborates with all the functions listed here. ये जितने भी फंक्शन लिखे हुए हैं, इन सबके काम अगर किसी को पता होते हैं, जो कोलैबोरेशन की बात या क्रॉस स्किलिंग की बात हो रही थी पिछले सेशन में, आई थिंक क्रॉस स्किलिंग को एक्सपीरियंस करने के लिए one of the best roles is sales roles, but again it also requires some skill set and some personality design, so not made for everybody as well. So studying the career personas is very important part. I'll take one example in the next slide in terms of journey ki ek enterprise ke andar journey kya hai. You know, we've all of us have been through this lockdown. Who's there? Currently there are 201 people on the chat here who faced, I'm not sure anyone, and I wish, you know, nobody of us faced any kind of a logistical problem in कि आज मैगी खाने का मन कर रहा है तो मैगी हमें नहीं मिली हो. All the markets, all the shops during even the pandemic, even you know, the grocery shops were equipped to do everything. Why do you think they were able to do that? Because there was some enterprise functioning. कोई लॉजिस्टिक्स का कोई बंदा काम कर रहा होगा, उसने करी थी. एक बंदा है जो आज लॉजिस्टिक्स का हेड, जस्ट यू नो ऐसी एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं बहुत रफ सा. एक बंदा था, उसने सन 1987 में या 1990 में एक बार बायोटेक्नोलॉजी पढ़ी थी, लेकिन आज वो लॉजिस्टिक्स का हेड है पार्ले जी में. और क्योंकि वो अपने फंक्शन को इतने अच्छे से पकड़ के चलाता है लॉजिस्टिक्स को, कि शिरीष मिश्रा को जब जब पार्ले जी खाने का मन हुआ ना, उसका स्टॉक जो था, इट वाज अवेलेबल इन एवरी रिटेल शॉप अक्रॉस द 135 करोड़ लोग जो हम भारत में रहते हैं, 1.3 बिलियन पीपल दैट वी आर. दैट इज द पावर ऑफ एन एंटरप्राइज फंक्शन. अप्रिशिएट दैट. वैक्सीन का लॉजिस्टिक्स जो है, वैक्सीन का लॉजिस्टिक्स कोल्ड चेन की जो बात हो रही है, आज कुछ नया नहीं है. जिन हम रिएजेंट्स की बात कर रहे हैं, हु एल्स अपार्ट फ्रॉम अ बायोटेक्नोलॉजिस्ट वुड अप्रिशिएट कि यार अगर ये 2 to 8 में नहीं ट्रांसपोर्ट हुआ ना, 2 डिग्री सेल्सियस से 8 डिग्री सेल्सियस में, तो ये पेरिश हो जाएगा. और अगर ये पेरिश हो जाएगा तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर जो है या हॉस्पिटल या जो कस्टमर जो है वो उसकी सप्लाई लेगा नहीं. और एक एक रिएजेंट जो है लाखों रुपए का होता है. और मुझे, क्योंकि ट्रांसपोर्ट करके कस्टमर एंड तक पहुंचाने की जिम्मेदारी कंपनी की थी, या सीमेंस की थी, या रोश की थी, या जॉनसन एंड जॉनसन की थी, तो मुझे उसको क्रेडिट नोट देना पड़ेगा. फाइनेंस इन्वॉल्व है. तो अगर कोल्ड चेन टूटती है तो उसका नुकसान कंपनी को है. हु कैन एसोसिएट हिज सोल to 2 to 8 degrees Celsius? I don't think anybody else apart from somebody who's touched life sciences as a subject would be able to relate to that. I think that's where our opportunities, that's where we shine. Regulatory affairs. Imagine किसी को एक्टिव प्रिंसिपल का पता ही नहीं है कि एक्टिव प्रिंसिपल है क्या. हम लोग वो उसमें किसमें माइक्रोबायोलॉजी में पढ़ते हैं हम लोग, क्या वो अपस्ट्रीमिंग एंड डाउनस्ट्रीमिंग, वो रोटावेपर, एक्टिव प्रिंसिपल आइसोलेशन, वो डिस्क पे डिस्क डिफ्यूजन मेथड एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट, राइट. सो रेगुलेटरी अफेयर्स में किसी ने बीए करके वकालत कर ली और आईपीआर में इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी लॉ पढ़ लिया उसने, और वो एक जगह लेट्स से पेटेंट अटर्नी भी बन गया. अब उसके पास आ गया एक एंटीबायोटिक का पेटेंट फाइल करने के लिए, जिसको इसका पता ही नहीं, जिसको इस बात का इल्म ही नहीं है कि एक्टिव प्रिंसिपल क्या है, डिस्क डिफ्यूजन क्या है, फॉर दैट मैटर ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स है क्या. डू यू थिंक वो आदमी कभी आईपीआर या रेगुलेटरी अफेयर्स से जस्टिस कर पाएगा? फिनांस, जैसे हमने पेरिशेबिलिटी की बात करी, इन ऑल द कंपनीज व्हिच आर बायोटेक्नोलॉजी और हेल्थ केयर कंपनीज, डोंट यू थिंक एक फाइनेंस का बंदा विल हैव एन एडिशनल पर्सपेक्टिव अगर उसको ज्ञान हो कि नहीं यार ये पेरिशेबल चीजें हैं. सो फाइनेंस और लॉजिस्टिक्स बहुत हैंड इन हैंड चलते हैं. बहुत मिनिमल इन्वेंट्री, सेल्स वालों से फोरकास्ट लिया जाता है कि साहब कितना बेचोगे अगले महीने, उसी हिसाब से प्लांट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होती है, उसी हिसाब से खरीदा जाता है और मिनिमम इन्वेंट्री रखी जाती है ताकि कॉस्ट ऑफ इन्वेंट्री कम हो. ये एंटरप्राइज के फंक्शन करने का दिमाग है, राइट. नाउ इमेजिन समबडी हु नोज, who has this background of biotechnology, लेकिन वो फाइनेंस की तरफ बड़ा ओरिएंटेड है, वो पर्सनल फाइनेंसेस बहुत अच्छे से मैनेज करता है, और लेट्स से कि वो एक फाइनेंस का सर्टिफिकेशन भी कर लेता है या कुछ डिग्री भी ले लेता है अपनी बायोटेक्नोलॉजी की पढ़ाई के बाद, वो कितना एसोसिएट कर पाएगा कोर पर्पस ऑफ दैट बिजनेस से. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, गुड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रैक्टिसेस, सिक्स सिग्मा, लीन, ऑल ऑफ दोज थिंग्स. I mean, we all study bioprocess technology as a part of our curriculum. So I think I can go on and on. Application का मैंने बताया ही आपको, calibration and control set करते हैं application scientists जाके and all the machines which are there. So I am really excited, and I'm really I feel for this very डीप डाउन समवेयर कि एंटाइटलमेंट से पहले ना एंटरप्राइज कैसे चल रहा है उसको देखा जाए. कम से कम मेरे केस में इट हैज yielded a lot of fruit, and I'm very very hopeful. I was not the most meritorious student in Amity, let me tell you that outrightly. I had pending assessments when I joined my first job. तो अगर मेरे जैसा एक आदमी अपने 11-12 साल की करियर के अंदर कुछ ठीक ठाक कर सकता है ना, so I think the potential is immense and huge for all of you who are, I would say, much more gifted than what I am, or rather would be. Now, KPIs क्या है, आपको किस चीज पे जज किया जाएगा? ये परफॉर्मेंस, आई फॉर डिटेल, ये सब पॉइंटर्स पे भी आएंगे, लेकिन एक जो सबसे बड़ा मसला है जो कॉलेज गोइंग पॉपुलेशन के अंदर या अदरवाइज एक यंग लोगों में व्हाट आई सी, आई कंसिडर माई सेल्फ, अभी मैं भी कोई ऐसा बहुत बड़ा नहीं हो गया, बट एक देयर इज दिस ड्राइव फैक्टर व्हिच वी रियली लुक एट इन द इंडस्ट्री, और मेरे को उसका बड़ा फायदा मिलता है. आई विल गिव यू अ स्टोरी हियर, स्मॉल स्टोरी हियर. डॉक्टर पूजा, मुझे टाइम चेक कर दीजिएगा. आई एम नॉट लुकिंग एट द टाइम, सो ऑल्दो आई एम ऑन.
Yeah, no problem. You have another 15 minutes to go.
Sure, thanks. So how it had helped me, you know, and the fact that I was talking about कि यार वो कौन सी एक ऐसी चीज है जो हाँ या ना कर देती है कि would I, being a part of the industry, whether I would lay a hand or select a particular student or not in terms of hiring. वो एक बात क्या है, there's only एक ही चीज है, उसके अलावा कुछ है नहीं, and that thing is getting stuff done. सिर्फ getting stuff done का attitude अगर कहीं दिख जाता है, I hire for attitude, skill set I can train on. As a professional, as let's say today, the head of the India business for one of the Tech Mahindra divisions, I see a lot of gap in the attitude of getting things done. और मुझे लगता है कि उसका जो स्कूल ऑफ थॉट भी वहीं से ही है कि एंटाइटलमेंट पहले आ जाता है, ज्ञान के पहले एंटाइटलमेंट आ जाता है कि नहीं, अपने को you know, there is some kind of an entitlement about us. I'll give you an example here. When I joined Bebron, not that I'm not an idol or any kind of a I would, you know, or a reference text, but I'm saying कि मुझे कहाँ फायदा मिला. I joined Bebron, I just got training हो रही थी, and I was reading all the technologies कि क्या बेचना है, what does the market look like, and what are our competencies and all of that. And I spent good 1 week in the boardroom, right? Now, when I was there in the boardroom, I was like, पढ़ाई वढ़ाई तो बहुत हो गई यार, ये लोग कुछ काम क्यों नहीं बता रहे मुझे करने के लिए. Then suddenly the HR came to me, and HR कहती है कि शिरीष, ये ना and this office was in Moti Nagar, if somebody is familiar with Delhi. Moti Nagar में मैं बैठा हुआ था, and the HR told me that there's a very big key opinion leader, KOL कहते हैं हेल्थ केयर इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, जो बड़े डॉक्टर साहब लोग होते हैं, जो मल्टीपल साइंस जर्नल्स को मतलब एंडोर्स करते हैं या अपनी विद्या के बहुत पारंगत लोग होते हैं. तो डॉक्टर रावल नाम है उनका, इज अ वेरी वेरी बिग डॉक्टर, जेनाइटो यूरो ऑन्कोलॉजिकल सर्जन है वो. उनका एक डॉक्यूमेंट कुछ था जो बीब्रॉन को एक सर्टन ब्रोशर ऑफ क्या बोलते हैं टेक्नोलॉजीज सफदरजंग से पिकअप होना था और उनको रोहिणी में डिलीवर होना था. मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा, मैंने कहा चलो आज कोई काम तो मिला. मैं उस वक्त मोटरसाइकिल पे चलता था. आई पिक्ड अप माई बाइक. I rode from मोती नगर टू सफदरजंग एनक्लेव. अब जैसे ही मैं निकल रहा हूँ उस ऑफिस से वो लिफाफा लेके, it started raining like cats and dogs. मतलब अजीब ही हो गया, इतनी बारिश मैंने अपने पर्सनल उसमें मैंने नहीं देखी इतनी बारिश. मैंने कहा ये, and I was like really sad कि आज पहली बार कुछ करने को मिला था और आज ही इतनी बारिश हो गई. Then I went back. वहां पे there was a grocery shop. मैंने उससे 4-5 पॉलिथीन बैग्स मांगे. I wrapped it in the polythene bag. और फिर मैंने वो शर्ट के बटन खोल के जैसे बाइकर्स अंदर डाल लेते, मैंने उसको अंदर डाल दिया 4-5 पॉलिथीन बैग्स के अंदर. और मैंने कह दिया कि अब आज क्या है कि फिर भीग ही लेते हैं पूरा. and Safdarjung enclave se pura drenched in water, I reached Rohini. When I stepped on that footmat, hospital ke bahar, Rajiv Gandhi ke, like I was, the water was dripping all through. Then मैंने अपने आप को थोड़ा सा जितना निचोड़ सकता था निचोड़ा, and मैंने अपना गीला विजिटिंग कार्ड दिया उस जो कि पद्म विभूषण टाइप जो डॉक्टर साहब हैं, बहुत बड़े आदमी जो है, और मैं कौन हूं, मैं एक कॉलेज का कहते हैं ना कि रूकी, अभी अभी आया है नौकरी करने, उसको पता नहीं नौकरी होती क्या है, राइट? तो मैंने अपना विजिटिंग कार्ड दिया बी ब्राउन का, तो ही कॉल्ड मी इन, एंड व्हेन ही लुक्ड एट मी व्हाइल आई वाज काइंड ऑफ ओपनिंग द लेयर्स ऑफ दोस पॉलिथीन बैग्स जिनमें मैं उनका कागज लेके आया था, he actually was awestruck, and मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला, वो इतने बड़े साहब, वो इतने बड़े आदमी, मतलब जो मतलब उस वक्त तो इतनी जानकारी भी नहीं थी, अब तो खैर द रिलेशनशिप इट हैज अ वेरी डिफरेंट लेवल. He called for warm towels and tea and what not, and he started, वो मुझे पोंछने लग गए. So getting stuff done की जो power है ना, power to influence is the highest in the attitude of getting stuff done. ये कह देना कि हो जाएगा, I mean ठीक है यार, I mean there are a lot of people like that यार. I mean you folks enjoyed गाय तोड़ने to an extent क्योंकि वो कर देता था ना कुछ ना कुछ. So that is what you also exude as a value when you get stuff done. And that is the power, and that was like what, 12 years ago. Recently I met Dr. Rawal. 12 साल बाद की बात बता रहा हूं. I met Dr. Rawal and there was some कुछ क्या कहते हैं ऑन्कोलॉजी कंसल्टेशन की बात थी, and there was some serious thing in मेरे known to में कुछ लोग थे, and they really wanted to consult Dr. Rawal, और उसके अलावा किसी को दिखाना नहीं चाहते थे वो. He had an operation theater day, right? He stepped out of the operation theater. It was not an OPD day. ये 12 साल बाद की बात. मैं उसके बाद 2-3 साल जब तक बीब्रॉन में काम किया तब मैं मिलता था, बीच में बात होती रहती थी. But when I met him after 12 years, when I entered his cabin, he rose and he hugged me. And he still remembered that drenchy rookie out of college, Shirish, जो भीगा हुआ बेचारा गया था एक कागज लेके वहां पे. That is the power. That is the power of getting stuff done. And I enjoy a very good relationship with him today. So it all starts there. आप नैग करोगे तो वो you're not nagging anybody else यार. I mean आपकी दुनिया है, आपकी नौकरी है, और इसमें कोई फ्री लंचेस नहीं होते. I'm really grateful to the entire Amity management and even the teacher fraternity or the entire ecosystem, which is making so much of an effort कि नहीं यार आप लोगों को एक एक्सपोजर या एक some kind of a story building on your profile मिले कि नहीं यार हमको करना क्या है exactly, right? So I think what is very important is studying the personas, career personas. Please understand, वो एक ऐसी जगह है जहां पे आपको 35-40 साल निकालने हैं. आज मैं जो काम करता हूं, I enjoy it like amazing. I don't want Saturdays and Sundays. It's like I'm on a beach when I'm selling. मुझे इतना अच्छा लगता है. And that's the choice that I would want you to make. Maybe sales is not everybody's cup of tea. हो सकता है इन 201 लोगों में से किसी को बहुत thorough knowledge और technical documents consume करने में बड़ा मजा आता हो. I mean, what a fantastic patent attorney, or for that matter regulatory affairs or scientific advisor that person would lead on to become. I'm saying please explore that value or a virtue, because when you are at the workplace, आपको key performance indicators on your performance, eye for detail भी I mean अगर getting stuff done एक बात है तो दूसरी चीज eye for detail भी है. In my career, I had lost a check of 2.8 crores. 2 करोड़ 80 लाख का चेक हो गया था मुझसे एक बार. And I'm really happy कि जो मेरी recklessness from college थी वो पहले 3-4 साल of career में douse off हो गई. Possibly दूसरे तीसरे साल में था जब मैंने 2 करोड़ 80 लाख रुपए का चेक खो दिया था. I was not fired, but still, I mean, I could have gotten fired. Who knows, right? So taking things lightly, or rather not consuming the detail, is not something which will get us anywhere. Hustle index is very important. आप कितनी मेहनत कर सकते हो? How hard can you do it? There are cross-functional teams के अंदर, because we work with a lot of departments, legal, marketing, public affairs, हम सबके साथ ही काम करते हैं, being business development. there are at times when I have to go through, जब हम कोई legal position लेते हैं in some litigation or with a customer or something, it is not my job. I'm not a lawyer, but there are times when रात भर मैंने पढ़ा है कि हाई कोर्ट ने इस केस कॉर्पोरेट लॉ में क्या जजमेंट दिया, या what should be my stand as a business head or as a company when I am looking for it. So there is no end to it. I mean, knowledge will only benefit us. The legal team is really they are also in awe at times कि यार ये शिरीष ये कहाँ से पढ़ के आता है, ये करता क्या है, उनका भी काम आसान होता है ना कहीं ना कहीं. Then procedure and policy is something that wherever you work वो आपको खुद ही सिखा देंगे. I think the last point probably is the most important point: communication and peer behavior. And let me mince no words here. और ये बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ और बहुत कहते हैं ना कि कैंडिड तरीके से बात कर रहा हूं, जैसे कि आप और मैं कैफेटेरिया में कॉफी पे के ऊपर बात कर रहे होते हैं, राइट? Snobs, people with a high nose, people with an ego or all of that, snobs do not have a place in a fast-paced career life. You have to collaborate with people. आप हो सकते हैं कि आप इतने तगड़े आप आज हो गए कि माइक्रोबायोलॉजिस्ट आप इतने तगड़े हो गए कि आपका स्लांट जो है कि ओ माय गॉड कि उसकी जो है मोनालिसा की पिक्चर से भी सुंदर आपका स्लांट होता है सब कल्चरिंग का, लेकिन आपको 24 घंटे स्लांट के साथ नहीं बिताने होते. You'll have to spend the majority of your time with human beings, and that is where communication and peer behavior is very, very important. So snobs will have to, kind of tone down, maybe have some fun with the folks that they enjoy with. And I think a very powerful virtue which helps us be the lesser of a snob, I was a big snob earlier, is gratitude. Gratitude से ज्यादा powerful virtue मुझे इसलिए नहीं लगती कोई, क्योंकि I'm in perpetuity grateful to what Amity has made of me, right? And that is the part which gives me the immense leeway. आप देखो डॉक्टर पूजा का अभिवादन मेरे लिए I think is a lot of it because I also am very grateful to what we've become, right? Anybody who teaches you something, I mean आपको लायक आदमी बना दिया, और मैं आपको अभी नजारे भी दिखाऊंगा. I mean, that corner cabin, I'll just show you the corner cabin. How does a corner cabin looks like, right? I'm sitting in a corner cabin at the moment when I speak to you. But grateful, or rather gratitude, is something which actually I would say a very, very important behavioral aspect which takes people places. So this was an example that I had kept, a short example, कि अगर human resource ने अपना काम ठीक नहीं किया, सही लोगों को, अगर आप मान लीजिए human resource में एक सवाल आया कि MBA करना है किसी को, मान लीजिए उस इंसान ने MBA कर लिया, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी के अलावा किसी और को उसने हायर कर दिया एक ड्रग के प्लांट के लिए, मार्केटिंग वाले ने सही ऑर्डर नहीं दिया या फोरकास्ट नहीं दिया, सेल्स वाले ने फोरकास्ट नहीं दिया, लॉजिस्टिक्स वाले ने शिपमेंट या रॉ मटेरियल्स नहीं प्रोक्योर करे टाइम से, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वाला कुछ नहीं कर पाया. तो ये सारे एंटरप्राइज के रोल्स बहुत ज्यादा इंटरलिंक्ड हैं. हमको ये आइडेंटिफाई करना है कि हम कहां से which part do we actually click with, and that is going to be unique for all these 200 people. Let me say that maybe some commonality somewhere, but largely they are going to be unique. But I think that's where I would give it a rest on the last slide, wherein we've been speaking about this. The design of skills is rested in individual values. What are your core values and beliefs? What are your strength areas? Development areas क्या है आपके? क्योंकि जो आपके core areas होंगे और जो आपकी दिशा होगी वो core values तय करेंगी. जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि finance का दिमाग किसी में बहुत अच्छा चलता है, तो वो एक financial function की तरफ भी देख सकता है एक enterprise की journey में. किसी को लगता है कि technology तो वो एक R&D function में देख सकता है, या intellectual property rights या scientific advisory की तरफ देख सकता है. But they will be rooted towards your core values only, and there'll be something where you'll have to develop yourself, right? Collaboration through technology, skills, upskilling. We can go on and on कि आप AWS पढ़ लो, cloud पढ़ लो, artificial intelligence पढ़ लो, but till the point आपको ये नहीं पता है कि आप उससे करना क्या चाहते हो, I don't think any of it will make a sense. So one notion that we actually need to flesh out with concentrator H2SO4 कि ये कर लेंगे तो ये मिल जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं है. पहले आप ये डिसाइड करो कि क्या आपको करना है, and then you decide as to how do you gear up or skill for that. Industry mentorship, I'm open. You can find me on LinkedIn. I can have smaller conversations continuously as well. Like I said, I'm trying to, it'll not be as blunt as BB Ki Wines, folks, but yeah, the Biz Wines network is going to be pretty casual conversations about business. That's one initiative that I'm starting on. Your purpose is going to be your biggest asset. And the question that you have to ask yourself is, ये मत पूछो कि भाई वो क्या देगा तुमको अगला, ये बताओ कि what are you about actually. So I think with that, I'll give it a rest, with the note that find out what you like doing best and get someone to pay you doing it. I'm an example there. So I think we'll open it for any questions or anything that the students may have a doubt on.
Yeah,
I think there are a couple of questions on the chat box.
Do I see them? I don't see them.
Yes, so Vinayak.
Acha.
I think
Q&A pe, right.
Yeah. So I think but Sheetal Patnaik says how skill gaps are relevant in coping up with work-life balance.
Right.
And I think there are a few more.
I see them. Now I see them. Right.
Students,
sorry.
Sorry.
You say something?
Students, if you want to write something, please don't write on the chat box. Please write them on the question and answer box.
Yeah. So I think I'll take Patnaik's first. How skill gaps are relevant in coping up with work-life balance. इसको ऐसे देखो कि as a skill, whatever skill is required for a salesman, let me say कि मैंने अपने आप को ऐसा स्किल कर दिया है कि आप मुझे सपने में भी सेल्स पिच कराओगे ना, you will find a perfectly well-orated sales pitch delivered, right? So rather you are answering your own question. Work-life balance कब है? जब आप efficient कम हो, right? जब आपके पास एक skill set के अंदर एक perfection नहीं है, you'll spend more time doing it, right? I do not want to create a bad example. I was kind of in bad, back-to-back meetings, but it was in the last 16, 17 minutes before the presentation that I created the presentation that you saw. So I do that for a living, right? So skill gaps, identification of skill gaps. I'll give you an example. And I'll give you the example of this Hemant's startup incubator, the startup that he has incubated in Himachal Pradesh. Now he asked me, approved for building a prototype, how do we bring it on the board for a private limited? Now, this information is something that is pretty basic in terms of कि हम एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड को रजिस्टर कैसे करते हैं. लेकिन क्योंकि मेरे पास मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स का पोर्टल कैसे चलता है, या एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का क्या रोल है, या किसी और का क्या रोल है, ये रिक्वेस्ट इज नॉट more than a 5-10 minutes disposition for me. I don't even have to do a Google search for that. Let's say Patnaik, you were to launch a business of your own, and then you were to say कि यार इसका हम सेल्स कैसे करेंगे या मार्केटिंग कैसे करेंगे and all of that. I think अगर आप HubSpot पे आज से सर्टिफिकेशंस करने लग जाओ, HubSpot पे जाके पढ़ो, फ्री की पढ़ाई है वहां पे, आप अपने ब्रांड को कैसे मार्केट के पे लेके जा सकते हो, दैट इज द स्किल. तो जितना आप स्किल्ड रहोगे उतना आपका ज्यादा वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस रहेगा. क्यों? क्योंकि एक यूनिट ट्रांजैक्शन को करने में आपको एक नॉर्मल एवरेज इंसान से कम समय लगेगा. दैट इज द हिंदी का लॉजिक. I hope I'm able to kind of answer that. The next is how this real value education relevant in the era of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, okay, मैं इसका एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ, बहुत शानदार एग्जांपल है. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के अंदर ना हम सबने वो व्हाट्सएप का फॉरवर्ड देखा है ना, जो एक छोटा बच्चा है 10-12 साल का, IBM के लिए कॉग्निटिव इंटेलिजेंस की कोडिंग करता है. आई डोंट रिमेंबर हिज नेम. सो कॉग्निटिव इंटेलिजेंस या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के दो जो सबसे बड़े फ्रेमवर्क्स है, एक का नाम है IBM वाटसन जो कि IBM का है, और माइक्रोसॉफ्ट वाले का नाम है माइक्रोसॉफ्ट लुइस, राइट? तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट लुइस ने क्या करा, एक चैटबॉट बनाया। अब उस चैटबॉट पे एक सर्टेन बिजनेस यूज केस पे वो डिप्लॉय हुआ, एंड within 6 months, Google this, you'll find this somewhere on the net. 6 महीने के अंदर वो जो चैटबॉट था ना, इट टर्न्ड रेसिस्ट। वो हेलो निगर या इस तरीके से संबोधन करने लग गया आने वाले लोगों को। क्यों? क्योंकि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो है ना, वो हमेशा इंटेलिजेंस को मिमिक करती है। जिस तरीके के लोगों ने उससे चैट किया, उसने उन्हीं से मिमिक कर लिया, और 6 महीने बाद वो रेसिस्ट हो गया। शिरीष मिश्रा जा रहे हैं, बोल रहे हाय निगर, हाउ आर यू, राइट? सो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को कभी इस नजर से नहीं अपने को देखना है कि इट विल रिप्लेस रियल वैल्यू ऑफ एजुकेशन को। कोई नहीं रिप्लेस कर सकता। स्टैंडर्ड एसओपीज जो होती है, आप एक सिस्टम को प्रोग्राम कर सकते हो। आप आपने एक जेल बना दिया, आपने जेल रन करा, आपके बैंड्स बड़े क्लियर बन के आ गए, लेकिन आपको कहा गया लैब में कि नहीं यार, इसको एक सर्टेन टेम्परेचर में ही रखना है। तो मान लीजिए कि एक रोबोटिक आर्म लग गया, उसने आपके हाथ से उठा के रख दिया, लेकिन अगर वो तिरछा गिरा हुआ है और सेंसर, मोशन सेंसर उसके अंदर नहीं है, तो वो फ्रिज के अंदर जाते जाते गिर जाएगा। तो ह्यूमन आंख देख सकती है ना। सो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस विल बी मोर असिस्टिव। रेलेवेंस तो बात ही छोड़ दो, द रियल वैल्यू एजुकेशन विल ऑलवेज बी एसेंशियल। बिकॉज कल को गूगल भी अपनी वेरिली कंपनी बना लेगा या ह्यूमन कंप्यूटर इंटरफेस बना लेगा, तो बायोकेमिस्ट्री के जो लीवर्स हैं, सीरम बिलिरूबिन का ऊपर नीचे होना, इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स का ऊपर, NaKCl का ऊपर नीचे होना, पोटेशियम पंप वैसे ही चलेगा। रोबोट नहीं चला देगा हमारे शरीर का पोटेशियम के पंप in terms of it cannot really have a larger influence there. So I think the real value education and collaboration is the key. जो आड़े आती है बात, कई बार ये आती है कि एक सुपरलेटिव फीलिंग होती है हमको अपने ट्रेड के बारे में कि नहीं, हम जो पढ़ रहे हैं या ये हम इसी के दायरे में काम करेंगे, या वी हैव सम काइंड ऑफ सुपरलेटिव एयर अबाउट समथिंग। आप बिना कोलैबोरेशन के आप बड़ी कंपनी बना भी लोगे तो कस्टमर को एक्सेस कैसे दोगे जब तक आपको क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग के बारे में नहीं पता रहेगा? तो आपको फाइनेंस के बारे में नहीं पता रहेगा, तो आप कैसे अच्छे दाम पे अपना रॉ मटेरियल खरीदोगे? सो आई थिंक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, टू आंसर दैट, इज मोर conducive as an assistive framework to human progression and intelligence, is what I feel about it. Where do we have to focus? I'll take on the next one, Jeevan Jyot. Where do we have to focus most when we are framing our career or planning to work with any company? So Jeevan Jyot, I think that's what the crux of my entire I would say presentation was, that आप वो inward करो. It is not outward, it is more inward. Like, what is it about the enterprise function or a career persona that you like? आपको क्या पसंद है? Do you get excited when you go to a lab? जब लैब का पीरियड होता है तब आपको ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट होती है, या आपको कंप्यूटेशनल बायोलॉजी में ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट होती है, या आपको ड्रग मॉडलिंग साइड में ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट आता है? राइट? आई थिंक दैट्स द प्राइमरी थिंग, is first to focus on what is that core value which you want to be about, and then identifying कि वो कौन से फंक्शन में लाई करता है, कि वो रेगुलेटरी अफेयर्स में आता है, क्योंकि एक किसी भी कंपनी के स्टैंडर्ड फंक्शंस होते हैं, राइट? So I'm going to do I think we can have a enterprise functions के ऊपर एक elaborate session हम फिर कभी करेंगे, so that we can spend a little time on कैसे 2-4 फंक्शन एक बार में कवर कर लिए, उसके बाद कुछ फंक्शंस कवर कर लिए. That's where we need to actually make a start from.
We'll take last question now, Shirish.
Sure. So I think Madhusmita has a question, sir. Though we have knowledge in biotechnology field, but we usually lack marketing skills, which leads to failure in this field. So how can we enhance it and succeed in this field? I think you made a good start, Madhusmita, already by understanding that gap exists. And that's the trade superlative what I was talking about. Because understand, the commerce is the source of you and me getting paid in a career. जब भी कहीं कुछ बिक रहा है ना, तब, या जब कोई ग्राहक किसी कंपनी से कुछ खरीद रहा है, तब उस कंपनी के जितने लोग उस कंपनी के अंदर नौकरी कर रहे हैं, दे मेक सेंस टू द कंपनी, राइट? जब रेवेन्यू चला जाता है नीचे या मार्केट शेयर बहुत कम हो जाता है, तो क्यों ले ऑफ्स होते हैं? इसीलिए होते हैं कि भाई जब मेरे पास खरीद फरोख्त ही नहीं हो रही तो मैं किस लिए रखूं. सो आई थिंक टू आंसर योर क्वेश्चन, मार्केटिंग को आप मोर देन मार्केटिंग के दो पहलू हैं. वन इज दैट you have to market yourself, which I think there have been sessions on personal branding as well. That is something that you really need to follow. Udemy पे सोफी का एक सुपर सोफ करके सोफी करके एक लेडी, उसका एक कोर्स है, डिस्काउंट पे 400-450 का मिल जाता है. It's about personal branding as to how do you market yourself to create a thought advocacy or domain advocacy on various social media forums. Second is understanding the marketing ecosystem. कई बार लोग marketing और sales को interchangeably भी use करते हैं. So I'm doing a podcast on BizWines Network next week or rather next to next week कि marketing और sales के सही मायने क्या है. So I think before addressing that, अगर आप सिर्फ marketing और sales के सही मायने ही समझ लोगे ना, so आपको ये समझ में आ जाएगा कि उनका enterprise what exact role they have in an enterprise. And so personal branding का course is to solve for the personal marketing ecosystem. Enterprise marketing के क्या objectives होते हैं? I think there are multiple resources on the internet. You have to look for companies, you have to research companies or organizations where you find your fitment in one of the enterprise functions. उसके किसी एक फंक्शन में, जैसे मैंने अभी सीमेंस रोज की बात करी, आप देखो कि कैसे काम करते हैं इनकी डायग्नोस्टिक बिजनेस या हेल्थ केयर बिजनेस, कैसे काम करते हैं. मार्केटिंग ये जित अलग अलग चैनल्स पे, लिंक्डइन पे किस तरह का कंटेंट ये लोग डाल रहे हैं. हाउ आर दे ट्राइंग टू गेट क्लोजर टू देयर कस्टमर. मार्केटिंग का काम टेकिंग द ब्रांड टू द कस्टमर होता है. सेल्स का काम गेटिंग द ऑर्डर फ्रॉम दैट प्रोस्पेक्ट होता है. So I think that's about the size of it. It's a huge subject. I tried to make my humble attempt. I think I can go on for hours and hours and hours, but I hope I've been able to articulate some wisdom through this presentation. Thank you.
And we could have listened to you for hours and hours and hours, frankly speaking, and the examples that you gave, and they were so amazing. I mean, you couldn't see me because my camera was off, but I was really laughing hard because that actually is what happens.
Right.
So thank you so much, Sanjeev sir. No one better than you for thanking.
Not at all. I'm always speechless when it comes to Shrish. And trust you me, I was looking for synonyms for mesmerizing on Google. And Google gave me only 7 synonyms, so I'm pretty pissed off with Google also. So Shrish, you always do an amazing job, whatever task is assigned to you. And we are very, very fortunate to have you as our alumnus. And you talked about getting things done. And, you made your presentation just, maybe 15-20 minutes prior to the start of your talk, but you did a fantastic job. Experience, helped you, but then you at least had that confidence and you had that sincerity and commitment that I don't have to just let it pass by. And, I can use my image of an alumnus of 10 years ago or 20 years, 11 years ago. But, this is again a learning experience for all of us, that if we have committed to a task, we have to give it our best and deliver it. So thank you, Shrish. It is more than a pleasure, always. And Pooja ma'am, aren't you afraid now?
Very. I was about to say that I hate to follow a presentation like that.
Pooja ma'am. Yeah.
No, I think
on Thursday, I have a presentation.
Yeah, and you had the
Sorry,
presentation
you're
today.
saying something.
No, I'm saying it was your turn to present today, and I exchanged with you, and I'm really
Thank God we exchanged.
kicking myself right now.
No, I think Dr. Sanjeev, I think so first off, it's I keep on saying and admitting this to multiple forums that it's special to come back, but I think more than special, it is also an emotional thing. The larger part of my animation is about that desperation.
Yes.
कि मेरे जैसा कहते ना कि मैं मूर्ख खलकामी, मेरे जैसा मूर्ख खलकामी आदमी जो है भाई कुछ कर पा रहा है, right? So there is so much of a potential in all the folks who are there around, and even on the presentation side, like I said at that point in time also, I do not want to cast a wrong example, but I think that answered Patnaik's point on skill set. कि मेरे को मुझे टेंशन नहीं है, I can like sleep and make a presentation, right? तो जब आपके पास skill set होता है ना, तो आप you can do more with less. So that those part of exchanges are something that come in really handy. I think everybody's going to have a fantastic career journey ahead, and maybe I'll look forward to listening to some of them on the audience side.
Right. One last bit that I want to with permission of Dr. Pooja.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So Shrish, I would like your opinion on this. There is this thought that overwhelms me sometimes, that is it can you describe your life as a free fall, that you let things happen and and everything fell into place with a little bit of effort, that fish was put in water, that it happened, that you were given this sales profile and it fit your personality so well that it was smooth sailing for you. But what about all those students who are not fish and they are being forced into water, and while they should be flying up in the sky or something like that? I don't know whether I'm going on a tangent, but I would really like you to comment on this.
No, I think that's a very valid, I think that's a very pointed I would say question, and I'm glad you asked this. See, and I agree to the fact कि भाई शिरीष मिश्रा के केस में तो एक मछली को पानी में फेंक दिया गया, पानी में गिरने के बाद ये पता चला कि ये तो मछली ही है, ये अंदर रह लेगा, right? That was the precise reason for me. I mean, please understand, content जो है ना, I really feel for the folks here on the call, all the students. आप समझिए 2-3 चीजें हो रही है इस वक्त इस जहान के अंदर. पहली कि पिछले 6,50,000 सालों के हाईएस्ट कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड कॉन्सेंट्रेशन में हम जी रहे हैं आज, और मुझे लगता है उससे भी ज्यादा पुराना, अगर डेटलाइन या क्रोनोलॉजी की बात करें ना, तो सबसे ज्यादा कंटेंट बॉम्बार्डिंग के बीच में हम जी रहे हैं. इमेजिन द प्लाइट ऑफ दैट स्टूडेंट. उसको नहीं पता, उसको एक तरफ जब वो बिंज वॉचिंग कर रहा है नेटफ्लिक्स पे, तो एक तरफ वो सोशल डिलेमा देख रहा है, दूसरी तरफ वो रिसरेक्शन अर्तुगरुल देख रहा है, कुछ भी देख रहा है, राइट? फिर एकदम से उसको दिमाग में आता है कि नहीं यार मुझे करियर के लिए कुछ करना है, क्या करूं? तो वो क्लाउड सर्टिफिकेशन करने लग जाता है, कुछ ना कुछ. दे लाइक जस्ट बीइंग बम्बार्डेड विद कंटेंट, राइट? एंड दैट इज वेयर माय फर्स्ट स्लाइड सेड दैट द आंसर इज नॉट ऑन द आउटसाइड, द आंसर इज ऑन द इनसाइड. तो जो एसोसिएशन विद द एंटरप्राइज डिपार्टमेंट का पर्सोना है ना, दैट इज वेयर द आंसर लाइज. फिर वो मछली वाला सीन नहीं होगा. जब हम पहले से ही हाउ मेनी मतलब अभी जैसे सेल्स का एग्जांपल ले लेते हैं कि सेल्स के प्रति दुराग्रह तो सबका है कि नहीं जी, जिंदगी में कुछ भी कर लेंगे, सेल्स नहीं करेंगे. लेकिन कितने लोग ये जानते हैं कि एक सेल्समैन करता क्या है जिंदगी में, apart from whatever they've seen in Rocket Singh or any movie or Pursuit of Happiness or whatsoever? They don't have even a freckle of an idea. And that's not just with sales, for that matter. That's also with the regulatory affair person. That's also with the analyst that my worthy friend was talking about in the morning. That's about every job role. And they don't want to study about it. They don't want to talk to someone who does it. I mean, अगर शिक्षण किस तरीके से, शिक्षक क्या करता है, मैं आके सर आपसे बात कर लूंगा ना सर कि आपका व्हाट्स योर डेज जॉब फॉर यू, आप क्या क्या करते हो. इट इज एज सिंपल एज दैट. सो द आंसर टू द पॉइंट इज दैट कि फिश इन द वाटर, चलिए मेरे साथ वर्क वेल, वेरी नाइस, एंड दैट इज व्हाई आई एम दिस चैंपियन. वो बिज वाइन्स नेटवर्क बनाने का सबसे बड़ा कारण यही है कि कैजुअल पेस्ड इकोसिस्टम के अंदर एंटरप्राइजेस या कंपनियां कैसे काम करती है, इन बातों को समझा जाए. हम कहते हैं कि आपको टेनिस खिलाना है, रफाल नडाल बनाना है, जोकोविच बनाना है, तो 4 साल से पढ़ना चालू कर दीजिए. तो 12वीं के बाद से क्यों नहीं एंटरप्राइज के बारे में पढ़े आदमी? व्हाई शुड वी हैव थेरानोस जैसी फेल्ड कंपनीज जो एलिजाबेथ झूठ बोल के इन्वेस्टर का पैसा ले ले? व्हाई कांट वी हैव अ सक्सेसफुल थेरानोस बिटवीन दीज 200 पीपल? सो आई थिंक दैट वो जो एंटरप्राइज समझने का जो एंगल है, दैट आई बिलीव इज द आंसर. सर,
perfect, very well said, Shrish. Thank you so much.
And just to let you know, Vice Chancellor was remembering you the other day, just 2 days back. She was talking to the students and she said, biotechnology is very close to my heart. the alumni like Shrish. So this is the alumni she was talking about. And now I think all our participants also know why it is impossible to let you go.
No, I will have to let, well, you'll have to let me go because I have, or the company will let me go.
No, thank you so much. But
Oh, somebody is wanting to see the corner office. Okay,
Yeah.
let me just pull up the blinds.
So where are you based out of? Gurgaon?
I'm in Noida. So yeah. So this is, oh, how do I show it? This is this thing, and then I'll go circular. And this is again there's a blind on the other side as well. And that blind is also overlooking the road. So I just wanted to kind of show you two right angular blinds so that I could keep on the promise of a corner office.
Very enticing.
So over to you, Dr. Devarati. Dr. Devarati is
Thank
also
you.
mesmerized.
Yes, completely. Thank you, Mr. Sirish, for your very interesting and informative talk on the importance of enterprise functioning. And you made it so easy with a lot of examples from day-to-day life. And very aptly you said, answers lie inside, not outside.
Right, right, right.
With
Thank
great
you.
pleasure, I now invite and introduce today's third speaker, Professor V.R. Puja. Most of you know her probably as your most favorite faculty member. Professor Puja has been associated with the university since 2009. Before joining Amity, she worked as a scientist in the R&D division of Bharat Biotech International Limited for 2 years. She also worked as a faculty at Osmania University, Hyderabad. She is a biochemist by specialization, having completed her MSc and PhD from Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. Her area of research interest is antimycotic susceptibility, resistance, and drug discovery. She has undertaken many government-funded projects in this area, including an international project and consultancy projects. She has published quality papers, has 5 granted patents, and has transferred technology to industry. Apart from teaching and research, she has been deeply involved as the head of the Corporate Resource Center and the coordinator for student admission at AIB. In 2016, she took charge as head CRC for AIB and coordinator admission for AIB. Under her tenure as AIB CRC, many new initiatives were taken, many new companies were approached and added to the existing database. She, along with her dedicated team of 10 faculty and 1 staff, are constantly thriving to take AIB CRC to new heights, ensuring quality placement. Professor Pooja would speak about her views on the importance of skill development in framing the career of young students. Due to her immense expertise with student placements, her views on the requirement of precise skill sets in students to improve their career options or employability would surely motivate you and guide you. The title of the talk is AIBCRC Possibilities of Opportunities. With this very brief introduction, I invite my worthy colleague, Professor Pooja, to deliver her lecture.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devarati, and I hope I am audible.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So good afternoon to all, and obviously, I think most of the people who have joined in know me by now. I am V. Pooja, and my introduction has already been given. Today's lecture actually is to give you a small understanding of how AIB-CRC works, particularly for the students of 2022 and 23 pass out batches. Obviously, equally important it is for the first year students because student aspiration survey starts very early in the university and a lot of mistakes are, a lot of mistakes happen from the students' end while filling these student aspirational surveys. So what we are going to do in the next 40 minutes is to understand what is the do and don'ts of AIB CRC. Particularly for students of 2022 pass out batch, we would also look upon a little bit on the students who have not wanting placements in CRC but are looking for higher education and how CRC helps them. So I would be sharing my slide, and if any other student who has not joined till now and is looking for placement is interested, I would request you to kindly call him. So is my presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. All right, so I'm the head of Corporate Resource Center, which is the AIB CRC, and today's presentation is AIB CRC Possibilities of Opportunity. Now, we all know, particularly from the 2021 pass out batch, it has been a very different experience for the CRC as well, because we did not get an opportunity to meet students. AIB CRC, I would like to tell all of you who have joined here, is not a club or a committee. It's an institution in itself. It's a center in itself, okay? That is why we need absolute honesty when we are a part of CRC. And that ownership towards CRC, that ownership of working in CRC for students, they come very early because they join CRC in their penultimate year, that is in their pre-final year. And a lot of students were able to drive this CRC in the 2021 batch because they all joined us in when they were in their penultimate year. So we actually met them in 2019, 2020, that time when pandemic wasn't there and we were all in the university. These students actually worked with us. So hence they were already inculcated into the system and they knew how it worked. But for 2022 pass out batch, if things don't become normal very soon, and the entire process happens just the way it happened for 2021, that means sitting at home in a virtual level, then obviously things are going to be very difficult because we did not get an opportunity to meet you. For 2021, obviously passing out batch, the entire CRC process that we drove sitting at home was very, very different. But thanks to the dedicated team of faculty members, student base that we had, we were able to sail through this year with a lot of success. Hopefully more success is about to come. But yes, we were at least able to interact with students and drive through this year in a virtual mode. Okay. Just to take you for 2 or 3 slides about the biotechnology ecosystem. I remember when I was just started working in CRC, first with Dr. Sanjeev and then independently as in the position of a head. The first question that used to be asked from me by the parents and students who used to come for admissions, because I also take care of the admissions, was, and this was a standard question, इंडिया में बायोटेक्नोलॉजी का तो स्कोप नहीं है मैम, तो बाहर ही जाना पड़ेगा बच्चे को. This was a standard statement. And the next standard statement was, मेरे बच्चे को जेनेटिक्स करने का शौक है, तो उसको क्या नौकरी मिलेगी इंडिया में. And this never changed, probably because the understanding of biotechnology as a discipline did not percolate down the system the way medical system percolated down. Even if somebody stays in a remotest of the area, that a child worthy enough or intelligent enough or is able to, a child who's able to understand the passion would probably realize the fact that she wants to become a medical doctor or a clinician. But people living in tier A, tier B, and tier C cities still do not know what biotechnology offers them. The regular, I'm talking about this, though, because there are also students from the first year, and this probably would have happened with them as well. They take biotechnology when they enter the Biotechnology Institute as a substitute because they could not get through NEET. And that was persistent till last year. बायोटेक्नोलॉजी करना है क्योंकि नीट नहीं हुआ, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी करना है क्योंकि कुछ और नहीं कर सकते, मैथ्स नहीं पढ़ी, इंजीनियरिंग नहीं कर सकते, बीटेक बायोटेक्नोलॉजी में पीसीबी चलता है। तो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी करने के बाद बच्चा करेगा क्या? What will he do? What is the job? What is he going to do? Absolutely no idea, absolutely no understanding also. And I don't blame anybody, because the whole system of biotechnology did not percolate down into the students, and through schools, through counselors, through teachers. It never entered the system. It was always superficial. But whether we like it or not, probably to some extent, COVID pandemic brought some amount of excitement in the field of biotechnology because of the talks on RT-PCR and vaccines and doses and clinical studies and phase 1 and phase 2. People started recognizing it as something worthwhile. इसमें तो कुछ कर ही लेगा. So now the calls that I get is, मैम अब तो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी का आ गया है बूम इंडिया में, तो अब तो बच्चा कुछ कर ही लेगा. That's how the scenario is changing. Though we did not require a pandemic to make people aware of biotechnology, there was a much easier way to do it. But yes, today people recognize biotechnology because of this humongous data that is there in the public platform. Whether it is on, everybody knows RT-PCR कराना होता है, everybody knows vaccine बन रही है, everybody knows ये वाली vaccine ऐसी है, वो वाली vaccine ऐसी है, इसको तो cold में रखना है, उसको. So people know people know drugs, people know drug discovery. At least they've started reading about it, they've started talking about it. And that is why I think this is the right time for you to understand your skill sets on what you actually want to achieve in the next 2 years or 3 years. Obviously, students who are in 2022 pass out batch do not have much time to realize that, because that time is gone now. And poor thing, they were not able to come to college in the final pre-final year. So obviously for them, things would not be as smooth, though we will try to make it as best as possible. But for students who are still in their first year and second year, start talking to your faculty members, start talking to your mentors, talk to CRC. We love talking to people. I'll tell you who are we. So do it, okay? So Indian ecosystem was always robust. The bioeconomy or biotechnology ecosystem was always robust. The only problem was people were not aware of it. Biotechnology करके क्या करेगा? Biotechnology करके सिर्फ research कर सकते हैं. सिर्फ pharma में नौकरी मिलेगी. Biotech की तो company नहीं है इंडिया में. It is not like this. We have more than 1,000 core biotech companies in the country today. This is a 2018 data. We are 2021 right now. There are more than 1,000 core companies, more than 5,000 biotech startups, much more than 500 biotech products in the market. Biotech incubators, government is spending huge amount of money on biotech incubators and research and teaching laboratories. We have a very strong ecosystem for startups, Make in India, Swasth Bharat. There are so many initiatives, Skill India, so many initiatives that are being undertaken by the government and by the university. Your university is a 360-degree support system. What you read about what should be there in a university which should call itself a full-fledged working university, if you read those guidelines which are required by a full-fledged university to support its students in a 360-degree approach, when you read those guidelines, you would realize each and every guideline is a tick in a box for amateur university. We have everything, right from A to Z, we have everything. The problem is students don't avail those opportunities. Okay, so you have to come out of your shell. You all have been sitting for 1 year at home, more than one actually. Last March you started, now we are already in June, about to end June for that matter. So you've been sitting at home for last 15 months. How many of you even try to understand what certificate courses can I do? What online internships can I do? What industry live projects can I do? I'm sitting at home. Why don't I certify myself as a IPR person? Why don't I certify myself as a regulatory affairs person? those certifications would look brilliant on your CV. A company like IQVIA, a company which is into regulatory affairs, a company which is into IPR, Ennoble IP or IQVIA or IMS Healthcare, or for that matter, GDRC or Smart Analyst, they require people who are skilled. They pay you. You are great at writing. There are so many students who are so good at writing. Did you write a review article? Did you even approach a faculty member to write a review article? That is the easiest thing to do. You don't have to come to the lab for that. Why? If you did not, why did you not? A review article would give you an understanding to write something, understand something after reading a journal. Companies like Catalyst, companies like, there's so many, Elsevier, Springer, e-content development companies. They require people who can understand, who can write, who can be creative, who can make syllabus, who can make contents, who can do so much, and they pay so well. The salaries that you get in these companies is anywhere above 7 lakhs. But students are not getting selected because they do not have the right skill sets. They don't know how to write. They plagiarize. They cut, copy, paste. They don't even afford to change a hyperlink. And then they want jobs in those companies because they pay high. Why should a company give you a job if you do not have the right skill sets? And these 15 months, which just went through like a blink of an eye, will never come back. Even now, you have time. With my rest of the slides, I'll help you out. Right. So starting with the healthcare, CRO, and biotech, which has the maximum amount of, biopharma, which has the maximum amount of, monetary inputs, which are, it holds a maximum share in a bioeconomy, whether it is biologicals, therapeutics, biosimilars, vaccines, medical devices, or diagnostics. You also have bio-IT, which is your bioinformatics, healthcare, CRO, industrial biotechnology, agri-biotechnology. They all have options. Now we do not have airtight compartments anywhere. Everybody is working in collaboration, like what Sirish said, like what all. See, what you have to realize is that a biopharma or a biotechnology company is not a standalone division. Okay, there are verticals in every company, and the verticals will start with your. In fact, do you know that a company of a size of, say, Bharat Biotech or a Vocard or a Biological Evans or a Biocon, they spend less than 10% of their entire revenue on R&D. The rest of it goes into the other processes of a biopharma biotech company. Less than 10% goes into R&D. So what are the verticals? There are, when you start with R&D, you have production, you have quality control, you have quality assurance, you have regulatory affairs, you have IPR, you have sales and marketing, you have clinical research, you have IT, bioinformatics. All these are various verticals of a biopharma biotech company. And you can be placed in any of these verticals. They're all open for you as biotechnology students. What is the key? What is the punchline? Are you right person for the right job? You can be a 9-pointer. You can be a 10-pointer. Probably you are amazing sitting in a corner and working. But does the company see you as the right person to be given that particular job? Is what you need to ask yourself. Do you have that conviction in you? What does a company see? As Sirish said, company sees the go-getter spirit. I can do it. Hire me and I'll show you. That go-getter spirit. But it also wants somebody who will stick to them, who can commit to them. Why should I spend my resources on training somebody, onboarding somebody for 6 months, for that person to leave me and go in the next 2 days or 2 months or 2 weeks? It's a waste of my entire, hard work. And it happened with us. I'll come for some examples. All right. So what are the scope of biotechnology? Scope of biotechnology is clinical research, production, quality control, quality assurance, IPR, e-content developer, bioinformatics, research scientist, sales and marketing, business development, market research, and teaching. So these are the various verticals, mota mota, that you can look for yourself as getting placed. Now, how would I know whether I'm right for that or not? You have to ask that question yourself. Do you like writing? Do you like reading a journal? Can you decipher, if you read 10 journals on similar concepts, can you make a new theory out of it? Can you find mistakes in a journal? Are you able to copyright? Are you able to find that those minor mistakes, those grammatical errors? You are right for e-content. You're right for being a copywriter. Are you a person's people? Can you talk to people? Are you a person who loves making new acquaintances? You find yourself very, very comfortable amongst people whom you don't know? Do you like selling an idea? Do you like selling a concept? Business, sales and marketing is the right job for you. Do you like talking? Do you like teaching? Do you like making people understand concepts? Teaching is probably the right job for you. Are you a person who can sit, figure out a methodology and try कि ये काम करता है कि नहीं, इसको मैं चेंज करके देखता हूँ, ऑप्टिमाइजेशन कंडीशंस चेंज करके देखता हूँ, हो सकता है 30 डिग्री पे ना करे, 31 पे करे, हो सकता है 2 माइक्रोलीटर नहीं 3 माइक्रोलीटर डालूं, इसमें प्राइम करके देखता हूँ. Are you that kind of a thought process? You should do your PhD. Are you a person who loves computer? Are you a person who loves writing algorithms? Are you a person who loves doing IT kind of a thing? Then a bioinformatics or an IT job is best suited for you. It has nothing to do with what you studied. It has everything to do with what your passion is. I had a student, I had so many of them. I'm just thinking of one of them, Hari. I think 2015 pass out batch, if I'm not wrong, 15 or 16, BTech, MTech dual degree student, beautiful guy, extremely humble. One of the best kids I've met. I've met so many. I mean, they all are best. BTech, MTech dual degree, MTech biotechnology. Who would have thought that he would get a job in Mu Sigma, which is an artificial intelligence company, which also is into gaming. He got a campus placement. That year, Mu Sigma hired only one student from the entire Amity University campus. Hari was that student. They did not hire anybody from CSIT, anybody from electronics, anybody from any other field. One student was selected by Mu Sigma from biotechnology, and that was Hari. He spent 3 years in Mu Sigma, and now he has changed his profile. He has changed his company. In 2015-16, he got hired for a package of 9 lakhs. And today his salary is much, much more than that. He's very happy. He's based out of Bangalore. He stays with his family. He's doing brilliantly well. Sirin Siraj, very smart chap, extremely handsome, 6'2", big curly hair, lovely person to talk to. Got a job at Byju's. It's an e-content development country. We all know Byju's. He started in their sales and marketing division. He went on to rise the ladder very, very fast. And within a frame of less than 2 years, he was given the charge of entire Middle East, Dubai, Sharjah, whatever, the entire Middle East. He was sent to Dubai. He worked out of Dubai. And once I just called him and I said, you must be doing really well. So he said, salary to ma'am, main chhuta hi nahi hu. Incentive se everything is taken care of. So that's the power of sales and marketing, which he realized. We have students like Udbhav Rehlan, BTech Biotechnology, went on to do brilliantly well, did his internship with the Nobel laureate in Switzerland. Today, he is the vice president of Map My Genome. Students like, I don't know, Atif did his biotechnology working as a consulting in UK. You have to understand what you want to do. Just because my friend is getting placed and I can't afford to have her placed and not me, and that is why I have to jump that bandwagon and then work for a month and then realize that's not my cup of tea and leave it and go away, is not the right attitude. Okay, we'll come to all those issues later. Yes, so first coming to how does Amity Institute of Biotechnology help you? Particularly for the students of first year, because rest of you have already been there, done that. SAS is Student Aspirational Survey. It will pop up on your Amazon. It will say, what do you want? Not in exact words, but it will say, what do you want to do when you graduate? And to remove that pop-up from your screen, you just punch something. And then you land in a problem because you did not even afford to read it, because you just wanted to remove that pop. SAS is what is going to define you for the next 3, 4, or 5 years of your being in Amity, Institute of Biotechnology for Office. You do not answer that question correctly, you cannot afford to change it later. It won't happen. So if the question comes, what you want to do in your life after you graduate from Amity or postgraduate from Amity, please discuss with yourself, with your parents, with your guardians, with your brother, sister. You feel they can't give you the right guidance because they are not from that stream, they don't understand the whole scenario. Talk to your faculty members, talk to your mentors, talk to your PLs. If not, talk to us as CRC. Okay, because whatever you write in your SAS is what is going to be with you for the next 3, 4, or 5 years. What can SAS offer you, or what are the questions that you can answer? You want to go for higher education. You want campus placement. You want to sit in a competitive examination, which can be GRE or TOEFL or GATE or SEAT or IAS or PSUs or whatever, okay? Or you want to start your own business, or you want to join your family business. So these are the various student progression platforms. So once I graduate from AIB, I want to either pursue my higher education from AIB, from Amity, from anywhere else. Absolutely up to you, whether it's a master's, whether it is an MBA or a MTech or an ME. Again, it depends upon your interest. You want a placement from campus through ATPC CRC. You want to sit for competitive examination, or you want a startup. So please, when you are filling the SAS, be very sure what you are writing, because you can't change it later. Now, how do we support you if you take any of these, any aspiration, okay? Now, if a student wants to get placed, then obviously we will give you soft skill training, like how we are doing it right now, okay? We help you meet alumni, we help you meet industry people, we help you brush up your soft skill, your CV writing, your group discussion, how to handle a group discussion, and all the nitty-gritties which comes with getting into a placement. So we do that, okay? And we offer companies, which I'll come to later. So placement is an absolute different thing, for which you will have a separate orientation again. So this is an overall understanding, but you will also have a separate orientation with me, particularly only those students who want campus placement from 2022 batch, which will happen very soon. So if you want campus placement, then obviously we will train you accordingly. Now, if you do not want campus placement, you want to go for higher education. Now, every higher education has a different criteria. Now, if you want to go for a higher education abroad, okay, what you need to understand is it is a very, very tough competition. You need to have, other than just a good CGPA, which can be anywhere above 7.5 to be an average, to 8 and above, you also need a great CV. Now, the great CV comes by doing good internships. So that's student internships, good student research, independent student research. It's called as an ISR. I think the full form here is wrong. So we'll take it as independent student research, but I think it's something else. So you do that, okay? Now, how do you do that? You get involved in the research labs in the department. So I don't know how many of you know, but we have 52 laboratories in AIB, which is Amity Institute of Biotechnology. So for the first year students, we have 4 floors, excluding basements. So if we include basements, we have 5. Excluding basement, we are ground, first, second, third, and I think 4th floor also. So ground, first, second, third, 4th. So we have 6 floors, including basement, which has research laboratories and teaching laboratories. We have government funded projects, more than 55, I think, as of now, which have fully functional laboratories. And as a graduate or a postgraduate student, you are welcome into these laboratories to do your research. That is how I met Atif. I mean, other than just being a student in my biochemistry class, he was also an ISR student in my lab in 2012. After that, I've had many students, many thousands, and so is the case with Dr. Debarati or Dr. Anybody you think of, any faculty, 94 faculty members you think of, Dr. Abhishek, Dr. Priyanka, Dr. Rajiv, Dr. Sanjeev, anybody you think of, they all take students. Okay, so their laboratories has possibility of you learning something according to your interest. So it can be industrial biotechnology, drug discovery, research, anything that you want. Okay, so you work on that. If you want to go abroad, we help you get LORs, which is a letter of recommendation, SOPs, statement of purposes, write essays. We handhold you to make the right kind of, a framework on what you actually want to send these universities. If you want to set up your own business, then we have a very dedicated e-cell, for which the 4th day is completely dedicated to e-cell and the functioning of e-cell. And we also help you on various skill development initiatives, which Dr. Debarati very efficiently handles as through LSSDC. So all these are various developmental initiatives that we do with all the students. These are some of the places where we have helped students to get their dissertations done. Premas, Biocon, Mother Dairy, Thisti, Novozymes. I'm just put in so University of Wisconsin also, because one of our students, Parul Chug, got the very prestigious Khurana Fellowship and went to Wisconsin to do her internship. Serum Institute of India, IISc Bangalore, IGIB, ICGB. Students can go for internships anywhere through themselves or through LORs or through our friends and acquaintance. Then we also, obviously, a lot of our students have gone to Ivy Leagues with the help of the faculty members, taking LORs from them. So as we were talking about in our session with Atif, that LORs are very important when you are actually planning to go abroad. And these LORs are not just a piece of paper, they actually have a lot of value and credibility. So if you want to get into a Johns Hopkins or an Oxford or a King's College or a Carnegie Mellon, your LOR needs to be very good. It has to be personal. It cannot be a run-of-the-mill cut copy paste. It cannot be. It has to actually reflect you as a person. Who better to reflect you as a person than somebody, a faculty with whom you're really close? How do you become close to a faculty in a classroom or in a virtual platform like this? You can't. You can be close to a faculty only when you work with that faculty, only when you spend time with that faculty in her research lab or in his research lab, only when you interact with him on a very professional and personal level. That is when a faculty can give you a beautiful LOR that actually would make some difference. So you have to do that. You have to think about it. Okay. And obviously we help placements. Now coming to the placements. This is the AIB CRC team. Okay. So the AIB CRC team, I head it. These are the faculty members and our office, which actually help the AIB CRC. Dr. Mansi Virmani and Dr. Sunishtha Singh Yadav. This is for 2022 passing out batch. For the entire 2022 passing out batch, this is how your faculty coordinators would be assigned to you. Dr. Mansi Virmani and Dr. Sunishtha Singh Yadav would be the faculty coordinators for MSc and MSc dual program. What do these faculty coordinators do? We would do it in a separate section on AIB CRC, which we will do after the workshop is over. Dr. Sudeep Bose is the faculty mentor or faculty coordinator for MTech Biotechnology this year. Dr. Smriti Srivastava and Dr. Abhinav Kumar Srivastava will be the faculty coordinators for BTech Biotechnology, which includes BTech 3C, BTech Evening, and BTech Biotech. Dr. Uday Pratap and Dr. Rajiv Kumar would be faculty coordinators for MTech Dual Degree or Integrated, whatever you call it now, and MBA program. Dr. Abhishek Sengupta would be the faculty coordinator for BTech Bioinformatics and MSc Bioinformatics. Dr. Indu Gaur and Dr. Biswajit Saha would be faculty coordinators for BSc Biotechnology, Medical Biotechnology, and Zoology. And Mr. Sudhir Kumar is a most integral part of this team. He's the placement officer who actually takes care of the entire data. Now, this is the status of last year, which I want to share with all of you so that you understand this is how it will happen. As per the Student Aspiration Survey, which was filled by 2021 passing out batch, 301 students filled that they require placement. 307 students said they do not want placement. Majority of them were from BTech and BSc. And it was actually entire BSc, almost 100%, and almost 60% of BTech. Very, very few, no MBAs, I think only one, and very few MScs and MTechs, okay? So this 307 was actually the undergrads, which makes more sense. 4 students wanted to start their own venture, and 301 students in their Student Aspiration Survey of 2021 passing out batch said they want placements. But as time changed, obviously the aspirations changed. Now, what you have to understand here is that you can change your aspiration from seeking placement to higher education or own venture. The reverse is not allowed by the university. That means you cannot say, I want higher education in your Student Aspiration Survey, and then come back and say, now I want placement. You cannot do that. We can only change seeking placement to higher education, own venture, or competitive exam. Opposite is not true, okay? And after the pandemic hit, and obviously students realized a lot of things, they discussed, they counseled, and etc., etc. The 301 seeking placement actually went down to 208 out of, and they all went for higher education. And one student who wanted to start his own venture also went into the higher education category. So in reality, on ground level for 2021 batch, we had 208 students who were seeking placement, 401 wanted to go for higher education, and 3 students wanted to start their own venture. Now, these 401 students who actually wanted to go for higher education have to compulsorily fill a VDF form. A VDF is a voluntary disclosure form, which says that I do not want placement from the university because I seek to go for higher education, MBA or master's or whatever you want to do. And it has to be duly signed by the student and by the parent. And that form has to be converted into a PDF and then has to be sent to us to be uploaded on Amazon. And as and when you get a higher education application or you get a admission form from a university, that has to be sent to us so that we can remove your VDF and put that letter, because all of that is important for both your concluding and for your convocation, because without that, it won't happen. 208 students of 2021 batch wanted to start that, wanted to sit for placements. Now, of these in 2021, 187 companies were offered to students. Now, of this, 74 were offered by ATPC. ATPC is Amity Technical Placement Cell, which is headed and extremely efficiently run by Professor Dr. Ajay Rana, who is going to talk about the entire do's and don'ts of ATPC tomorrow. From, I think, 3 to 4:15 is Dr. Ajay Rana's talk. And I want all the students to be actively involved in that, because it is a very, very important session if you are seeking placement. Because ATPC is the only placement cell which can call non-core companies. Like, for example, even if I get GE or Wipro or Accenture or Infosys, I cannot call them because I'm a biotech company and it is not a core company. So I will be giving that lead to ATPC, and ATPC will call them. ATPC calls most of the Fortune 100 and Fortune 500 companies, because these companies require large amount of students to be placed. They want bulk students. Okay, so all students, all eligible fields or if the company does not have an eligibility criteria, then all BTechs can sit for these companies. So Dr. Ajay Rana would be giving a complete understanding of ATPC and how ATPC works. It is very important. Please attend his talk compulsorily tomorrow from 3 o'clock onwards. Please tell all your friends as well. So this year, out of 187, 74 companies were offered by ATPC to biotechnology students. 103 companies were offered by CRC. Now, these companies were companies which approached us, and also the LinkedIn profiles that we shared with the students. So we shared a lot of LinkedIn job opportunities with the students, JRF positions, and other positions with the students. 10 companies were offered by the help of our friendly relationships with the CRCs of Pharmacy Department, ABS, and Asset. Now, what are we actually trying to, okay, so before that, I would, all right. Now, before we go to the strategies, I want to tell you what are the issues that we faced in 2021. CRC, along with ATPC and CRCs of ABS and AIP, were able to offer record number of profiles to students. But, okay, I would just request you, I'll just request a 1 minute because my battery is showing low. So I'll just come back in a second. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, so a record number of companies were offered through CRC, along with ATPC and other CRCs this year, which is 187, as I showed you. But because of the pandemic that happened, many companies, particularly the ones that were offered from between March to May, halted their processes midway. In fact, there were certain other companies also which were offered to them earlier, but the processes did not get over. And once the pandemic hit, obviously a lot of companies lost a lot of their employees. There were a lot of turmoil within the company, within the organization, within the framework. And in many companies which were startups or smaller companies, they did not have enough manpower to actually run the entire process of recruitment. So because of that, a lot of companies halted their processes midway. Another problem that we faced, which probably we would face if the pandemic does not go away, and we still are, are in the midst of a condition like we are now. There were many biopharma and biotech companies which were offered to students, but these companies required not a working from home scenario. They required students to actually go to the diagnostic centers or laboratories or hospitals, etc., to work. And because of the pandemic, the students were already placed elsewhere, placed as in they were at their places, they were at their homes. So somebody is in Jharkhand, somebody is in Gorakhpur, somebody is in Allahabad. So it actually became very difficult for them logistically to travel during the pandemic and go to Bangalore or go to Hyderabad or go to Gujarat or Ahmedabad or even Gurgaon. So obviously there were very few takers for jobs, which actually required students to relocate or work from these from the offices and not from home. So because there were very few takers, none of the students got selected, because the company actually came with an understanding that there will be 200 CVs or 100 CVs or 50 CVs. But when the students realized that they have to relocate or they have to work not from home, but they have to go to the labs, the CVs that we received were not more than 5 or sometimes 10 or sometimes 15. And when they were interviewed, the company did not find the student confident enough to actually relocate or actually come to the office to work, or they were technically not very sound, or they were not the kind of candidates that the company was looking for. So there were many companies where not a single student was placed. So even though we were able to offer 187 companies, there were still many reasons because of which we could not till date place all the students. Some companies did not select students as they felt that students are not technically sound to work in those roles. Like, for example, as I told you, if a company requires somebody who is very good at writing, and the person who has actually applied for that role is not very good at writing, is not very good at contemplating things, You're not the right person for that job. You may be a 9-pointer, but you may not be right for that particular job. If it's a profile for business development, or if it's a profile for sales and marketing, and you are not very well versed with communicating, you do not have a very good communicating flair in you, then obviously you're not the right person for that job. So a lot of students were not selected because they did not have the required skill sets. Many students decided to wait for some time before deciding their future path. So and this is both sides. A lot of students got selected in the first 2 companies. And then they realized that this is not, oh, I got selected in the first 2 companies. Iska matlab aage ki companies mein to main ab mujhe baithne hi nahi denge kyunki main select ho gaya hu. So they refused the job. They said, we are not going to sit. But that is not how CRC works, which I will come to when we will have a one-on-one session on CRC. So that was not allowed. And there were certain students who went till the last, but did not take the job before they were offered the job, and then ended up not getting placed in any other company after that. So that also happened. And certain students took a lot of time in deciding what actually they want to achieve, which type of company do they really want to go. And that actually got them in the middle of the pandemic, and because of which a lot of turmoil happened. Many students were not confident enough during the virtual recruitment process, and that was also a disadvantage because some of them could not join through the link, some of them could not answer properly, their voice was cracking, there was network issue, there was raining. Students who are in Kerala during the May and June season, it was raining cats and dogs out there during the monsoon, and there was a huge problem of connectivity. So obviously the company would not, keep coming back to you for recruiting you. So those were the challenges that we faced. Now, again, 2022 CRC is going to start very, very soon. So we need to have a proper planning and execution for 2022 batch. How are we planning to do that? Number one, this workshop. We want you students to take utmost advantage of these workshops. I can see a lot of first-year students, but I do not see 2022 and 2023 passing out students, either because they don't want placement, which I will know through the VDF, all right? Because there are some 600 students who are there registered for 2022 passing out batch on Amazon. So looking at the way you guys are participating in the workshop, there should not be more than 100 students to place actually. I should have less than 100 students to place. So I am telling you right now, I will be mapping the attendance of the workshop with your SAS and with your VDFs. If I do not see a student, if I see a student looking for placement, not in the workshop, I will not be very lenient on that student. And believe you me, I am a very soft person when I am a faculty, but I'm a very, very hard taskmaster when I'm a CRC head. And my 2021 pass out batch students know that. Everybody in Amity Institute of Biotechnology know that I run an extremely tight ship. My whole team, the entire AIB CRC is the most honest team working in CRC. We do not keep anything, under covers. And we want the same kind of honesty from students. We cannot afford to have any leverage. So I will repeat once again, students looking for placements in 2022 passing out batch who have not attended the skill development workshop will be dealt strongly. I will map the attendance with the placement progression request. There is another international workshop on re-engineering higher education for student progression, skill sets that will dominate the new knowledge economy and digital economy, which is going to be on 24th and 26th. If you have missed these 2 days of workshop, 2022-23 passing out batch, ensure nobody misses 24th to 26th. We want that cannot be missed. Number 3, 2022 pass out batch will be motivated and inspired by CRC faculty team to join CRC as student coordinators. We will be talking more about how we are going to recruit student coordinators for this year. in the workshop that I would be there in the meeting that we would be conducting next week or in the coming days on how CRC student coordinators will be selected for 2022 pass out batch. As of now, I have CRs in the team through whom I am passing on the information, but that would not be for very long. We will have dedicated CRC student coordinators selected from every classroom. These students will be segregated into teams of alumni engagement, networking, brochure making, data compilation, and class coordination. Our first job would be to make a database of 500 new companies, including the ones that we got this year, plus the ones that we already have. We have to ensure that we have 500 companies so that we can start sending invites to these companies for 2022 pass out batch. We will be we'll be calling CEOs and HR heads and soft skill trainers, etc., every month to ensure that you are well versed with what is going to come. And AIB CRC would work very closely with ATPC, AIP CRC, Asset CRC, and ABS CRC to ensure that you get best quality companies for recruitment. Through the coordinators and through the team that we will have, and we will be recruiting student coordinators, we will be building a very strong alumni network, because what we have realized this year is that we have so many alumni who are placed in extremely good companies and who are so eager to help our passing out batch. So we would be ensuring that this alumni network is strengthened more with the help of the alumni team. We would be identifying companies and updating the present database. We would be reaching out to both well-placed alumni and company early. That means in the month of July itself. We'll be inviting CEOs and HRs for discussions and deliberations. We would be ensuring that all final year students have LinkedIn profiles for networking with new companies. And the branding workshop that you're going to have tomorrow will also be teaching you about CV writing and LinkedIn profiles. So I need not say, please attend. We will be undertaking soft skill and career webinars and helping students to choose the right career path through guidance and counseling. And students will also be interacting with ATPC. So please ensure that tomorrow's lecture is well attended. We also help students who go for higher education, and we have a very strong team for that as well. It is coordinated by Dr. Mansi Virmani, and we have Dr. Anupma Avasthi, Dr. Sudeep Bose, and Dr. Komal Mathur in this team, along with respective PLs of your programs. How do we help them? We have a very strong, so the CRC faculty members, including PLs and senior faculties, we have created this team under the direction of our director, with Vice Chancellor Madam, and our past director, Dr. Chandradeep Tandon. These faculty members, we counsel students and clarify all their doubts regarding all the aspects of higher education in India and abroad. We have prepared a database of 2,000 technical questions, and these questions are rolled out to students who require help and which helps them in competitions like NET, GATE, GRE, TOEFL, etc. We also invite alumni who are studying or had studied in premier institutes and Ivy Leagues to share their journey and to let them know how to actually crack these examinations, like how you met Atif today and you met Sirish today. We will be calling young alumni who passed out in a couple of years and are studying in these universities right now to help you and make you understand how to get in touch with these counselors, how to apply for these universities, and what actually is required to get on board. The students will be motivated to write research papers and participate in certificate courses to enhance their CV, which I already told you. And you'd be very happy to know that a lot of students in 2021 passing out batch published really good research papers to enhance their CV. I already gave you an understanding of the issues that we faced. This is how our calendar, so these are some of the top universities where our students actually got placed: Boston, Terry, Warwick, Glasgow, Ireland, Imperial College London, Sweden, lots of them. Students got placed in very, very good companies also, and for higher education as well. So that's about my presentation, and I would be happy if there are any questions.
As always,
Yeah.
Pooja ma'am, you've done a wonderful job. Very thorough, energetic, and intense and exhaustive.
Comprehensive.
Very,
There are
very comprehensive.
so many adjectives, Dr. Pooja, are
Thank,
beautifully presented
thank you, ma'am.
with
And
all statistics. Yes.
I can't see many questions. Okay, there are question and answers. Okay.
There are two questions.
Yeah, you can.
I'll just let you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll be going into my final year and opted for higher education on SAS. How and when do I fill my VDF?
Sure. So as I told you, we would be having one more session on VDF and how to fill VDF and what we actually require from students going for higher education. So that we would be doing very soon, probably early next week, in the week of between 21st and 23rd, we'll have a separate session for all the 2022 passing out students. So in that, we would be letting you know how to fill a VDF. So you'll have your clarity then.
So there is one more. Ma'am, what is the protocol for PhD biotechnology from Amity University, Noida?
So Amity University actually has applications which come out in the month of January and June, I think. You have to go through the website, just like how you go for any master's or bachelor's degree. You have to fill your form for PhD. You have to upload all your master's and graduate degrees. Then there is, then your application is scrutinized, and then you get a date for your entrance exam and interview. So you have to face a panel. It is a panel of very senior URC members who actually take your interview. And if you cross that interview and that examination, you have to fill your fees, and then you can choose your guide, depending upon your area of interest.
Dr. Pooja, there is a request, which I also have, that need the link for today's recording.
Yeah, so all the links
is full of information, so they want to note down the points.
So we will be
There is
sharing.
sorry, ma'am. There is one more question. If we are missing out.
Okay.
I want to apply for master in microbiology abroad. I need your guidance.
Absolutely, you will get the guidance. Again, we will have a separate session for all the students. I told you between 21st and 23rd. And we will let you know the right people to talk to. And depending upon your program, you can, so I don't know which program you are from, but I gave you the names of the faculty coordinators and also faculty who would be helping you in higher education. You can meet me also. You can talk to me as well. You can talk to Dr. Nidhi Chaudhary. You can talk to any center head or PL. So we will give you all the clarity of that when you meet us for that particular session.
Just one update, students. For the one who asked for PhD, I would say the form opens around September, October, and then the interview is in December. November, December, we start interview. Whereas for July, form starts in March. So you can keep on tab on the website, and accordingly you can fill.
There is one student, Ashish Saraf. He is a final year student passing out in 2022, MSc Biotechnology. He says, how hopeful should I be in seeking placement from Amity? 100%. You should be 100% hopeful that you would get a placement from AIB or CRC or ATPC. Okay,
Yes.
so one small thing I would like to say, ATPC usually is a technical placement cell. So they place majorly BTech students and MTech students. And very rarely MBA students. Most of the MSc students are placed through the departmental CRC, which is the AIB CRC. And you should be 100% hopeful that you would be placed. If you yourself are not hopeful, then obviously the company would never be selecting you. So you are the right candidate for the job that you seek. Have that conviction in your heart, and you would get placement.
And in addition, have your skill sets for which we are sitting here. Have your skill sets developed.
And please understand that it is very important for you to participate in these workshops, because these people who come and talk to you actually have gone through all these phases of life, including us. Though we are now your teachers and mentoring you, but We also were graduate students once, and in my college there was no placement cell. I didn't even know that I can apply for placement through campus. So obviously it's been a long time now, but you are being given this opportunity to meet these people, to talk to them, to understand, to clarify your doubts. Please do that. Don't waste your time. This time will never come back again, particularly for 2022 pass out. This is your final year. If you want to do something, do it right. This is the right time. You'll not get it again.
Okay, in chat box, there are 2-3 questions, ma'am. Ma'am, I had opted for higher education in SAS. Can I sit for placements?
No, you cannot. We will talk about this in a separate meeting.
Yeah. Again, there is request for video.
Yes.
So a very beautiful message. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the guidance and clarification. I'll be looking forward in getting in touch with you. It was really informative and life-saving career guidance. So this is what for VR students.
Yes.
Right. There are a few more. They are pouring.
No, I think we'll take all the questions in my in the CRC that we will be doing next week, because it would be, because that would be on an MS team. So you would have an opportunity to unmute yourself and ask questions in real time. So because I can see 25 questions already. So don't worry. On 21st or 22nd, as soon as this workshop gets over, on 21st or 22nd, we will have a meeting for all the 2022 passing out students, and we will meet you on MS team, and we will, each and every doubt that you have in your mind, we will ensure that it is taken care of. Okay, so don't post any more questions, just wait for 3 more days.
Good.
So maybe we can end this session, Dr. Debarati.
Yes.
And we can go for the assessment test, because I think we're already running late.
Yeah, thank you, Pooja ma'am. Your talk was very illuminating and informative for the students. It is the right time for the students also to understand the importance of SAS and orient themselves accordingly. We can never stop developing our skill sets and always be ready for the prevailing times. Can I now invite Dr. Vandana Chawla for delivering the closing remarks? And after that, are you going to have the question answers?
We will have the assessment test
after
once the closing for this.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Debarati ma'am. This is Dr. Vandana Chawla, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. So, as we have reached the end of technical session of day 2 of this workshop, it is a great privilege and honor to be entrusted to deliver this closing remarks. There is a huge problem of employability among the educated workforce of the country. Lack of vocational or professional skills make it difficult for the youth to adapt to changing demands and technologies of the marketplace. The high level of unemployment is due to the failures to get jobs and also due to a lack of competency and training. The chief objective of present workshop is to impart our students with adequate skill sets, and that will enable them to employ in relevant sectors and also to improve their productivity. This was an excellent day of our 5-day workshop. Our minds have been assailed by torrent of ideas, information, interpretation, and visions. There is indeed plenty to reflect upon. We have witnessed 5 deliberations today, which were divided in pre- and post-lunch sessions. All sessions were very appropriately set as per our sub-theme for today, that is upskilling, reskilling, and cross-functioning skill. I would briefly like to review few points aired during today's deliberation. Dr. Vivek Kashyap gave insight on definition, types, and function of intellectual property rights. He discussed career opportunities in the area of IPR, where intellectual property professionals counsel their clients on establishing and protecting intellectual capitals. Most IP law practices handle matters such as patent, copyright, trademark, licensing, franchising, distribution, technology transfer, and trade secret projects. IP is a new knowledge economy, and it has opened many new work opportunities in different sectors. Mr. Atif Mehraj shared his very inspirational professional journey and spoke about career opportunity as management consultant. We understood that management consultants work with domestic or global clients, organizations, executives, leaders, teams to identify and solve complex business, organizational, and operational problems and define and improve the processes. Post-lunch, we had Dr. Nivedita. The title was very interesting, Be a Rainbow Call of the Hour. It gave us an insight of structure of LSSTC and its commitment to provide industry with a sustained stream of skilled individual across functional areas and levels, thereby vastly reducing cost associated with reskilling, attrition, and low productivity. Increased technological advancements and the dominating influence of social media has today changed and transformed the modern workplace culture, and accordingly hiring processes too have undergone a major change. Instead of focusing on a candidate with a limited set of skills, employers would focus more on job seekers with multiple skill sets who would be able to handle changing demands of the job and adapt effectively to all situations and challenges. Then we had Mr. Suresh Mehra, a very vibrant speaker, where he talked about the learning, earning, and happiness paradox. Depending on career sector and profession you choose to work in, there could be very specific skills, abilities, and knowledge needed to do the job. Complementing these as general competencies and behaviors that are essential for successful working. These are the key employability skills, the core skills that will make you effective at work, whatever job you do. There are sometimes known as transferable skills because you develop them over time and take them with you as your career develops. Before we choose right career, we must learn about ourselves, our values, interests, soft skills, and aptitudes in combination with our personality type and make some good occupation as a good fit for us. Then the last session was by Dr. Pooja Vijayaraghavan, our own AIB CRC head. She talked about the roles and responsibilities and functions of CRC. And our institute CRC organizes various events from time to time to bridge the gap, the wide gap between industry and academia. The aim of these events is to give an exposure to the students to make them industry ready and to provide an interactive platform. CRC has always been there as a friend, philosopher, and guide for all the students to help them opting the right course, specialization, orientation, and finally getting them placed in the top-notch organization. Right skills help us to pursue our education goals or to start a business. We'll also have an increased confidence in our ability to be successful in our career goals. The skills we enjoy and feel confident about contribute to strong performance and job satisfaction. Finally, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all of us, I extend my deepest gratitude and respect to our founder president, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, for blessing us with wings of wisdom. Chancellor Sir Dr. Atul K. Chauhan for being a dynamic leader, and our very noble multitasking and eminent Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinda Shukla ma'am. I would like to thank our center head, assistant directors, and faculty. We greatly appreciate the support we have received from the participants by asking many interesting questions and also by answering many technical answers skillfully, which helped us to map the success of today's session. It is also very important to thank the media and IT team to disseminate this session to a wider readership and audience so that this workshop had been conducted without any technical anomaly. We are also very grateful to all those who involved in the organization of the event under the able leadership of our chairperson, program directors, Dr. Nidhi Chaudhary ma'am, Dr. Pooja ma'am, and our faculty coordinator, Dr. Sanjeev sir. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since this workshop is a 5-day event, we look forward to see you tomorrow sharp at 9:30 a.m., where we shall reconvene to discuss another sub-theme in the professional skill development workshop. We'll be joined by yet another brilliant group of industry and academic experts, Ms. Neha Singh, who is founder of iConquer, Ms. Upasana Dhanda, who is Assistant Professor, Khalsa College, University of Delhi, Dr. Deepa Goyal, who is Life and Professional Skill Trainer and Coach, and Dr. Ajay Rana from Amity University itself. With these words, we are signing off from our technical sessions for today. Assessment to be followed now. Thank you all once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vandana. Beautifully spoken, and every point that you spoke was very well curated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Vandana. Very crispy, covered in minimal time as per the requirement. Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you, Dr.
Rajiv, can
Vandana.
we
Very
have
well
the test assessment, test link posted?
It's there. He has uploaded.
So students, you can start your assessment test. It is 5:17. There are, Dr. Rajiv, how many questions? Dr. Rajiv, how many questions? Okay, anybody else from the assessment team? Dr. Rajiv, you are mute.
Questions, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Questions are uploaded, ma'am.
Yes, how many questions are there?
20.
20. So we'll give them 25 minutes?
Yeah, ma'am, that will be fine.
Okay. So we have 195 participants. So as soon as we get 195 answers, we can. And students, you can finish your test and you can log off for the day. Dr. Rajiv, how many answers have we got till now? Can somebody from the assessment team give us a data?
Ma'am, just a moment. I guess Rajiv sir is facing some trouble.
No problem. You can let me know.
Just a second. I'll let you know.
55 responses. That's what Dr. Rajiv is saying. Students, if you can finish a little more early. It's 5:30. We would like to wind up by 5:40. Yes, Rajiv.
Now I am audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, madam. So 112 respond received.
Okay, so we have another 50, 60 to go.
Yes,
Students, please keep logging off if you have already posted your response. That way we'll know how many of you have already posted. So please keep logging off at the moment you post your response.
now we have received 125 responses.
Yes, but students are not logging off after.
There are still 112 students who are still logged in.
Yes, exactly. And there were 100 and 200 students. So if we already have 150.
That means most of them have already given.
Yes, they have.
130 students have given response.
Yes, so there should not be more than 70, but I can still see 105.
Yes.
All students, please log in tomorrow at 9:30 for personal branding sessions. And tomorrow there will be hands-on activity on CV writing and LinkedIn profile making, etc. And all the sessions will have some flavor of personal branding and hands-on. So please be on time.